Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on General Welfare. Please silence all cell phone and electronic devices. If you wish to submit testimony, you need to fill out an appearance card by the sergeant's desk in the front. If you wish to submit testimony online, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Moving forward, nobody is to approach the dais, and I repeat, nobody is to approach the dais. Without further ado, Chair, we're ready to begin.
Please do not approach the dais. I don't want you to get hurt. Good morning, everyone. I'm Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Chair of the General Welfare Committee. Thank you for joining me for the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget hearing for the General Welfare Committee. We will hear from two agencies, the Human Services Administration, HRA, and the Department of Homeless Services, DHS, testifying under the umbrella of the Department of Social Services, DSS. The city's proposed fiscal 2026 preliminary budget totals $114.5 billion, of which $15.05 billion, or 13.1%, funds DSS. This encompasses $11.47 billion for HRA and $3.58 billion for DHS. DSS serves some of the most vulnerable populations in New York City, and these services are more vital now than ever. There were notable changes made in the preliminary plan for both agencies. HRA saw $334.4 million in city-funded new needs added in fiscal year 25, with the majority of that funding going towards City FEPS vouchers. Funding was only added for City FEPS in fiscal year 2025, and the program lacks adequate baseline funding in fiscal year 26 and beyond. On a positive note, I was very happy to see the preliminary plan restored baseline funding, which had been reduced at adoption. For HRA's anti-harassment tenant protection program contracts as part of the points of agreement in the City of Yes housing plan. In the preliminary plan, DHS has $625.8 million in city-funded new needs in fiscal year 2025, notably including $554.2 million in one-time funding for growing non-asylum seeker shelter population. City funds savings decreased DHS budget by $283.4 million in fiscal year 2025 and $1.34 billion in fiscal year 2026 due to asylum seeker response cost reestimate. Additionally, $1.4 billion in fiscal year 2026 was transferred from DHS's budget to other city agencies that are projected to be part of response efforts. I am concerned about the areas where the budget does not adequately support the essential programs administered by HRA and the necessary levels of staffing required to provide clients with services in a timely manner. While HRA has made headway on their backlog of SNAP and cash assistance applications, denial rates have increased, which is troubling. We have still been hearing that it is very difficult to get through to HRA by phone and that clients are experiencing very long wait times at HRA centers. The threat of federal funding cuts to social safety net programs also imposes a risk to DSS operations, with 1.4%, $1.91 billion of HRA's total budget in fiscal year 2025 and 15.5%, $628.1 million of DHS budget in fiscal year 25 made up of federal funding. I am also concerned that not enough support is being given to community-based organizations. They are at risk of losing federal dollars and continue to face difficulties with getting paid on a timely basis for city contracts. HRA's Community Food Connection Program is a vital resource for the city's most vulnerable residents, yet the baseline budget in fiscal year 2025 and beyond is just $20.9 million, a third of the fiscal 2025 budget of $60 million. Additionally, there are vital social service net programs, safety net programs, such as rental assistance and cash assistance, as well as legislatively required expenditures, such as the prevailing wage for DHS shelter security, that are not budgeted at current spending levels starting in fiscal year 2026. While the budget maintains the essential benefits programs administered by HRA and the shelter programs administered by DHS, we need to think more deeply about where we can most effectively allocate our limited resources, especially during these uniquely challenging times. DHS shelter census continues to grow. At the end of February, there were over approximately 85,000 individuals in DHS shelters, nearly a third of them asylum seekers. While shelter exits to permanent housing did increase in fiscal year 2025, so did the shelter census, and the process for subsidized housing placements must be accelerated in order to significantly decrease the number of people living in our city's shelter system. Programs such as City FEPS and are more important than ever, and the best way to move long-term shelter residents into stable, permanent housing. However, this program suffers from both underfunding and numerous process bottlenecks, on top of the difficulty of finding affordable housing in a very expensive city. In today's hearing, we look forward to discussing adjustments made in the preliminary plan, staffing for benefits administration, how DSS is working with contracted nonprofit providers to improve contracting, the plan for asylum response efforts going forward, and the metrics included in the fiscal year 2025 preliminary mayor's management report. It is the council's job to carefully review the budgets and operations of city agencies to ensure that we are good stewards of public dollars and that we are providing our city's most vulnerable residents with the services that they need. This is a job I take very seriously. Before I welcome the commissioner, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues, Councilmember Aviles, and Caban is on Zoom. Finally, I would like to thank the General Welfare Committee staff for their work on preparing this hearing. Faria Rahman, Finance Analyst, Elizabeth Childish Garcia, Finance Analyst Julia Haramis, Unit Head Sahar Mozami, Assistant Deputy Director Panina Rosenberg, Policy Analyst, and my Chief of Staff, Elsie Encarnacion. And now, Commissioner Park, our council will swear you in.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning. I want to thank Deputy Speaker Ayala and the members of the General Welfare Committee for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to testify about the Department of Social Services DSS fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget. My name is Molly Wasso Park, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Social Services. I thought had a deck, but it doesn't seem like it's up, so I will skip the description that goes with the deck. DSS is made up of both the Human Resources Administration, HRA, and the Department of Homeless Services, DHS. So accordingly, I'm also joined by my colleagues, DHS Administrator Jocelyn Carter and HRA Administrator Scott French, as well as DSS First Deputy Commissioner Jill Berry and DSS Chief Program Performance and Financial Management Officer Richard Johns. Collectively, we represent the approximately 14,000 hardworking staff who dedicate their lives to supporting New Yorkers living at or below the poverty line. Today, we will provide an overview of the FY26 preliminary budgets for both agencies and highlight the programs and services supported by these resources. DSS is the largest local government social services agency in the country, comprised of the Human Resources Administration and the Department of Social Services and the Department of Homeless Services. Under the consolidated management structure and the shared mission of DSS, HRA and DHS provide a seamless and integrated continuum of client services to millions of New Yorkers every day. Across the agencies, our primary goal is to create a path to sustainability for low-income New Yorkers through three pillars: streamlining access to social services, addressing homelessness and housing instability, and creating economic stability. Oh, terrific. We are on slide 3, if we could advance. Thank you. And we'll refer back to these three pillars throughout our presentation. So this next slide shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of the next portion of our presentation, the DSS HRA budget. So I'm going to now move to giving an overview of the HRA budget. This slide shows a pie chart highlighting the different portions of the DSS HRA budget. DSS HRA is dedicated to fighting poverty and income inequality, providing essential benefits including cash assistance, nutrition and food programs, public health insurance, employment and transportation services, and access to housing, homelessness prevention, and emergency assistance. DSS HRA helps more than 3 million New Yorkers annually through the administration of more than 15 major public benefit programs, with a budgeted headcount of approximately 12,000. The FY25 budget for DSS HRA is $13.3 billion, including $10.4 billion in city funds. The majority, over 80% of HRA city tax levy budget is earmarked for benefits that the city administers on behalf of New York State. Almost 97% of the DSS HRA city budget provides direct benefits and support to New Yorkers. Cash assistance benefits, benefit levels, and eligibility rules are set by state law and regulation. Medicaid, which is the blue portion of the pie chart, including home care, managed care, mental health, substance use services, and hospital care, is administered by New York State. The city pays a portion of Medicaid costs out of city tax levy. That is the 64% of the DSS HRA city-funded budget shown here. HRA sends these funds directly to New York State, and the state uses it along with the state and federal funds it controls to pay medical providers and managed care plans. 15% of the DSS HRA budget goes to public assistance, which is the red portion of the pie, 11% to rental assistance and homelessness prevention, the green section, 3% for administration, which is purple, 2% for legal services, orange, and 1% each for HACA, employment services, CFC, and domestic violence services. HRA also administers SNAP for 1.8 million clients. These benefits, which are federally funded at about $5 billion a year, do not flow through our budget, but they represent another critical benefit that HRA is mandated to provide. Similarly, HRA administers another $48 billion in state and federal funds supporting New York City Medicaid clients, which are not part of our city budget. And I should note that the DSS budget for administration covers shared services for both HRA and DHS. So the next slide again shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of the next portion of our presentation, the DHS budget. So now we will pivot to provide an overview of the projected DHS budget for fiscal year 26. This slide shows a pie chart highlighting the different portions of the DHS budget. DHS is committed to providing safe, temporary shelter, connecting New Yorkers experiencing homelessness to permanent housing, and addressing unsheltered homelessness. DHS has an FY25 budget of $4 billion, of which $2.5 billion is city tax levy. The agency has a headcount of 1,929, and with its not-for-profit partners, is the largest municipal organization dedicated to addressing homelessness in the United States. Over 98% of the DHS budget supports shelter for families and individuals and services for the unsheltered, including outreach and low-barrier beds. The DHS budget is broken out as follows in FY26. $1.1 billion for family shelter, that's the purple section of the pie, $813 million for adult shelter, which is green, $405 million for street outreach, which is red, and the remaining 2% is for administration, which is blue. The next slide shows a pie chart highlighting the breakdown of the DHS client population. As of March 10th, the overall DHS census was 84,604 people, an increase of 41,000 since the beginning of 2022, before the surge in special population asylum seekers to New York City. Of the 84,000 people, approximately 58,500, or almost 70%, are families made up of children, more than 31,000 children, which is the green section of the pie chart, and their adult parents and caregivers, more than 27,000 people, which is the orange section of the pie chart. Children make up 36%, or more than a third of all people in shelter. The remaining population is made up of single adult men, about 16,000 people, which is the light blue section, single adult women, 5,600 people, which is purple, and adult families, 4,200 people, which is the dark blue section. This next slide shows a linear graph highlighting the DHS shelter census trends from the pandemic to present. Today, approximately 33% of the overall census is made up of asylum seekers, or what we are now terming our special population, over 28,000 people. In January 2022, the census was around 45,000 people, lower than in 2020 pre-pandemic. During the pandemic, there was a decline in shelter entries. At the same time, DHS continued to make permanent housing placements, leading to a decline in the census. As the special population asylum seekers came to New York City and began to enter shelter in large numbers, they drove the census increase over the past nearly 3 years. and the special population asylum seekers account for 75% of the growth in the DHS census compared to today to January of 2022. The non-special population asylum seeker census remains below pre-pandemic levels. The combination of the public health advisory, pandemic financial supports, and ongoing DSS prevention strategies and permanent housing placements from shelter led to the census declines during the pandemic before the migrant surge. The non-asylum special population census is about 9% below the pre-pandemic level and below the pre-pandemic peak of 61,400 reached in January of 2019. This slide shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of the next portion of our presentation, Federal Budget Impact on DSS. It would be irresponsible of me not to focus some of this presentation on the threats to federal funding currently being contemplated by Congress. As I've highlighted in my testimony, DSS, HRA, and DHS budgets are significantly reliant on federal dollars. But more importantly, the 3 million people we serve receive significant benefits from the federal government. We are seeing increasing demand for these services at the same time that they are under threat. This slide highlights some examples of real impact proposed federal cuts will have on New Yorkers. The House Budget Resolution proposes eliminating $230 billion from the Agriculture Committee, which will primarily impact SNAP, and there are 1.8 million New Yorkers who rely on SNAP. The House resolution also targets reductions of $880 billion from the Energy and Commerce Committee, and this reduction is anticipated to come from Medicaid cuts. There are about 4 million New York City residents who rely on Medicaid for health care. Additionally, the House Appropriations Committee has put out a menu of budget options that contemplate eliminating the TANF contingency funds, which would represent a reduction of $290 million from New York State, as well as an overall 10% cut to the TANF block grant. In New York City, there are about 290,000 New Yorkers who rely on cash assistance for basic income support, and the agency also uses TANF for programs such as family shelters and workforce development programs. The same House proposal also contemplates elimination of the social services block grant. DSS supports about 72,000 New Yorkers with relying on adult protective services and domestic violence services with the social services block grant, which is also used in other agencies as well. All of these are vital programs that the city and state would not have the budget capacity to replace. The next slide again shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of the next portion of our presentation, Streamlining Access to Social Services. Now I'm going to highlight some of the work where we have successfully modernized and implemented process improvements to streamline access to social services and benefits. This slide shows a linear graph highlighting SNAP recipients in blue and applications in green. First, I'd like to acknowledge that DSS saw the highest number of SNAP applications, 36,000, and caseload, 1.8 million, since the period after Superstorm Sandy over the last several years. There was a surge of applications at the beginning of the pandemic, but because of our investment in Access HRA and the ability of clients to apply, recertify, and interview online and on the phone, we have been able to manage the surge and ensure clients get these important benefits. This next slide shows a linear graph highlighting cash assistance recipients in blue and applications in green. Turning to cash assistance, in the preliminary budget, the FY25 budget for cash assistance is $2.57 billion to support a caseload of 590,000 recipients through June 2025. The FY26 budget is $1.65 billion. $920 million, of which $468 million was city tax levy, was added in the November plan for FY25 projected cash assistance costs. This graph shows both one-time and recurring recipients. In February, there were 584,000 ongoing recipients and 5,500 one-time recipients for cash assistance. Although the one-time recipients receive rent and utility arrears along with other benefits, it's important to note that many of our clients receiving ongoing assistance also receive emergency payments for rent arrears so they can remain stably housed. In FY24, HRA issued emergency rent payments to over 55,000 households. Next slide. Along with SNAP and cash assistance, DSS HRA continues to support New Yorkers with other key benefits, including, but certainly not limited to, Medicaid, fair fares, and home heating assistance program. I cannot stress enough that automatic Medicaid extensions are ending. Clients must recertify their Medicaid in order to keep their health insurance. This is a requirement that is beyond the agency. It's not something that we have a choice, and we want to make very sure that we are getting the word out there. We are working to ensure that everyone who remains eligible for Medicaid receives ongoing benefits, and we have a robust outreach campaign to remind Medicaid clients of changes to renewal rules and the urgency of submitting renewal applications to avoid any interruption to coverage. We hope that you will work with us all to continue to remind your eligible constituents that they do need to renew. On another note, in collaboration with the Council, we expanded fair fares eligibility to 145% of federal poverty level and encourage eligible New Yorkers to submit for benefits as soon as possible. Lastly, in collaboration with the state, DSS HRA helps to provide access to home energy assistance, or HEAP benefits. Next slide. Oops, one after that. Thank you. This next slide shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of our next portion of our presentation, Addressing Homelessness and Housing Instability. Keeping New Yorkers in their homes, moving families and individuals out of shelter, and helping these households remain stably housed are all primary goals for the agency. And I now want to talk about our progress in these areas. DSS remains committed to connecting New Yorkers to permanent housing and keeping them stably housed. We made significant strides over the past year by strengthening our rental assistance programs, providing homelessness prevention services, and leveraging social service dollars to actually create more affordable housing. As a result, DSS has seen record-breaking increases in the number of permanent housing placements. In calendar year 24, more than 10,200 households, or nearly 22,000 New Yorkers, moved out of shelter into permanent housing placements using city FEPS. That was a 56% increase relative to calendar year 23. This is a subset of the nearly 15,000 households comprised of more than 31,000 New Yorkers who were able to obtain permanent housing or stay in their homes using city FEPS vouchers, reflecting a 43% increase year over year. Through our home-based homelessness prevention services, in calendar year 24, more than 19,000 households, or close to 40,000 New Yorkers, remained in their homes, and more than 11,000 households, or about 33,000 New Yorkers, received aftercare services to help them stay stably housed. And last year, DSS announced the launch of the Affordable Housing Services, or AHS initiative, to create at least 1,000 affordable housing units for city FEPS voucher holders exiting shelter. This program uses social service dollars to help not-for-profit human service providers either finance the purchase of or long-term lease buildings for use as affordable housing. We are proud of the progress we've made so far. DS has already opened more than 450 apartment units across 6 high-quality affordable housing sites in the Bronx and Brooklyn in partnership with not-for-profit providers, and over 500 additional apartments are in the pipeline. In New York City, 97% of people experiencing homelessness are sheltered, but that remaining 3% of individuals is an area of particular focus for the agency. Since the start of this administration, DSS-DHS has aggressively expanded low-barrier bed capacity, which are shelters that are particularly targeted to those experiencing unsheltered homelessness, also known as safe haven and stabilization beds. At this year's State of the City, Mayor Adams announced 900 new low-barrier beds, representing an investment of another $106 million in efforts to address street homelessness in New York City. These beds will start to come online as early as this summer, and the remaining beds are to be identified in the DHS development pipeline and brought online in subsequent years. DHS's safe haven and stabilization bed total will be 4,900 beds once all is said and done. Because of this investment in street homelessness solutions, DHS placed more than 3,000 New Yorkers residing in low-barrier programs into permanent housing during the Adams administration. And since the launch of the Subway Safety Plan in February 2022, more than 8,300 New Yorkers have been connected to shelter. DSS-DHS has doubled outreach staffing to nearly 400 outreach staff as of today to support referrals to low-barrier shelters. And now I want to talk about an initiative that I'm particularly excited about, Project Crib. DSS is consistently looking for ways to impact the lives of the city's most vulnerable. Last year, there were over 2,000 babies born in shelter, and there is no bigger way to impact a child's first days on this earth than to be born into a stable home. To support this mission, DSS will embark on CRIB, or Creating Real Impact at Birth, a pilot program to study the impact of housing stability on the newest of New Yorkers by providing pregnant people applying for shelter with support to avoid entering the shelter system. DSS is in the middle of drafting the rule changes necessary to advance with this study, and we expect the pilot to commence this summer. This next slide shows an image of the Manhattan skyline and presents the title of the next portion of our presentation, Creating Economic Stability. And now for our third pillar, Creating Economic Stability. We recognize that more and more New Yorkers rely on the city's resources to make ends meet. In addition to public benefits, rental assistance, and other essential resources we offer to help people get back on their feet, I will provide an overview of our career services and other supports that enable New Yorkers to secure steady income and live sustainable lives. In calendar year 2024, HRA helped 15,577 clients secure employment, an 89% increase over the calendar year 2023 8252 job placements. In FY24, Hire NYC, which is our initiative that connects cash assistance recipients to human service providers, broke their record with human service providers hiring 8,197 public assistance clients, more than 2,500 more than in fiscal year 23. In FY25 through the end of February, 5,564 clients have been hired so far, putting us on track to exceed last year's numbers. I also want to talk about the Pathways to Industrial and Construction Careers program, or PINC, which advances training, education, and job placements, particularly for, as you may gather, industrial and construction jobs. PINC has enrolled 11,026 individuals in construction and industrial training, with 653 completions thus far. We've referred more than 1,000 individuals to jobs, with 513 receiving job offers and 383 job placements, with more than 8 unions and public and private employers. Going forward, we will continue to invest in our career services programming. The Pathways for Access to Careers and Employment, or PACE contracts, begin October 2025 using the centralized No Wrong Door program model, with locations throughout the borough. The program will streamline and minimize travel burden, maximize access to all employment and support services, and foster stronger client and staff relationships. We'll establish an in-demand occupation and sector-focused approach that connects clients to skilled professions that offer family-sustaining wages, utilize labor market data to assist clients in gaining marketable skills for success and advancement in their careers, and streamline processes for vendors by offering a hybrid approach to engaging clients. I will close by underlying our ongoing commitment to break down government silos and improve access to services. The challenges DSS, HRA, DHS works to confront, bridge across agencies, and further, bridge across jurisdictional boundaries. Overcoming these challenges goes to the heart of creating the kind of caring, compassionate communities we seek to live in. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we have a number of questions here, but just based on your testimony, before I get to my questions, understanding that there's a real, threat that the federal government is going to cut vital resources, has there already been a conversation between DSS and OMB to start strategically talking through some contingency planning for the potential federal cuts?
We are actively working on contingency planning as an agency. At this point, it's too early for me to put any of the proposals out on the record, but we are still working through ideas. I will say there are no easy solutions here, given the magnitude of the potential cuts, And, as the budget director said, I believe when he testified, because it's not just DSS, right? It's every agency around the city that's looking at significant federal cuts. I don't see a realistic pathway for the city or even the city and state to backfill what's potentially lost from the federal government. It's really concerning.
You mentioned that, let me see, nearly 15,000 households comprised of more than 31,000 New Yorkers were able to obtain permanent housing or stay in their homes using city FEPS vouchers. So I'm trying to get into, without getting into the legality of it, but one of the changes that the council was advocating for was the ability to keep folks that are already housed with, threat of eviction housed by giving them, that would ordinarily qualify for city FEPS had they been in shelter, a city FEPS voucher. That kind of sounds like that's what you're doing here. So if so, how are you, who's making that determination? Like, how is this working?
So it's been long-term policy that there are certain category of households who apply through Homebase who are able to access city FEPS. There's a lot of very specific aspects to the rules, and we can certainly send those over, but generally speaking, households that are facing eviction and who have a prior shelter history are able to access city FEPS through Homebase without coming into shelter. And it's been relatively consistent that about a third of lease-ups every year with city FEPS are those clients who are applying via Homebase.
So I would understand, a third of the 15,000.
Right, so it was approximately 10,200, I believe, who were exits out of shelter using city FEPS, and then the remaining 5,000 or so were in community households, meaning that they applied through Homebase.
Do they have to be, the community vouchers, are those specifically for like the DV clients, or does it matter?
No, and the most typical category, as I said, there are nuances on the eligibility, but it is people who are facing eviction and who have shelter history, which could mean as a child or something like that, but that is a relatively strong predictor of who will enter shelter, so that is a population that has been eligible for in-community city FEPS vouchers for many years now.
Perfect. Just a follow-up question, well, just piggybacking off of that. If an individual, if a client is receiving FEPS, has a FEPS voucher from the state and they become ineligible, is there some sort of conversation that's happening between the state and the city that says, hey, this person doesn't qualify for state FEPS but may qualify for city FEPS, or is it on does it fall on the client to make that determination?
There's not an automatic transition from FEPS to city FEPS. Some of those clients will be eligible, not all of them will be, and we can certainly look at those on a case-by-case basis.
I'm just trying to figure out what is the most seamless way of making that connection, right? Because as people, just because you helped me with a case like this the other day, and it kind of, it triggered a whole bunch of questions in my own head about how are we connecting the dots? Because some of these folks are coming out of shelter and getting a FEPS voucher, and so we don't want them to go back into shelter should their circumstances change.
So the best option there would be for that family or individual to connect with their local Homebase office. We have 26 offices around the city. There are our staff there who can assist to evaluate the individual circumstances because it is very household specific. Administrator French, anything you want to add there?
I think you covered most of it, Commissioner. I think one of the things, it is based on each household because one will often come off of FEPS because they've also come off of cash assistance because you need to be on cash assistance to receive FEPS. So there has definitely been a change in income in the family, and we'd really need to look at that on a case-by-case basis.
I'm just afraid that people will fall off, the cliff because they don't know, right, that they may qualify and they may see city FEPS and FEPS as one. program, right? And so I don't know if it's on a state level that folks should be informed, right? That they should at least check, because in the case that the commissioner and I were discussing, the individual got off of cash assistance because they qualified for SSI. So their income didn't really change dramatically, right? They weren't getting enough income coming into the household to afford the apartment that they moved into coming out of shelter. And so there has to be some sort of connector that says, okay, listen, this person may qualify either to the client or to DSS. I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm really concerned that folks will just end up back in shelter because they won't know any better and they won't be able to make rent. Out of the 19,000 households that remained in their homes, do we know how many applied? Because that seems like a really good, and again, this is all really good. Like, I love the fact that we're giving out community vouchers, so it's not a critique, I'm trying to understand. Out of the 19,000 households that went through home base that were able to remain in their homes, do we know how many didn't make it, what the actual number was? Were there 40,000 applications and 19,000 made it? I'm trying to figure out like how.
I believe the home-based track record is something upwards of 97% of those served are able to remain in their homes. We can follow up with the exact number, and really home-based is able to help connect people to the full complement of services that we have for housing stability, right? So City FEPS is a piece of it, but so is connecting people to emergency rental assistance, helping to refer people to an attorney if they need it, and then also people will come to home base for other kinds of services, assistance with benefits access, or even employment assistance. So it is a wide range of services that home base is offering.
Want to recognize that Councilmember Ung and Councilmember Riley have joined us. Regarding the CRIB pilot program, could you just kind of walk me through that? So I'm a young person living in, I'm a birthing person, and I need housing. I'm living with my mother maybe. Are you encouraging me to stay with my mother, giving me the voucher, and I can stay there while I look for an apartment, or?
So when a pregnant person applies at PATH, they will be, we're going to be testing a couple of different models of rental assistance for that population. So some people who are enrolled in Project CRIB will receive a City FEPS voucher with the hopes that they can, as long as they know that their tenure staying with family members could be a shorter one because they have rental assistance, that they're able to remain out of shelter, or that because if they do need to enter shelter, right, if they don't have a safe place to stay, that they are able to exit relatively quickly. And then an additional cohort of people will get what we call our Pathway Home benefit, which is actually a payment to stay with friends or family. It's something that has been around for a while, that we've used on a fairly limited basis, but we think has potential real utility here. Something that is very interesting to me, and we alluded to in the testimony. During COVID, the numbers of families with children entering the shelter system dropped really substantially, which is frankly exactly the opposite of what I thought was going to happen. But I think one of the reasons that happened is because there were really significant federal income supports and families could actually afford to stay together. So we are looking to see, can we support people in staying with their friends and family, and that, in a moment of a lot of different change, right, associated with the birth of a child, this may be the most viable option, but we really don't know. So we are looking to test these two different models and to see which does best help pregnant people either avoid shelter altogether or have very short shelter stays so that we minimize the number of babies born in shelter.
So what are the qualifying factors for the subsidy part of it, the voucher?
So it'll be targeted, as I say, to pregnant people applying for shelter. We do still need to income qualify, so at or below 200% of federal poverty level, but other than that, we're able to have fairly flexible income or eligibility requirements.
So if they were living with a family member, they could still qualify?
Yeah.
Okay. And the Pathways to Home program, that is On a year-to-year basis,
So
or?
it's a 1 year, it's month to month, but 1 year payment to specifically to stay with friends and family. So with City FEPS, you have to have a lease of your own. So, you know, if you receive a voucher at the point of application because you're a shelter application because you're a Project Crib participant, you might stay with your family while you search for an apartment, but then ultimately you're going to have a lease of your own. With Pathway Home, the idea is that you actually are staying with your family, and we are able to support the costs associated with having additional people in the household by paying to the primary leaseholder.
Is that payment consistent amongst the individuals in the program, or does it vary by household?
There is a slight variation by household size, but it's largely $1,200 a month.
Okay, and that's, you said month by month, right? But
Yeah, I mean, so we don't pay the full years up front, but it's a year's worth of subsidy paid on a monthly basis.
Okay, okay. All right, that's thinking outside of the box, I like it.
We're trying.
Yeah, okay. So now I'll get to my questions. The threat to providers. Providers have reported that a portion of their budgets come from federal sources that are now vulnerable due to the changes in political climate at the federal level. These funds go directly to providers for a variety of social safety net programs. How does DSS plan to support providers if they lose significant portions of their budgets from the federal resources?
And as I said before, we are deeply concerned about the threats coming from the federal government. I talked largely about what is the proposed cuts that will affect the DSS budget and then our directly client entitlement programs, but certainly it affects our not-for-profit providers as well. We are in close communication with people. We are thinking about contingency planning, but the magnitude of the cuts that are being proposed are so large that there's no way we're going to be able to backfill them. So we are going to have to think about how services are delivered.
Are you talking to the providers, or?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because I would imagine that communication needs to be, that line of communication needs to be open until, you know, we have more determined outcome from the federal government. Okay, on February 25th, 2025, the House of Representatives passed a budget resolution for the federal budget, which will move to the next phase of negotiations between the House and the Senate. The budget resolution is expected to incorporate massive cuts to Medicaid and Medicare, food assistance, and other safety net programs that many New Yorkers rely on. Importantly, $1.91 billion, or 14.4% of HRA's total federal funding is for safety net supports, including food assistance, energy assistance, income support, and Medicaid. For DHS, $628.1 million, or 15.5% of its fiscal 2025 budget is made of federal funding, with most of it going towards family shelter operations. You've mentioned that you do have, you know, serious concerns about this. Given the federal threats to the social safety net, what is DSS doing in preparation other than, I guess, you know, speaking with OMB? Have there been any conversations with the federal government?
So we're taking really a twofold approach. One is the contingency planning that I mentioned earlier, to think about what we might do in the case of the worst cuts. And the other is really embarking on an education campaign so that we make sure that our elected officials and the general public are aware of how critical that these income supports are, and hopefully we can do some work to mitigate the worst of it, right? I want people to understand that there are 1.8 million New Yorkers who rely on SNAP, for example. A third of those are children, a third of those are older adults. And it's not just the impact on clients, right? Every dollar of SNAP spent in New York City generates $1.54 of economic activity. So I think one of the things that we had started doing in the context of the Farm Bill reauthorization, right? The Farm Bill is where SNAP is authorized and we know it's up for renewal. We'd started in the fall trying to build what we think of as our big tent coalition of people who can advocate for these programs. That it's not just the anti-hunger organizations that have been doing this work for a really long time, but you know, housing organizations should care about these entitlement programs, because if people are paying more for food, for example, they can't pay for rent. If a child is hungry, it's very hard for that child to learn. So we want the education groups involved. We want the business organizations engaged because of the economic impact of these programs. So we've been building that coalition. As I say, it was originally around advocating for SNAP and SNAP growth, but we will pivot that and use it to support the programs instead.
Yeah. It's really scary, but it's heartbreaking. I mean, at a time when we're facing, you know, the largest number of unhoused individuals in shelter, you know, food insecurity continues to climb. Like, this is a really big deal, and I think that, you know, we all need to be paying attention to what's happening in our government.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nonprofit organizations provide community-based human services on behalf of the city to most vulnerable residents. This is especially true for HRA and DHS. DHS contract budget totals $3.7 billion, which is over 85% of the agency's budget, largely related to shelter services. HRA's contract budget is $922.8 million and includes programs such as domestic violence shelters, workforce development programs for cash assistance clients, and food pantries. Many nonprofits are struggling because city contracts do not keep up with the actual cost of providing services, and payments are often delayed. In October of 2024, MOX launched a payback backlog initiative focusing on clearing outstanding payments from fiscals 23 to 25. How is DSS working with MOX to ensure that providers are receiving their outstanding payments, and what is DSS doing to expedite the contracting and payment timeline for these nonprofits?
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me start by saying we can't do the work that we do without our not-for-profit partners, and we understand absolutely that the not-for-profits can't do their work if they don't get paid. We are in a challenging place right now. It has been a difficult process on those payments, but it's something that we are very, very focused on. I will say it's a very complicated and nuanced issue. When the provider's experience of "I am not getting paid" actually translates back to a number of different challenges on the city side of things, right? It may mean that there's an invoice, we have received an invoice and we haven't processed the invoice. It could also mean that there's a budget modification that needs to be done. It could mean that there is a subcontractor approval that needs to get done. There's a variety of other issues. So what we are doing is really looking holistically at all of that and trying to expedite payments on an emergency basis. We're working very closely with providers. DHS in particular is meeting one-on-one with every single provider that we have, but we're also looking at the structural issues so that we can make this better going forward.
Does DSS have an accounting of all nonprofit contracting and payment delays? Because as I say, the issue of not getting paid is actually a reflection of so many different issues, it's not possible to create a single report or summary that says, here's everything that's at issue, or here's the total dollar value at issue, because, you know, in there could be new needs that aren't yet, you know, that they're real, very real to the provider, but they haven't yet been approved through the process, so they wouldn't show up on any report. So we're looking holistically, but no, I can't put a single figure on it. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, where the immediacy is in trying to resolve these issues, because the truth is that a lot of these nonprofits are already working with bare bones, and they're not able to make payroll, you know, and that's also right concerning, because we're talking about primarily Black and brown individuals that are working in our social service agencies, and we want to be able to ensure that they're paying rent and that they're able to purchase food and take care of their families. And so how do we, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, I get that, you know, I mean, these things are unpredictable, and that for a variety of reasons, these contracts can be delayed, but the fact that they're already seriously underfunded, and then on top of that, they have a delay, and many of them don't have the cash flow on hand, which I'm sure Councilmember Brewer is going to get to you in a little bit about.
We are absolutely approaching this with urgency, and as I say, it's really a two-track effort, so that we are, what do we need to do to get cash into people's hands today, and working very closely with the not-for-profits in very regular communication, so that, you know, we don't want to get anybody to the point where they can't make payroll, so that we're addressing issues on in a real-time basis, working hand in glove with the providers, but then also trying to tackle all of these more systemic issues so that, next year we are in a better place.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we need a better system. Do you know what the average delays and number of days is that providers are seeking in the contract registration and payment process?
So our contract registrations are in a relatively good place. Very little of what we're seeing right now has to do with registrations. With respect to the larger issues that I have talked about, again, it's really all over the map, because what the provider is experiencing is, I am not getting paid, but sometimes it is a mod, sometimes it is an invoice issue, it's very different if a provider is on enhanced review, which means we have to do more review of their invoices than when they're not. One of the challenges for this year in particular, as you know, at the end of last fiscal year, the city migrated to the Passport system. I am entirely convinced that Passport will leave us better off having everything in one system over the long run, but it was certainly a challenging process to get there. Because of the Passport migration, every contractor started the year with what we call a one-line budget, meaning, their budget is $10 million, but it's not broken out into all of the things that they actually need to invoice for. We did that so that we could do advances at the start of the fiscal year. It made a lot of sense, but it meant that with every single budget we had to go back and redo it from a one-line budget to an actual allocated budget, so it added workload to the process. So this year has been really challenging, and I'm not going to deny that we have real issues to solve, but we are absolutely focused on it.
Okay, I have a whole bunch of questions, but I'm not gonna ask them right away because I wanna make sure that while we have quorum, that we allow members to ask questions, and then I'll come back. Okay, Councilmember Caban, do you have questions? Is she there? Councilmember Caban? All right, while we get to Councilmember Caban, Councilmember Vilas?
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for being here to testify. I guess I'd like to go a little hyper-local. And I know this is a preliminary budget hearing, but certainly it is endemic of some of the challenges that we face. So in October 2024, a DOI report DOI examination finds compliance and governance risks at 51 city-funded nonprofits and flawed oversight of DHS-funded providers on page 73 of that report. It also states that local council members have a say or influence in the decisions to the site shelters. Can you describe what that actually means, role or influence?
So we always engage with local council members. We send a letter every, typically April, May, to both council members and to local community boards, soliciting sites for siting new shelters. And then as we do identify sites for new shelters, either through that process, which I will acknowledge is rare, but occasionally we do get a proposed site through that process, or not-for-profit providers bring us sites, we will do a formal notification process and then engage. We generally go to a community board meeting and then we have a community advisory board where the council member is, we work with the council member to assign members to the CAB. Virtually all the sites, the shelter sites that we do are as of right, meaning that they can move forward based on current zoning. We do that understanding that shelter siting can be challenging, but we do have a legal and moral obligation to provide shelter, and that it is important.
Commissioner, I guess I've never received a solicitation request, but I have received calls when shelters are going to be sited. They've included 10 hours before a shelter is actually being opened. And in this case, potentially a couple of months before, which is the first time that we have ever received so much notification. I guess in relation to this, this says our residents review this as we actually have a real role in the siting of the shelters, which is not true. We are informed, but we don't have decision-making authority. For the record, can you just clarify the role of the city council member in siting of shelters?
The city council member, except in the very rare instance where the site is not an as-of-right land use process, the city council member does not have a final decision-making over a shelter siting. I will note that there are a variety of concerns that we had about that DOI report. That is not the only one.
I'm sure you do. In terms of, I think that's helpful clarification because that language is often cited. We know the city has a fair share policy. Can you tell me how you manage the fair share policy? And in particular, my district has pretty much significant number of shelters compared to districts actually all around me. How do you manage this fair share policy?
So I'd say there are two answers to that question. There is a formal fair share process, right? So every non-emergency, and actually let me take a step back here. And this also gets to some of the notifications that you mentioned. Over the last several years, because the shelter census has increased extremely dramatically, particularly from the spring of 2022 through early 2024, right? We saw tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers entering the city, and it really changed the nature of our shelter system. There were points in time where DHS in particular was opening 3, 4, 5 hotels a week in response to the asylum seeker crisis. We absolutely did very short notifications in those instances. That is not how we like to operate, and not our standard operating procedure. It was very much a reflection of the emergency. With our more standard and contracted shelters, we look to do much longer advance notification. I know the site that you're talking about. As you note, it's several months. Even that for us is a relatively short notification period. So I think there is, when we were responding to the emergency, we had to use hotels because that's what could be turned on very quickly, and so we were there are more hotels in certain neighborhoods than others, and so it came to a disproportionate location.
Commissioner, this site, Chair, if you don't mind, in this site, it blows my mind actually that we would be building shelters from scratch or fully rehabbing a building to a shelter when our problem is homes. Housing individuals. So this is another circumstance where a building is getting gut rehabbed, that was a manufacturing building, for a shelter when we should be building supportive housing to bring down the census, because our community is a very welcoming community. We have had shelters for many, many years. But the concentration and seeing buildings flip into shelters rather than homes is problematic especially at the expense that we are putting into these temporary facilities.
So from my perspective, we really need, it's not an or, it's an and, right? And I am the biggest cheerleader for affordable housing that you will ever find. I started my career in the affordable housing space. One of the things that I am very proud of is that under my tenure as commissioner that we have really been able to expand DSS's housing footprint, including actually into housing finance. But there are literally 1 million low-income rent-burdened households in New York City, right? Any one of those households is an emergency away from needing shelter. The analogy that I like to use is this is really the emergency room for the city, for the housing sector. We don't want anybody to be getting their primary health care from the emergency room, but that doesn't mean that we don't need an emergency room. In previous years, previous administrations, there have been instances where actually apartment buildings, like full-on existing residential apartment buildings, have been converted to shelter. That, in my mind, is the worst of all possible worlds, because we are actively taking housing out of the housing stock and using it as shelter. It's my policy and our policy now not to do that, but we do need to add to the shelter stock. We are in about 18,000 hotel rooms. Those are poor quality shelter for clients, and they are very expensive for the city of New York. And while we are absolutely committed to reducing the size of the shelter census, given the size of our hotel footprint, we need to also be adding regular contracted shelters. They are better suited for serving clients, for being able to provide the wraparound social services that are valuable to us. They are less expensive for the city, and it's an important thing to do. Without speaking specifically to the site in your district, because I don't know the details off the top of my head, but generally there is more flexible zoning on shelters than there is for housing, so that there are sites that we can use for shelter that are actually not available.
Just the last bit here. This shelter is replicating a hotel model, which doesn't have what people need to be successful into transition. So I find that deeply problematic. But more importantly, I think what we see is a concentration of a siting in the same neighborhoods consistently with no DSS is not providing ancillary funding to support the local ecosystem that is absorbing, right, additional folks who need and should be integrated into community. So is there a thinking around an approach that when you continue to saturate communities with no ancillary investment in their local infrastructure, like the nonprofits that are there already serving the community are getting even more overloaded with service requests, and the city doesn't support those communities, and yet continues to say, well, we understand we have fair share problem, but not mitigating that at all. Instead, we see the perpetuation of siting in the same communities over and over again, and other communities receiving no shelter. So I guess we can have a longer conversation. I know we're working on a time to meet in the neighborhood. Our residents are very frustrated by an additional facility with no additional resources to the neighborhood. So we look forward to meeting you.
Happy to meet separately.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I think that part of the problem is that, at least from what I've witnessed, is that our community landlords are going to DHS and saying, hey, we have these properties, because they feel like they can profit better. They feel like it's in a short check, which is a problem. It's problematic. But Councilmember Velez is correct in that when we have so many, and now we have more people that may have specific social service needs, we may have that may contribute to more garbage, to variety, maybe more children in schools, maybe and the community still is operating with the same public dollars that they were right before the census count continued to climb. So I think it's a fair point to make.
Certainly, and we are committed to spreading siting out on our contracted shelters. We have a number in the pipeline that will address the remaining districts that do not have shelters. So that is something that we have said all along that we are committed to, and we are actively working on it. I want to just note that every shelter that we contract for does have wraparound social services, always have caseworkers, housing specialists, and then other services that vary depending on the population. Some have childcare, some have an employment focus, some have a healthcare focus. As I say, variety, but happy to talk about specific sites.
I've always said this. I've like thrown this in the air, hoping that it will catch one day. But I think like a more a community-based analysis of like what programs already exist in a community, like a smaller environmental impact statement, if you will, to determine. All right, we have 20. Locations for homeless, men, right? In a 10-block radius. Like, maybe it's not a good idea to add another one, right? Because now you're adding more and more density and creating pockets of poverty. You know, and even when we're talking about on the supportive housing end, like we've been having that conversation as well about how do you ensure that you're not just putting a specific, you know, we're not just targeting a specific population and then oversaturating in that way, right? Like you have to blend people. And I have a shelter across the street. Well, it used to be a shelter. It was, you know, thankfully under the de Blasio administration turned into permanent housing. But when it was there, I didn't know that those families were there. Like most of the time we don't know, right? And I am not opposed to having families, you know, living in shelter in my community because these are people that belong in somebody's community. Like these are people, right? At the end of the day, they're people. But there are challenges with some of the settings, some, you know, depending on if you have folks that are, you know, that have serious mental health and substance use disorder that require a more detailed kind of, you know, social service interaction, and that they're, you know, it's difficult, right? Because people are transient and they're coming and they're going. So it does, you know, beg the question, like, what are we doing to ensure that those communities that have more than their fair share are also the recipients of, you know, some, you know, resources that help to mitigate any of the unintended consequences. So I think that both things can happen, right? I don't think they're mutually exclusive. With that, because I don't want to lose quorum, Councilmember Caban.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to ask you about I've heard that there's a new policy, a sanctions policy that's getting set to start. I know it's something that's been used in the past by DHS is being brought back, essentially saying that shelter residents who engage in either misconduct or don't make efforts to obtain housing or public assistance can then be kicked out of the shelter. And so I just wanted to ask, you know, a few questions about that. One is whether DHS plans on implementing this policy at any mental health shelters or shelters that serve people with disabilities who have been granted reasonable accommodation requests.
Thank you, Councilmember. So let me just take a step back and explain what it is that we're doing before I answer the specific question. So we are launching a small pilot program that is really designed to build a culture of accountability across DHS. And when I say accountability, I'm talking about accountability for the agency, for providers, and for clients. And so what we will be doing is in the universe of shelters that we are starting, which does not, I want to be very clear, does not include any families with children sites. This is specifically for adults. That we are looking at instances where there have been issues of client gross misconduct, where clients have not been completing their independent living plans, or where they have rejected viable offers of permanent housing. When one of those instances occurs, DHS is going to engage first with the shelter provider and then with the client to understand what has really happened, right? Was it in fact a viable housing offer, or did a client with a disability, for example, get offered a unit on a fourth floor walk-up, in which case that's not a viable housing offer, right? So and there the issue is really accountability with the provider, right? We need to make sure that the provider understands what a viable housing offer is and is really working to make sure that that is happening. You know, if an independent living plan isn't getting done, why isn't it getting done? How can we make sure that we are supporting both the provider and the client in maintaining their obligations? If there is an instance where we find that the shelter provider has done what they are supposed to do, but the client has, say, rejected a particular housing offer, there will be a pre-notice. If it happens again, there will be another level of notice, and it would be on the third instance after we have done this very thorough level of support where there could potentially be a short-term discharge from shelter. That review does include our medical office, so that we are not, the idea is that people who have a disability that would prevent them from making the appropriate choice will not be impacted. And really my anticipation is that we will have few, if any, discharges from shelter, but that it is really about building this culture of accountability.
So I have a couple of follow-up questions. I just want to be clear and I thank you for sort of fleshing that out, but just to be clear for the record, that means that this policy would be applicable to mental health shelters or shelters that serve people with disabilities, correct? I understand the process you laid out, but I just want to be clear on that.
So people with disabilities are not concentrated in any one shelter. So somebody with a physical disability could, yes, be affected. It would impact what is considered to be a viable housing office
And the
offer.
mental health shelters?
Administrator Carter, are there any mental health shelters in the first phase of the pilot?
Oh, sorry. Commissioner, at this point, no, the pilot does not, but it really depends. Actually, let me take that back. Because in the mental health shelters, if a person is placed there who may not have a mental health issue, they're just placed there and they're not following or not working towards exiting to permanency, they may be subject to ECPS.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut either of you off. I just am conscious of my time and also my quorum. I can only participate while there's quorum. So there are a couple of things that really concern me about this. One, if you're saying that you anticipate this being maybe nobody, a very, very small number of people, then I would love to know, how many staff at DHS are being allocated to implement this policy and all the attendant processes that you're talking about, because we're talking about an overall system that's already under capacity, underfunded, and then allocating these resources to push people out of housing, and then putting it in the larger context, right, of saying, well, the ripple effect of that is that we are in a city and state and federal environment where people who are then pushed out onto the streets are open to other policies that are then removing them from the streets in violent and forcible ways. And then, just saying, okay, when you're doing that review about whose fault is it? Why isn't this happening? There's data that was made available under Local Law 3 of 2022 that 115 DHS and DHS contracted shelters that had 0 applications approved for supportive housing, or a number so low that it couldn't be reported for concern of identifying a specific individual, right, to protect their privacy. It really begs a question of, here's this, and I know you're saying it's accountability for all sides, but it seems like a shelter resident could be penalized when, for lots of different reasons, shelter providers aren't connecting people with housing opportunities. And again, I want to be very mindful of the fact that understaffed, not enough resources, all of these different things. So I guess I'm seeing the penalty for the shelter residents. What are the sanctions for the shelter providers who fail to provide housing and case management services under this pilot?
Right. So let me start by clarifying that we have hired staff both for DHS shelter operations and for our legal fair hearings team so that we can implement this in a way that is responsible. We also note that we are starting on a very small scale so that we can understand the implications and the workload. But I think you really hit the nail on the head when you're talking about accountability across the board. If a provider is not doing what they need to do with respect to, say, completing supportive housing applications, there will be no sanctions for the client. The consequences will be on the provider, right? We have a variety of tools that we use to hold providers accountable, putting them on corrective action plans, for example. It could certainly play into future contracting or lack thereof. So we will work very closely with the provider. The idea here really is that DHS is supporting the system across the board to get to the outcomes that we all want, which is exits to permanent housing, but recognizing that we have to be accountable, providers have to be accountable, as do clients.
So as part of this process, are you looking at a potential, does the process start with looking at a potential resident and then working your way backwards from there? Or is DHS auditing shelters automatically to ensure that they're meeting with clients on a bi-weekly basis and that information gets entered into the CARES, that documents like the case management is accurate and that they're doing things required by policy? Like what is the accountability part for the provider look like? Is it, well, we identified this person who may be a problem and let's see if who's messing up here? Or is it like you're regularly auditing that that the services are being met?
Yeah. I'm going to ask Administrator Carter to talk through the details of this pilot.
Okay, and then we have to move on, okay,
Yeah,
Councilmember?
thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the things that we're doing, this is a very small pilot, so we already have been meeting with the providers to do some training, to really look at the work that they're doing overall with their staff, with their leadership, to really think about how are they doing case management, how are they documenting their meetings, how are they actually running their meetings, how are they meeting with clients, what's the work that they're doing to make sure that we're helping clients move to permanency. So it is important that the providers are actually doing the work that they're contracting to do. So it's not going after a particular client, is show me the work that you're actually doing, demonstrate that to us. So when they say that Jocelyn Card is not doing it, what have you done? And how can you really demonstrate that? So we're looking in CARES, we're looking in case records, we're meeting with the client, we're meeting with the provider, so we're hands-on. We have hired a team that are going to be the folks that's going to be hands-on in the shelters, with the providers, with the clients. So it is not, just kind of looking at paper. It's going to be really embedded in doing the work. So it's an overall, if you didn't do the work, you can't submit saying this person didn't do the work. So it's both sides. And so my team is out there because it's accountability to, because they do, clients are going to have fair hearing rights. So if we didn't do the work, any one of us, this is not going to proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you. I just want to conclude by commenting that this seems a little bit backwards. It seems like there's opportunities for like CYA situations, and that it doesn't seem like this process is the best use of the very, very limited resources that DHS has. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. I want to recognize that we've been joined by Council Members Stephen, Brewer, Ressler, and Joseph. Councilmember Stevens?
Oh, good morning. How's everybody doing? I just have a couple of questions. One, I want to say I know our very fearless leader and chair, Deputy Speaker Ayala, has been working with you guys on this issue, but I just wanted some clarity around, especially with seniors and the city FEPS. And I had a senior who had an issue, and he was having some issue paying his rent, and he went to get support, and he was told that he should go to the shelter for 30 days. And so I'm just trying to understand, in this situation, and I always say this in a lot of hearings, is if this is happening in one incidence, it's probably happening in other incidents, which is why I'm bringing it up. And so I'm just trying to understand what the process is. Like I said, I know I've been working with the Deputy Speaker, and she's working with your office, and everyone's been super responsive, but I'm just trying to get a better understanding of this process, because telling seniors to go to a shelter for 30 days is insane to me.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I would agree that that is not an acceptable communication. We can certainly follow up on the who and the how, but we have a complement of housing stability programs at DSS. So City FEPS is one of them. We also pay emergency rental assistance and other one-shot support for people. Last year, there was something like $540 million worth of emergency rental assistance paid. We can connect people with an attorney. Homebase is really intended to be the gatekeeper there and helping people find the resources that they need, to the extent that we need to do some training engagement with our home-based providers. That's certainly something that we can talk about offline. City FEPS does have specific eligibility requirements, and simply being a senior is not necessarily sufficient to be eligible. But as I say, we do have a complement of programs. Our goal always is to keep people in their homes, and it does seem like there was a missed opportunity here.
Yeah, because that's my biggest issue, right? And I know that when the City FEPS voucher was passed, that was one of the things the chair kept speaking about, how are we keeping people in homes, and trying to pull back some of the restrictions to ensure that we don't have those instances. And so, thank you guys for being responsive, but I do want us to continue to think about how do we make this process a little bit more seamless, because I do know that there are a number of programs, but whether it was miscommunication, but even, like I said, they followed up. And even with the senior, they told him that they probably won't be able to help him for 6 to 8 months. And that was, to me, was just okay, so then what are they supposed to do? And then we're putting people in a perpetual cycle of, you know, trauma and poverty and all these things. And so definitely want to think about how do we continue to streamline that, because that was like, I was like, that don't sound right. And like I said, the deputy speaker was working really hard, and I know she reached out to your office, and you guys have been working really hard, but I really want us to think about how do we, whether there's getting information and making sure that all the council members have this, because I'm sure I'm not the only office that had outreach like this, to make sure that we have the outreach and we know all the steps and all the different ways. But like, what does this look like? Because he was like, I remember he was like crying when he was told he had to go to the shelter, and this is 85-year-old man who was like, I don't want to go to the shelter for 30 days, and he was crying, and that like broke my heart.
Right. No, I understand. And as I say, it does seem like there was some miscommunication here, and we're happy to follow up on it. I will say our home-based providers do amazing work. Their scope of work has grown substantially over the last, several years since the program was created. One of the things that we are looking at is how do we bring some of the more complicated case processing in-house so that they have more bandwidth to deal with the cases that are a bit more routine, so that it is, we are aware that there is strain on the home-based providers, and it is something that we are looking at.
And are you guys asking for additional staff? Is that a new need in the budget this year?
We coordinate very closely with OMB on all of our needs, but really looking at how we can make best use of the home-based providers and the contracts that we already have.
Because it kind of sounds like it needs to be a new need, no? That we need additional staff. If they're overstrained, they're overworked, it sounds like we need more staff so that they can have greater capacity, because burnout is a real thing, right? And so if you have people who are working and have overreach, it sounds like we should be thinking about how do we expand that to ensure that they are able to do the jobs, because this is hard work, right? It's really hard work to do this day in, day out, and so we want to make sure that they have caseloads that are reflective of this work and be able to deliver. So, just putting out there.
Thank you.
Sounds like
Thank you, Councilmember.
The last question I had, which would be really quickly, on the ACS side with the child care vouchers, one of the things they were saying was that there seems to be a 7%, 700% increase in low-income vouchers because of the eligibility requirements for low income for the vouchers. And they weren't able to give a real concrete example of like why there's such an increase in this population for low-income child care vouchers. They said we would have to come to you guys. So I wanted to know, did you guys have an understanding of what was this huge increase for in the low income vouchers? Because right now I believe we're trying to get $1 billion for this deficit we have with the vouchers.
Hi, Councilmember. I can take care of that one. Oftentimes, when it comes to child care vouchers, there's sort of different levels of child care vouchers based on how people access the vouchers. So for individuals on cash assistance who have...
that's the cash assistance that they said it's going to be about you guys are predicting about a 700% increase. I'm just trying to understand what that 700%
Sure. So child care is really connected to when we have mandatory engagement in place. And so individuals who have a barrier to engaging in training, education, or other things as part of cash assistance, we will connect them to childcare. That's considered the mandatory childcare for the city, where everybody on cash assistance who needs it must be given a childcare voucher. The city has had mandatory engagement on pause for the last several years, which has allowed ACS and others to increase the low-income vouchers. We will be returning to mandatory engagement as we have to, as it is a state requirement, it's a federal requirement. This, April, May, and we'll start to see probably the increase in our child care vouchers increase starting early summer. And so we've trended out where we think, the need will be with us, and that is sort of what they're indicating. Right now, there's about 23,000 individuals who access child care vouchers, and we expect that to increase significantly as we ramp up mandatory engagement. So that would be what they were referring to as it relates to their need that they're looking for.
Yeah, I know this is a major priority, but it has not been brought to us like a major priority, right? I think that, especially with talking with ACS and even with them in the conversations I had with them, I'm like, well, why is this just being brought up? Obviously, we can help support in speaking with the state, right? Like I know a number of us has been to Albany to lobby, and so it seems like we're behind the totem pole now, especially if this is something that we know that was happening. So I really want us to make sure that in these instances that we are using the council as well, because we are partners in this work. And, you know, it's right now working really hard to see that. So it doesn't seem like this is something that's new around the 700% increase, because the mandated requirements were going to be uplifted again. So just thinking about how do we push forward, because without that, this is going to be a huge loss because there's such a huge deficit. And so I'm really concerned. So definitely want to continue to talk offline to figure out how both agencies are working together to lobby, in addition to the work that we're trying to do here at council, so that we can try to get some of this funding restored, because it is such a great number. But thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I just need to set the record straight. We did exclude the mental health shelters from ECPS.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Riley.
Thank you very much. I think the biggest issue, and you know this better than I, this is more coordination with other agencies, is mental health on the street. So when you talk to Dr. Katz, I think what happens is sometimes they end up in his hospitals and then they go out on the street. So I guess my question is, when I go out with Be Heard, meaning social workers and EMS, they say their best support is Support and Connection Center run by Project Renewal in East Harlem. And that's psychiatric, OT, and nursing. And they say, why can't we have more of those? So that's my question. I don't know if that's you, I don't know if that's mental health, I don't know if that's the mayor's office, but it seems to me there's the answer. And Dr. Cass said there are 1,000 people, that's it. So why can't we get to that point? I know it's bureaucracy, I got it, but
So the
it
support
would calm my goddamn constituents down and everybody else's. Go ahead.
The Support and Connection centers are DOHMH's contracts, so I will have to defer to them on the specifics. With respect to the number of people, with all due respect to Dr. Katz, who is an amazing
We love him.
person, and we are very thrilled to have him in his role, but I do think the number is a bit more dynamic than to say that it's 1,000 people and that's it. This is a statistic that I keep coming back to again and again because it's so stark. I think it was calendar year 24. We were able to place, fiscal year 24, we were able to place 1,100 people who had been experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So that does not necessarily equate to a mental health diagnosis, but many of them into permanent housing. There were that same year 1,100 people who were discharged from inpatient state psychiatric care directly to DHS, right? So discharge planning meant send to DHS. So
that's a wash.
Yeah, exactly. So until we are able, the number of people at any given point in time who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness, and certainly the number of people experiencing acute mental health issues and unsheltered homelessness is a relatively finite number of people. But until we are thinking more systemically about how we are serving that population as a whole, DHS, DSS can continue to ratchet up its efforts, and we are, right? We are doing more outreach. We have more safe haven and stabilization beds. We are placing more people into permanent housing. But to the extent that we continue to be the safety net of the safety net, it's going to be hard to actually make a dent in that.
I'm just saying that it doesn't feel, if you listen, of course, if you read the tabs or whatever, that it is increasingly placing people. It doesn't feel that way. I guess not right now, but I'd love to hear more of a systemic, as you suggest, response to this. Right. I mean, these people are on the ground, and they're really clear that support and connection centers work.
And the support and connection centers are terrific. I mean, the space in, again,
only
it's
one.
a DOHMH facility, so I will defer to them on the specifics. I think it's something like 12 beds, and people are allowed
11 for men and 3 for women.
Right, and allowed to stay in. They're very time limited as well.
6 days.
Right. So very useful piece of the puzzle, but it is very much a piece of the puzzle.
Okay, all right. I not now, but I do want to hear more about everybody working together to solve this problem. It is number one in New York City now.
Happy to talk more about it.
Secondly, I think there was a cut, and maybe I'm wrong, to street outreach in Manhattan. Maybe Administrator Carter knows, but has that been rectified? Is that still existing? What's the story?
Yeah, there were.
By the way, she answers all my calls. Thank you. And you do too, but sometimes you say no. That's the problem.
Unfortunately,
She
I do
says
sometimes
yes.
have to say no. So there were some timing issues with the contracts around some of our outreach work. I think the funding that was added during the preliminary budget and announced at State of the City addressed the holes that we needed to address in the outreach budget.
Okay. Storage fees. That's a big one. And I really appreciate you get evicted, you put your stuff in storage. That's fabulous. But some of them, I don't know what to do with the contract. I don't know if they're the right storage company. Some folks have had their stuff in there since 2017. They seem to all be in my office, everybody who's had their stuff in since 2017. So I just would like to get a number as to what we're paying on storage and how we review it and who's paying attention to it, et cetera.
We'll have to follow up and get back to you.
Okay, but it's a big number. Just
Okay,
FYI.
and let's follow up offline about specific clients as well.
Okay. We took care of them, but, you know, I can take care of them, but I just know there's many more. The issue of, quickly, of the Windermere, that's at 57th Street and 9th Avenue. I want Goddard to purchase it. How can you help them do that? That's many rooms, ready to go, move in,
As housing, I assume you're talking about.
vacant,
Right.
SRO,
So,
beautifully restored.
without knowing any of the specifics about price or
They want
other.
70 million, the city says 30 million, let's go to 50.
Okay, so a program that we have rolled out recently that we are really excited about is our Affordable Housing Services Program. Essentially what this is a project-based city FEPS contract. I know you're very familiar with project-based Section 8. It is mimicking that structure, although the contracts include, in addition to the rental assistance, some maintenance and operation dollars, and light touch social services. We had 3 not-for-profits acquire 4 buildings over the summer. It was terrific because those buildings were fully leased up with long-term stayer clients coming out of the DHS shelter system within a matter of weeks. We have other projects in the pipeline. This is a finite budget, but happy to talk to Goddard about whether or not Windermere would be an appropriate candidate.
Okay, they want to be, and these are buildings that the nonprofit owns, or it doesn't matter?
We have both a lease and ownership model, but the ones that I mentioned from over the summer were acquisitions. so
Good, this is all
not-for-profit owns them.
acquisition also.
Okay.
So we can do it. Yes?
the devil's always in the details. We have to look at whether or not we have sufficient budget capacity
Okay.
as well as the details around the acquisition, but we are happy to talk to Goddard about whether or not this is a good candidate.
Okay, thank you. Then food quickly, so we're all concerned about it. How much has the Fed, or maybe I don't know if this is in your bailiwick, of cutting on terms of food? And then there's some hope that there could be more, programs working together to save funding and hopefully feed people. This is, as you know, a major issue right now. So I want to know what the cut is, if any, in terms of the feds, and then how we're approaching this issue of feeding people if, in fact, we're going to face this horrific situation.
Right. So the House budget resolution that
I
was
heard you
passed at
mention
the
it
end of
earlier.
February, right, included a $230 billion cut to the committee that administers SNAP. We assume that the bulk of that cut would translate to SNAP cuts. Our very rough estimate, and I should caveat that this is a very rough estimate, we don't have the data to do more detailed, is that for New York City that would translate to a cut of about $870 million a year. For a family of 3 on SNAP, that's a loss of about $1,500 a year, which is a very real cut. There are other cuts that are either in play or proposed to other feeding programs. There was an announcement, I think, last week that pulled back $1 billion across the country that was going to help schools and food pantries purchase from local farms. So the SNAP cut is certainly the elephant in the room, but it's not the only place where we are
That's my
concerned on the food side. Realistically, as I said before, I don't see a situation where the city or the city and the state comes in to backfill that in its entirety. The numbers are just too large. But we certainly share your concern. We're going to do what we can to educate and advocate. And then we remain committed to programs like the Community Food Connection, which helps to supplement, but frankly is never intended to be replacement for SNAP.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm a big supporter of West Side Campaign Against Hunger, and the feeling there is to coordinate more of the food programs, working with the city, because God knows any coordination could help reduce the overall costs. Well, that would take some city input.
Yes, city input, and we do coordinate very closely with the emergency food community. I would note, we support at this point over 700 food pantries and community kitchens, many of which are quite small.
Right.
On the one hand, that is probably not the most efficient way of doing it. On the other hand, we are also supporting very grassroots local not-for-profit organizations, which brings a certain value in and of itself. So, if we are in the most dire of situations, we may have to go for efficiency over those, over the broad-based, but there's challenging ramifications for not supporting the most grassroots organizations as well.
All right, we like the grassroots. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Riley?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Just my line of questioning will be regarding the street homelessness outreach and subway safety plan. In 2021, the state comptroller released a report that DHS wasn't effectively using their contract or monitoring their contract with BRC. Is DHS still contracting with BRC, and are you guys also contracting with any other CBOs for outreach?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, BRC is our contracted agency that does subway outreach. We work very closely with them. And I think even at the time, we disagreed with some of the conclusions from that controller's audit, and we have also since, in the intervening years, done a significant amount of work with BRC, and we very much count on the work that they do on the subways.
Can you explain the process of BRC going out to the subways and doing outreach?
Sure. Administrator Carter, you want to speak to the details?
Thank you, Councilmember. BRC is in the subways 24 hours a day, just engaging those who are experiencing homelessness underground. And so they are both at end lines and at subway stations where they rotate through based on, in terms of the numbers that we're getting. We look at where we're seeing high numbers of those who are homeless underground. My team is out just doing ride-alongs just because of that report that came out in 2017.
Do you typically see more homelessness towards the end of a subway?
Yeah,
line?
the end of lines. So we
the reason
do have
I'm
a
asking
pilot
this,
that we do. We actually do have a program that we do at the end of lines at high utilization stations where we see high density of those.
So the reason I'm asking this, I'm a hybrid commuter in New York, so I drive and I take the train. I cover the 12th district, so my train line is by the 5 train, Baychester, Dyer Avenue. I get a lot of homeless people that are on the train, and I haven't seen any outreach in my district.
We're there from 12 a.m., just to midnight, to 5 a.m. Because we are trying to catch those who are there very late at night with the end-of-line teams, and that is with BRC, our colleagues at MTA, and our nurses that they are also trying to engage those who are out.
So I had a parent come to me the other day, and she's seeing a lot of homelessness when she's commuting and taking her child to school. So I'm not sure if you guys should revisit a specific time that you guys are doing outreach, but I know in the morning time, I'm sorry to cut you off, in the morning time, you are seeing a influx of homelessness and people on the subway cars that are just sleeping in my district. That are riding all the way to Dyer Avenue, that are riding all the way to 241st, and they're taking the train ride all the way back. So I don't know if you guys could do some outreach in the upper eastern side in the Bronx, but we really would appreciate that.
Councilman, we would do that because we do rotate through, so we will certainly look at that. So end of line, looking at the 24 highest end of line stations, subway stations, and then throughout the city. So we'll pay attention, but we are on that 5 and 3 and 2 lines, absolutely doing that. So we're rotating those end line at night, but during the day, BRC is also out, so 24 hours.
And Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could also note, right, we have between DHS and our outreach contractors, BRC, and then there are a number of others that cover above ground. We have about 400 outreach workers. It is far and away the largest outreach program in the country, but 400 people covering the city the size of New York City 24/7. We obviously can't be every place in real time. Really strongly encourage people to call 311 because not only will we respond, but more importantly, I think actually we use that data to determine where we should be sending people. So that's really important information for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will definitely echo that to the constituents to reach out to 311. But please, I would just definitely like to see some outreach done in my district.
I will relay back to our outreach team and to the leadership that does that.
Thank you.
So
And my last
we're out.
question, do you guys also partner with other agencies above ground outreach efforts? Usually a huge issue I'm seeing in my district towards the Co-op City side is usually they're staying I want to say adjacent to the highway and the intersection. So it's like DOT's area. Do you guys communicate with agencies like DOT for those kind of outreach? And I could share the specific area that this is happening within my district.
We do. So we are involved and we do collaborations with DOT, State DOT, MTA, DOHMH, and us. We're out engaging and canvassing. So we are with a multitude of agencies doing those canvassing that are on the street. Our outreach team, contract outreach team in the Bronx is our Bronx Works team. So they're also out there along with our DHS directly hired staff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Councilmember Joseph?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to talk about a couple of things. FEPS. I have a constituent in my district who's been trying to contact Homebase, and that his old landlord illegally evicted him, right? And still receiving city FEPS. And he's been unable to meet with anyone at Homebase. Our constituents consistently miss housing opportunities due to slow, home-based, responsive, poor customer service. Can you give me an idea how you plan to improve? We know there's an increase, so definitely you'll need more hands or head count at the agency. New needs, absolutely new needs. We reached out to Homebase to let them know that he was illegally evicted on February 3rd. We did not get a response from Homebase until March 7th. Talk to me, Commissioner, please.
Absolutely. So let me start by saying that's not acceptable.
Unacceptable, and that's why I'm here.
We will follow up with you separately about the specific client on the larger issue, which of home-based capacity. We certainly know that there have been a lot of demands put on home-base, and that has impacted.
There's been a lot of high turnovers as well. A lot of staff are leaving, so that also should signal, as we mentioned, new needs, new head count. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we are aware that it's true. The home-based providers are terrific not-for-profit organizations, but there have been a lot of demands put on them. So I think one of the things that we're really focused on is what can we pull back in-house so that they can focus back on their core mission, and certainly hear your feedback about needs, and we will consult with OMB on that. And Administrator French, anything you want to add?
No, I think you covered it, but we'll follow up with you directly about that specific case, and so that we can talk to that home-based provider to make it clear that is not an acceptable way in which to engage with the community. So very
Quick question, why shelter clients are not receiving automatic FEPS and city FEPS renewals? Is that a normal practice?
So let me separate FEPS and city FEPS because the processes are quite distinct. So with city FEPS, about 75% of shopping letters, so the initial go out, you appear to be eligible, you have the dispensation to go out and search. About 75% of those are in fact automated. Those that aren't automated are because we don't have the data to determine upfront that they meet the eligibility requirements. So in that instance, the client will work with their housing specialist or their caseworker in shelter to do that. For renewals, there is a recertification process. It's automated for a certain subset of households that are on very fixed income, but because your tenant share does vary with your income, that there is a process that we need to go through.
And how long does that process take?
It's fairly streamlined. It can be done online, and frankly, if a client lapses, they can then they can come back and do it retroactively. So we see upwards of 90% recertification every year, and I wouldn't expect it to be 100% because people leave the city, they may unfortunately pass away, their income goes up. There's a whole variety of reasons why I wouldn't expect it to be 100%. So we're at about 90% recertification.
So why does it take so long for leases, for processing lease for voucher holders? It takes a very, very long time, and by then sometime the voucher expires, they have to start all over again, and if you have a family, and the whole purpose of it, if I get it right, is to move them out of shelter, put them in permanent homes. So why does the process take so long?
So on average right now, it takes from the point in time that we receive a City FEPS package until move out is about 3 weeks. There is some variation on that average, certainly, and I know there are instances where we've run into challenges and we have to do individual problem solving, but as I say, the average is pretty tight right now. I think what can take a much longer period of time is from the point where you get your shopping letter, right, where it says you appear to be eligible, go find an apartment, until we're able to get that package. And that, I think, is really a reflection of the housing market in New York City, right? We have a 1.4% vacancy rate, and it's even lower for affordable housing. It's part of the reason why we have started to actually use City FEPS to finance affordable housing, as I was talking about. It's why we've made City FEPS usable statewide so that people have more options. But it's really challenging. We've been doing a lot of training with our shelter staff to help them with the City FEPS processing, so that and a lot of outreach to the landlord community to try and also help with that search process.
If we had a room full of clients here and I did a survey, do you know what the number one complaint is? The lack of communication. And that's across city agencies, right? Not just yours. And that's been throughout this whole preliminary budget hearing. That's the one thing we're hearing. No one is talking to nobody. No one is talking to the clients, informing them and giving them a timeline how we move forward. I'm asking today on the record that you improve your communication skills with these clients. Let's talk about APS for a minute. Let's talk about Adult Protective Services. I have a client in my district who's been reaching out, and she's due to be evicted March 18. We've been trying to reach out to APS. No one has been returning our phone call. And this is an older adult. As Councilmember Stevens, this is very bothersome for me. So I came here today to find out some answers. She's been supervisor, they called, we spoke to them, and then they stopped communicating. So APS as well, I know there's an increase. I know there's been a huge 15% increase in demand. How many staffers do you have in that office? And how many people do you need in that office to get the job done?
We'll pull up the exact number of staffers, but we are reviewing, I think, 97% of cases within the time frame that is mandated by state law, which is our quite narrow time frame. APS obviously is
this case is January.
Cases.
We haven't heard from APS since January. Right. It is March.
Happy to follow up offline on the specifics of the case, but our APS does not have a particular staffing issue right now. What I think is challenging around APS is eligibility is set with very specific criteria in state law, so that people need, and we can read the actual specifics, but it is, people must be both unable to take care of themselves and have nobody able to do it.
But you are involved in this case, so that means she meets the criteria. So what is the standard practice for vulnerable adults in delaying up to imminent evictions? What's the process? So if she's in your care, she's APS, so that means she's already met all of your criteria, okay, right? So now, why is she not getting the support since January? We reached out to APS and no one has responded to her, and her eviction is March 18. Those are the answers I'm here to get today.
Okay, I can't speak to the specific case. We are happy to follow up offline. I don't know this particular individual off the top of my head. If something has fallen through the cracks, we will absolutely solve.
Through the crack is an understatement. Through the crack, Commissioner, is an understatement.
We are happy to follow up on the specific case.
And I'm ready to follow up right now if we need to, because March 18 is what? Tomorrow.
Understood.
Tomorrow. And this is an older adult that's in your care. APS, that means she's in your care, she met all the criteria, and she's here. So we need to do everything we can in our power. This is an older adult, vulnerable New Yorkers that are in your care.
So before we leave today, we'll make sure to get the name of the individual, and we will follow up immediately.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler?
Thank you so much, Chair Ayala. Really greatly appreciate your leadership of this committee. And it's good to see you, Commissioner Park and team. I give you all a hard time at these hearings, but I do just want to take a moment to say that I really appreciate your leadership in city service and your hard work. And, in these challenging times when we are so sorely lacking in leadership here in this building at City Hall, it's really important that we have steady, competent government leaders in these roles. And I'm grateful that you're sitting where you're sitting. And I'll take a second to say that I'm grateful that Ann Williams-Isom was sitting where she was sitting as the deputy mayor, as she was a great partner when we needed her, and she will be very sorely missed. I want to shift gears after saying nice things. I already texted her that she did a great job on a podcast last week. So now, but I do want to shift to some serious questions. I am just following up on Chair Stevens' smart questioning and leadership, very concerned about the implications of the mandatory work requirements coming back into effect and what that's going to mean for our child care voucher system. Based on estimates that I've heard from other city agencies, they think we're going to see 50,000 families, 50,000 kids that have child care vouchers today lose their vouchers next year, lose their child care next year as a result of this shift in policy. So I just would like to ask plainly, when will the work requirements begin to take effect? Is there a date certain? And what deadlines is the city legally obligated to meet based on either state or federal requirements?
We will be rolling out our mandated engagement requirements, which is, as Administrator French said, is something that we are required to do. The process will begin next month, not for every client all at one time, but we will be beginning next month. Clients will then have time before we get to any kind of consequences, but there will be, that engagement process will really start next month. The way that, I'm trying to think about the best way to describe exactly how the sanctions work. The sanctions get imposed for not meeting work requirements get imposed on the city, not on individuals, right? So we have deadlines coming up for that in the fall.
Sure, and I think what I can just add is, this is determined by the state and the federal government, so it's not something that the city can electively decide we don't want to do. We have been waiving these requirements for many of the past years when the rest of other states have implemented them. But as the commissioner said, we've come to the point in time where the state has made it clear and the federal government has made it clear that we need to reinstitute these to follow compliance with those regulations, and that if the city failed to do that, there could be significant fiscal implications for the city through fines and other things by not meeting those requirements. So we put it off as long as we can, but we are at the point where we are required to put this forward.
But is it fair to say that what I think you're hearing is a process that's going to begin in April, sanctions happen over time, and it's a gradual ramp up? This isn't like April 1, a 180-degree shift in policy?
Yes, and that's also taken into account.
Yes to what I said?
Yes, it's gradual over time, right? There will be tens of thousands of people we need to engage in this process. That's also been taken into account in our trends and anticipated usage of mandatory child vouchers, which we have discussed closely with our partners at ACS. So it's also not immediately 50,000 vouchers or whatever the number may be has to transition to
But
us. It is something over
we've
time.
heard rumblings that OMB is insistent on stopping recertifications of childcare vouchers as of April 1, which could have extreme disruptions for families in the middle of the school year. Have you been involved in conversations to that effect?
Now we have to defer to our colleagues at ACS on that.
I understand it's primarily a question for them, but you all are it's all interconnected here. And the fact that you're saying it's a gradual ramp up and it will be happening over a period of months, I think does give an argument that we shouldn't be disrupting anybody's childcare in the middle of the school year. I have one question on behalf of our friend, Councilmember Sanchez. The City of Yes included a commitment of $215 million for city FEPS. Could you provide an update on how that spending is currently being used and what criteria DSS is using for the expansion?
So we currently operate a City FEPS program that serves 53,000 households. We are actually the largest rental subsidy program in the country except for NYCHA, so larger than any other public housing authority in the country. We are very grateful for the City of Yes funding commitment to help us continue to expand the City FEPS program. We've been able to significantly increase the number of households that are exiting shelter with City FEPS. I think the number of households for calendar year 24 that exited shelter with City FEPS is a 56% increase from the prior year. We have not changed the criteria, but what we are really doing is making sure that the program is working as well as possible, and that we are getting vouchers into the hands of everybody who qualifies, and that they are, as many as possible, are able to use them.
Okay. Chair, might I have one more question? Thank you so much. I recently read an IBO report that DSS has a 10.3% vacancy rate, if that number is still up to date. But that number really is misleading, because since the start of the Adams administration, OMB has slashed 1,600 positions, over 1,500 positions, 1,525 positions from the DSS headcount, eliminated them altogether. So that's another 10% of headcount. So really we're looking at a 10% vacancy rate plus 10% of headcount is gone as a result of just extraordinary OMB budget cuts. And while I do appreciate that the team at DSS has tried hard to do the best you can with limited resources and limited headcount to improve food stamp and cash assistance processing timelines relative to where they were at the nadir of this administration, they're still far below what we all want. We're still only at 53% of cash assistance applications and 83% of food stamps applications being processed on time, way short of the 90 to 95% rates that we were consistently at prior to the pandemic. So just what is the plan for how we get back to actually processing? I know the caseloads have increased, but how are we going to start processing 90 to 95% of applicants in a timely fashion again?
So let me give you the January numbers, which are better. The cash timeliness rate is 71.7 and SNAP is 91.3.
That is better.
So we are absolutely headed in the right direction. And I should note that it's also never going to get to 100% because in some instances, clients will call in for their interview, on day 27, day 28, things like that. So, which is their right, but at that point, their case is probably not going to be processed by day 30. We also, as a matter of policy, will give extensions to people to collect documents, things like that. We think that is a better policy for everybody involved than cutting their case off, but it does mean that cases extend beyond day 30 for that reason. But I think all of the investments that we put into place in order to clear the cash and SNAP backlogs will really stand us in good stead. Right? We invested in significant technology. We changed processes. We're able to get waivers from the state. And so even though applications are really, and particularly on cash assistance, are at historic highs, we've been able to maintain and keep up with the volume of requests. So I feel like we are in relatively good shape going forward. I will also say that OMB has been a particularly strong partner with respect to hiring for cash and SNAP, those frontline positions have been exempted from the, 1 for 2
Yes.
policy, and we've been able to maintain the headcount.
I think that's in part a result of the fact that Chair Ayala, Councilmember Stevens, myself, and many others have been so loud on this issue and pushed so much and got so much attention around it that OMB had no choice but to make an exception. And I'm sure you were pushing inside as well, although you probably did it less aggressively than we did. Do you have a timeline on the cash assistance for when you think we can get back to processing those applications, 90 to 95% of those applications in a 1-month period?
I think we're on that track. It's going to vary over time. One of the things that happened during COVID was that there were a number of instances where people were granted essentially 4-month extensions on their recertification, which means that we now have a lot of recertifications due in a short period of time as opposed to even recertification numbers throughout the year. While we are exploring whether or not we can smooth that out, for the time being, we have very uneven processing. So, what I anticipate, and Administrator French should chime in, but is that we will have very strong processing numbers or timeliness rates for part of the year, and that it will be a little bit more challenging during other parts of the year, but that we are continuing to get benefits into the hands of people in a way that is responsible, and even when things aren't timely, it is slipping by a matter of days, not months.
Thank you. We are going to take a brief break just so that everybody has a moment to stretch their legs and run to the bathroom, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. What time is it? Yeah, 12:09. Okay, let's say 12:20. All right, thank you. Oh, okay. We'll try to make this as painless as possible. I'm gonna go back to my prepared questions. Commissioner, the preliminary plan includes $1 billion of state funding for the asylum seeker response efforts in both fiscal years 26 and 27, and $350 million in both fiscals 28 and 29, all of which is currently budgeted in DHS. The governor did not include $2.7 billion in her executive budget, and she said that cost sharing between the city and the state would not continue. Has there been any negotiations with the state to include this funding in the enacted fiscal 26 state budget?
Thank you, Councilmember. So first of all, just to clarify on the asylum budgeting, in general, because there's been so much uncertainty around what costs will be and which agency will incur them, funding has been parked in DHS and then moved around as needed. So, when you say that it's all in DHS, I think that is what you're seeing. There is ongoing conversations with our agency partners at the state around the logistics of that for the $2 billion that was first the initial $1 billion and then the second tier. The majority of that has been claimed already, and we are in discussions with the state around the logistics of those claims. I will have to defer to OMB on any larger scale discussions about more allocations.
Does the city plan to replace the state funding with city funding in the executive budget? Should that funding not come through?
So we are committed to our both legal and moral obligation to provide shelter. I am confident that we will continue to coordinate with OMB on the logistics of that financing, but I don't have the specifics on that right now.
Okay. On the City for All, the City Council secured $5 billion in commitments as part of the City for All housing plan in recognition of the importance in advancing holistic housing plan that could support working and middle-class New Yorkers and invest in solutions that meet their housing needs. Of the $5 billion, $215 million in funding was committed to City FEPS vouchers across fiscals 25 and 26. Was this funding added to HRA's budget in the preliminary plan? And if so, what was added in each fiscal year?
There was a significant add to City FEPS in this fiscal year. I can pull up the exact number unless one of my colleagues may have it faster than me. But hold on, let me.
Yeah, I can go ahead and answer that. So for City FEPS, we've added about $325 million in the preliminary budget for FY25.
Anything in 26?
We're still negotiating that with OMB, and they did not add that in the preliminary budget.
Okay. Okay. Additionally, $187 million was committed for over 10 years for City FEPS vouchers and social services to create permanent homes for those in the DHS shelter system. This commitment included the rehabilitation and conversion of homeless housing to create permanent affordable homes, along with an investment of $122 million over 10 years for affordable housing service contracts. Was funding added to HRA's budget in the preliminary plan for this? And if so, how much was added each fiscal year?
We'll pull up the exact numbers, but yes, we have been funded for our Affordable Housing Services Program, which, as I mentioned, is essentially our project-based City FEPS contract that allows us to help nonprofits acquire buildings. We're really excited about this program. We think it is a great way that we can leverage social service dollars to help contribute to the overall affordable housing solution. I believe the total amount of funding was about $250 million, but we'll pull up the exact numbers. If you want to keep going, we'll pull the exact numbers.
So it is crucial that the funding allocated as part of the City for All commitment is targeted to those with the highest risk. How is DSS ensuring that the most vulnerable people are reached with this funding?
Thank you, council member. As I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely committed to making sure that City FEPS remains an effective way to get people out of shelter, and that we're serving those most at risk of coming into shelter. So we've been really focused, particularly on the DHS exit side, in making sure that we're getting vouchers into the hands of everybody who qualifies, that we are working with our providers to make sure that they have the training and that they tools that they need to continue to help people exit, and that we're doing what we can to process. And I think the numbers that I talked about in my testimony really speak to that we've been able to just incredibly break records on the number of people who are exiting shelter with City FEPS. And I do think that the people who are already in shelter are really the most vulnerable, although, as I mentioned, about a third of the vouchers go to those who are in community who are really at risk, most at risk of entering shelter.
The preliminary plan includes $325.1 million, in city funding added in fiscal year 25 only for rental assistance programs. How is this funding amount determined, and can you provide a breakdown of how much is added by rental assistance program, including City FEPS?
So we coordinate really closely with OMB. I believe all of that $325 million is specifically for City FEPS. But we coordinate closely with OMB on a year-by-year basis to determine what the dollar amount that we need for City FEPS actually is, right? It is a function not only of how many people are receiving rental assistance, but what FMR, fair market rent, has been set at for that year, what's happening with rent guidelines board increases, a whole set of factors. So that's why we do the adjustment on a year-by-year basis.
Can you provide a breakdown of how much is added by program?
It was all for City FEPS.
It was also all for City FEPS?
At this point, virtually all of our precursor rental assistance programs have been consolidated into City FEPS. FEPS is a largely state-funded program, so and the remaining portion is funded out of, I believe, our cash assistance budget.
Okay. Is this additional funding an estimate of the need to demand for the whole year?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay. How much has been spent to date in fiscal year 25 on rental assistance, and how much was spent on 24?
Let me pull that up. Sorry.
Yeah, I can take that question. So for FY25 to date, this is through January 31st, we spent $753.9 million. In fiscal year 24, we spent $931 million. And that's across all of our rental assistance programs.
Do you know what portion of each of those numbers specifically relates to the City FEPS program?
Yeah, I can give you those as well. So for the City FEPS programs, or really the city-funded programs, we spent in FY25 through, again, January 31st, we spent $681.4 million. And in FY24, we spent for our city-funded programs $833.7 million.
Okay. City FEPS is now budgeted at $1.08 billion in fiscal year 25, but in the out years, the funding drops by 52% to $540.2 million. With the imminent risk of New Yorkers losing Section 8 vouchers due to the changes at the federal level, there could be a higher demand and need for City FEPS than what we have seen in the past years. The current level of need and the potential for increased demand are not reflected in the budgeted amount for the out years. When will the additional funding be added to fiscal years 26 and beyond, and how much, and will it be baselined?
We're coordinating closely with OMB on that. As I noted, because City FEPS is a function both of participation and fair market rent and rent guidelines board and income trends, it is very unpredictable, and so we coordinate on an annual basis with OMB.
Okay, I think you mentioned that the $323 million was all for City FEPS, but I think that is $308 million. You can look at it.
Oh, yeah, we'll confirm and circle back.
Okay. Regarding street outreach, outreach and other programs geared towards cities' unsheltered homeless population has been a significant focus of DHS in recent years. When the mayor first announced the subway safety plan, $171.3 million was baselined for the program in fiscal year 23's executive plan. After the mayor's recent SOC announcement that these efforts would be expanded, the preliminary plan included additional funding for DHS's street homeless programs, $71.6 million in fiscal year 25, $116 million in fiscal year 26, $123 million in fiscal year 27, $122.8 million in fiscal year 28, and $121.7 million in fiscal year 29. Despite additional funding added 3 fiscal years ago, street homeless and public transit safety concerns persist. The subway safety plan seems to have had limited success. How is the city changing its approach, and will the new funding be used differently?
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me start by pushing back a little bit on the idea that the plan thus far hasn't had a lot of success. I actually think that we've been able to connect thousands of people both to shelter, our low barrier beds, as well as traditional shelter, and even more importantly to permanent housing, right? Permanent housing is the goal for everybody, including those who were experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And it's about 3,000 people in this administration who were experiencing unsheltered homelessness, but who are now in permanent housing. I think one of the challenges is that there remains an inflow of people to the street, right? People are being discharged from psychiatric care or from prison, and they're being discharged directly to DHS. So part of the solution, in addition to the work that we are continuing to do to meet the needs of people who are on the street today, I think there is work to do, and this is really cross-system work, which is incredibly important, but also incredibly challenging to do to make sure that we are reducing that upstream flow of people onto the streets. But to answer the specific question about how the funds will be used, some of that is specifically for outreach needs and to address some of the ongoing needs that we've had for outreach. But the bulk of it is to increase the number of low barrier beds that we have, so safe havens and stabilization beds. We are currently at about 4,000 and going up to about 4,900. These are sites that are typically a little bit smaller, a little bit lower density, somewhat more flexible rules, and that are targeted specifically to those experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And we found that those have a very strong success rate in meeting the needs of people who have been living on the street.
How much specifically will go towards mental health services for street homeless individuals?
We don't have it broken out that way. Mental health services are frequently incorporated in the scope of services that are provided at a low barrier site, but there isn't a particular line item in the budget that is for mental health services.
Is the city expecting any additional support from the state that will impact DHS's street homeless programs and the implementation of the city subway safety plan?
So we work really closely with state partners, and they are quite involved in the overall universe of services that we provide, even if it's not flowing directly through our budget, right? So the state has been investing in their SOS teams, so they are also doing outreach with a particular clinical bent. We find that to be very helpful. So that has been very useful. There's other programming. They support much of the shelter-based ACT teams. So these are mobile mental health teams that can provide support to those who are in shelter and then after they leave shelter. So that's another important state resource where we coordinate closely. The governor's budget included some funds that we think could be very important, funds to expand the Welcome Center model that we have, which is this functions essentially as assessment for those experiencing unsheltered homelessness. But the basic idea is that, if you engage with an outreach worker on the subway platform at 2:00 in the morning, it's very difficult to for anybody to make a good decision for what a long-term placement might look like. So the Welcome Center is an opportunity to come inside, get a bed, a shower, a meal, sleep, and then the DHS staff and provider staff can work to determine what the next move is. It's something that we have one in the Bronx and one in Brooklyn. It has worked very well. So the governor's budget includes funding to expand that. Whether or not it will make it all the way through the budget process is still to be determined.
So as more households are enrolled in and staying on cash assistance for longer periods of time, according to the PMMR, the number of persons receiving cash assistance was 580,900 for the first 4 months of fiscal year 25, which is a 17% increase from that period last year. The November plan added $920 million for cash assistance. As of the preliminary plan, cash assistance makes up 19.4%. 19% of HRA's fiscal 2025 budget at $257 billion. However, the cash assistance budget drops by 35.8% to $1.65 billion in fiscal year 26. Is a substantial increase in funding within the current fiscal year an estimate of the need for the whole year, or do you expect to add more funding in the executive plan?
We believe that we're fully funded for this fiscal year, and we'll coordinate with OMB going forward.
Okay. And how much was actually spent on cash assistance in fiscal year 24?
Let me pull that up. We'll see who gets there faster.
Yeah, and just while you look for that, given that the need is increasing, will the funding be baselined in the budget to be increased, or when?
Total spending for FY24 was about $2.4 billion. That's total, so that's not just city funds, but the total, and we are coordinating with OMB on future funding.
And baselining all of it?
We are coordinating with OMB to determine how to proceed.
Okay. We just had this song and dance with Jock the other day. Okay. CFC funding. Community Food Connections is a vital resource providing much needed food to the city's vast network of food pantries and soup kitchens. This program is especially important given the current number of asylum seekers in the city who are not eligible for many public benefits programs. In the fiscal year 25 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to increase and baseline the budget to $60 million to help combat the high levels of food insecurity in the city, which persists today. As of the preliminary plan, the fiscal 2025 budget for CFC totals $60 million. However, the funding dropped substantially to $20.9 million in fiscal year 26 and in the out years. This is a critical program for families in need. Will funding be added for this program, and if so, when and how much?
Yeah, understood on the need. We agree with you on the critical nature of the program, and we are coordinating with OMB on that one.
Okay. Do we know what the actual spending thus far in 25 is, and how much was spent in fiscal year 24?
We spend the full allocation. It's dispersed out to the not-for-profits so that they can purchase food. I'm not sure if we have the spending to date, but it tracks fairly proportionally to where we are in the fiscal year.
Yeah, I don't have the spending to date offhand, but we make sure to reallocate all of the funding every single year to make sure we spend every dollar.
All right, can you get those numbers to us? Yep. That would be great, thank you. A report from IBO published in November of 24 found that the Bronx has the highest food insecurity rate, yet it has the second lowest number of active site hours. What is HRA doing to specifically address the food access need in the Bronx, and what is the distribution of CFC providers amongst the 5 boroughs?
So for food pantries by borough, there are 223 in Brooklyn, 122 in the Bronx, 97 in Manhattan, 152 in Queens, and 26 in Staten Island. And for community kitchens, it's 26 in Brooklyn, 15 in the Bronx, 34 in Manhattan, 10 in Queens, 4 in Staten Island. I'm going to ask Jill Berry to talk about the process that we go through to set food allocations.
So first of all, I do want to recognize that we do note and notice that there are fewer pantries in the Bronx probably than there is need in the Bronx. And we have been talking with our partners at United Way, City Harvest, and Food Bank about food allocations going forward, how we can better coordinate. But I think we know that one of the issues in the Bronx and other neighborhoods in the city, quite frankly, is that there's just not a lot of infrastructure for food pantries, existing food pantries, to receive the funding, and we do want to think about how we do that better going forward through potentially capacity building grants or other things that can build up pantries. In the meantime, we do things like working with food pantry providers who have mobile pantries who can bring food to locations like the Bronx that may not have as many pantries or infrastructure. But in terms of setting the allocations every year, we start with the pantries that we've been working with. We do have an open rolling application process throughout the year. We look at the supply gap analysis, and then we take into consideration how much pantries have received in the past, what their capacity for receiving more food is, and we have taken into consideration in past allocations things like at the end of COVID, when there was a loss of SNAP benefits, when the SNAP benefits were reduced, we looked at the neighborhoods that were most impacted by that, and we took that into consideration. As we have opened up more of the emergency shelter locations that don't have, where there are many people who are not in receipt of benefits to purchase their own food, we have made additional allocations to pantries in those neighborhoods too, and we will continue every year to look at, in addition to the regular supply gap analysis and the capacity of pantries, any other external factors that may be playing a role to help us determine where we should be allocating more food. And we do need to work more on capacity building for places like the Bronx and other neighborhoods that we do see that there is a high food need and not a lot of pantries. So I don't have the answer yet. It is on our radar. It is something we are talking to.
I mean, I think a creative way to maybe go about it is working with some of the local schools. I know that we have a couple of pantries located in some of our schools in the South Bronx, maybe one or two, not too many. Working obviously with the churches and the senior centers. That way, you're going straight to the root of the, community. Okay. As we agreed upon in fiscal year 25's adopted budget deal, the eligibility for fair fares was expanded to include those making up to 145% of the federal poverty level, up from 120% of the FPL. This became effective on January 7th. Funding for this expansion was added in fiscal year 25 only. 10.8 million in new funding and 10 million in unspent funding rolled from prior fiscal years. As of the preliminary plan, the total budget for fair fares for fiscal year 25 is 117 million and drops to 96.3 million in fiscal year 26 and the out years. Why did it take more than half of a fiscal year to implement the FPL increase and the 20.9 million in additional funding, which was estimated as the cost to expand the program, has not been baseline? When will the funding be added to the increased fair fares baseline budget?
With respect to timing of the implementation of the income limit change, we had to make some rule changes. We also wanted to make sure that we were using the most current definition of the federal poverty line, which is what took the time there, and then we are coordinating closely with OMB on the budget.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit of the outreach efforts to ensure that everybody that is eligible is aware of the change?
Absolutely. We have funding that we are launching an outreach campaign shortly, where we'll actually be able to do, paid media and otherwise really aggressively get the word out. But in the meantime, we have been using social media. I believe we've shared a social media kit with every council member's office. Certainly happy to re-up that as needed, but it is, we talk about it in all of our engagement with community groups. So we do think it's important. Have been doing some outreach, as I say, been doing outreach already, and we'll be really ramping that up very shortly.
Okay. Do you know what the uptake rate has a percentage of those eligible applying for the benefit has HRA seen since the new FPL was implemented?
We haven't seen much of an uptick yet, but frankly not surprised. When we increased from 100 to 120, it took several months before we saw a change.
Okay. We would like to see the eligibility continue to expand so that more people in need are able to enroll in this vital program. What is HRA's estimate for the cost of expanding the program to 200% FPL?
I don't know if we don't have that off the top of our heads, but we can certainly follow up.
Thank you. Okay. According to the PMMR, there has been an increase in participation in cash assistance, SNAP, and Medicaid, with a 17% increase in cash assistance, a 6% increase in SNAP, and a 2% increase in Medicaid. What is the current average monthly volume of new applications for each SNAP, cash assistance, and Medicaid? And how does this compare to pre-pandemic levels?
Sorry, I've got this. Just a moment. All right, so applications, this is average for the fiscal year. For cash assistance, just over 48,000. For SNAP, about 33,500. And for Medicaid, almost 32,000. I can give you January month numbers as well. Certainly cash assistance applications are substantially higher than they were pre-pandemic. SNAP is moderately higher, and Administrator French, do you know off the top of your head on Medicaid?
We'll have to get back to you on Medicaid, and I'm not 100% positive.
Okay. Are there bigger delays in each program for processing new applications or recertifications or renewals?
No, we have been able to resolve our processing deadlines, or backlogs, excuse me. We are moving through on a prompt basis. We will, as I mentioned earlier, we're never going to be at a place where we process 100% of cases within 30 days because we do give extensions, and because clients will call for their interviews sometimes towards the end of the month, but we are aggressively moving cases and are staying on top of that.
We would like to get a better understanding of the budgeted and actual staffing levels for key benefit programs. How many budgeted positions are there for roles that support the administration of each of the following programs? SNAP, cash assistance, Medicaid, and rental assistance.
Yep. For SNAP, it's 1,225. For cash assistance, 2,342. For Medicaid, it's 955. That's specifically around Medicaid eligibility and administration. I will note the majority of Medicaid recipients in New York City are actually processed by the state, so we have a relatively small slice of the Medicaid population. For rental assistance, it's a somewhat more challenging answer. There's 348 budgeted positions specifically within the Homelessness Prevention Administration, but we really have people across the agency and across both DHS and HRA working on rental assistance. So for example, Administrator Carter's staff that work on shelter administration are involved in the rental assistance process because we want to make sure that we are getting packages completed and processed before they ever get to HRA. So as I say, there's 348 that are specifically within that rental assistance world, but it is a much broader universe of people that actually touch it.
Are there any vacancy rates in any of those units?
Sorry, I don't have those with me. We can follow up. As I noted earlier, particularly with Cash and SNAP, OMB has been a very good partner. We have been filling those positions aggressively, and they are not subject to the 1-for-2 allocation process.
Is the current, would you say that the current need is greater than what is budgeted?
We are keeping up with our application processing and recertifications, and so we are comfortable with where we are.
Okay. Is HRA currently using overtime to meet the demand?
We use overtime on a very strategic basis across the agency. But I will say we took a substantial peg last year on our overtime budget, and we are meeting our peg, or on track to meet our peg while still meeting all of our processing deadlines.
Oh, congratulations on that. I know that must be difficult. HRA's home-based support city FEPs and community clients to maintain stable housing. It is a network of community-based organizations that provide homelessness prevention services. What is the current fiscal 2025 budget for home base? Is that amount baselined?
Hold on just a minute, I'm pulling that up.
For home base, the FY25 budget is $63.5 million. That amount, in the baseline budget, we have a little over $55.2 million. And again, we're working with OMB to assess our budget and make sure that we have, funding to meet our needs in the out years.
Do we know what the actual spending to date in fiscal year 25 is, and how much was spent in fiscal year 24?
Yeah, to date, as of January 31st, we spent $44.9 million, and in FY24, we spent $59.5 million.
Okay. In the January City FEPS oversight hearing, we heard from the public that the demand for City FEPS application renewals and other rental assistance services that Homebase provides cannot be met with the current staffing level of funding budgeted. We have also heard that CBOs are having difficulty hiring and maintaining adequate staff levels. As the PMMR notes, in the first 4 months of 25, this program has over 10,600 enrollments, which is a 9% increase compared to the same period in the year prior. How many contracted providers are within Homebase, and what is the current case ratio for home-based staff?
There are 26 different offices operated by 7 different providers for Homebase. I don't believe that we don't structure it as case ratios because people may come and some people may need assistance on an ongoing basis. Other people will come in, will process the case, and they will move on. With respect to the larger issue, we are aware, as I talked about earlier, that there is significant demand for home-based services right now. We know that our providers do triage cases that somebody who's facing an immediate need, potentially looking at immediate eviction, is typically seen pretty quickly. Somebody with a longer-term need, there may be a wait time for an appointment. We are looking at what we have asked our home-based providers to do, whether or not we can bring some of those services back in-house so that they can really concentrate on their core services. I think there has been some expansion of mission in recent years. We are cognizant of those wait times, and that's something that we're looking at.
Does HRA plan to increase the budget and headcount for Homebase to match the need?
It's something we'll monitor and coordinate with OMB.
Okay. Launched in 2015, ID NYC is the largest municipal ID program in the country. In fiscal year 2024, 200,922 ID NYC applications were processed, and 183,682 cards were issued. Additionally, in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025, the number of cards issued and the number of applications processed both increased when compared to that of the same period in fiscal year 24. The PMMR indicators show that there has been an increase in the utilization of ID NYC. How much has been spent to date on fiscal year 25 on ID NYC, and how much was spent in fiscal year 24?
up. And IDNYC is largely a personnel-based program. So the spending is primarily on the staff that operate the program. So the FY25 budget is 17.8 million, 17.9 million, of which 15.7 is for personnel. The actual spending for FY24 was about 14.5 million. I will say that we have been, IDNYC processing is happening timely, and we routinely have available appointments. So we are seeing that we are keeping up with IDNYC demand.
As of the preliminary plan, the fiscal 2025 budget is 13.7 million, dropping in fiscal year 26, and in the out years to the baseline budget of 12.3 million. Why is the funding for this program decreasing for fiscal year 26 and beyond?
So we should follow up on the exact numbers. Those don't quite align with our records, but there is a reduction over time on the IDNYC budget. We are investing in technology that is going to allow for people to do online applications for IDNYC. We will still have in-person, but it will allow us to achieve some efficiencies.
All right. And what is the budget headcount for IDNYC for fiscal year 25?
175 people.
175. How many positions are currently filled?
Hold on.
Currently, there are 144 positions filled.
Okay, and how does that compare to pre-pandemic budget headcount?
The pre-pandemic headcount was higher. We have we had more offices that were serving fewer people. We have been able to achieve some economies of scale while still meeting all of our demand. So we feel like the program is in a good place. Administrator French, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that through online appointments and other things, we've been able to keep up with demand and have ample appointments across the city for individuals to make sure that they can get an IDNYC card.
Madam Chair, can I just say, I love Luke, who works there.
I've heard that before.
I love Luke.
The only question I have following that is, has the agency received an increase in applications in specific boroughs? Because I know in the Bronx, for instance, we only had one IDNYC office, and then we were able to add a second. But it's, it's a pretty big borough. If you live, in City Island, you're not going to want to travel all the way, to the South Bronx to an IDNYC office, or you may not be able to, right? How do you consider where to strategically place offices and how many offices you have to meet the demand so that we're not making it harder or an inconvenience for folks to be able to obtain a card?
Sure, I'll have to get back to you on specific borough numbers. I don't have those with me, but the teams do assess and look at the trends over time to look to see that we have enough appointments in each one of the locations that we have to make sure that we meet the need, as well as identify areas where, we maybe need to think of other ways to approach it. One of the things we are looking forward to is the ability to transition, some applications at least to online will further help people
I agree.
where they live to apply for IDNYC in a simpler way. But it is something that we consistently are looking at to make sure that we sort of adapt as we need to what the needs are.
We also have the capacity to do pop-up application events as needed to address particular pockets of demand.
And we've partnered, I know, with many council members and continue to also do things at council member offices.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm done with my line of questions. I think we have a follow-up question from Councilmember Aviles and Brewer in that order. Councilmember Aviles?
I'm sorry, I thought, thank you. Can you hear me? No? Okay. Try again. Now? Kind of, sort of, it's just low. Okay, I'll use my outside voice. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. So I'd like to ask a little bit, I guess I have two distinct questions. Has the agency, can the agency supply the council with a copy of their preliminary racial equity plan?
I don't have it with me, but yes, we can certainly follow up.
Great, thank you. Also, in terms of right to counsel, why is the administration planning to penalize providers 10% in their contracts?
So let me talk about that. I wouldn't frame it quite that way. So Right to Counsel is an essential program. We think it is really important that we are getting all eligible clients access to legal assistance. We did not traditionally have performance-based contracts. We have pivoted to including some performance standards in the contracts because, similar to what we talked about in the context of DHS, we think it's important that we are across the board accountable to the standards that we hold. We have just passed that first 6-month metric. All of the providers qualified for the performance standards for that first 6 months. I will note there's variations in performance. Not to say that there isn't variations in performance, but the way the standards were designed, we gave points for a variety of different factors, and then we will continue to use that as a way to strengthen provider performance going forward.
So given that the current contracts only cover about 1/3 or 40% of eligible tenants, would you consider withholding this additional 10%, digging into the available program dollars?
I'm not sure where the third to a quarter comes from. That doesn't exactly align with our numbers. Happy to dig in with you offline, but I think, as I say, we have not withheld funds from anybody at this point. All of our providers qualified for the initial performance allocation. But I think, one of the things that we want to do is make sure that we are using dollars strategically. If we do not use them, if a provider is not meeting the performance goals, which means that there are clients that are not getting served, we want to have the opportunity to reallocate those funds and use them in a way that will get services into clients' hands.
So at the end of, I guess if you could talk to me about how the plan operationalizes after you meet your contractual obligations, does that 10%, is it reimbursed to the organization, or what happens with those resources?
We've done it we split it into 2 pieces. So for the first half of the year, so for 5% of funds, because all the providers met their performance standards, they are now able to invoice that and we'll make the payments.
Okay, and then so at the end of the contract period, the second 5%
Yep.
is reimbursed. Great. Great, thank you. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you. I have 2 quick questions and then some budget ones. Just the state FEPS program. There isn't one now, correct? No state FEPS program.
So there is a state FEPS program. It is specifically for families with children under the age of 18 on cash assistance who have experienced or are facing eviction. So it's a much narrower eligibility definition than, say, city FEPS, but it is an important
And my
tool.
understanding is that some of the state officials are trying to increase and make it broader, blah, blah, blah. Are you working on that?
I'm not familiar with those specific conversations, but we're happy to engage with any elected
I would
officials.
suggest and work with Brian Kavanaugh. He wants it very much.
Okay.
And then just quickly, I know this is not just you, but if you talk to some of the nonprofits who are doing supportive housing, they have 100 vacancies. So my question is, that's HPD, but those are your clients. So how do you all work together?
So we coordinate very closely with all of the agencies that are involved in the supportive housing. We talk about supportive housing as if it's a monolith, but as I think you know, council member, right? It's a bit of a collection of different programs.
Yeah.
We manage the placements directly for about half of the supportive housing units that are in New York City, give or take. Then there are other agencies. Many of them are state administered, and a handful from other city agencies. What I can say is that for the city administered and the vacancies that are filled through city processes, vacancy rates are quite low. I mean, across the board, I would actually say the vacancy rates are quite low. We're at about 95% occupancy for all supportive housing in the city of New York, but there is variation. The vacancy rates tend to be a bit higher for two categories of units. One for older units that are either SRO style, right, so people don't have their own bathrooms and kitchens, or shared units. And then the other category that tends to have slightly higher vacancy rates are some of the state units where the tenant share is such that people are effectively paying about 70% of their income in rent.
Okay. These are all 30%, but I won't get into it. It's frustrating to hear that.
Happy to follow up on specific projects.
Preliminary plan includes an additional $554.2 million of city funding in 25 only for non-asylum shelter costs. Since April 22, when we first started to see the influx of the asylum seekers, there's a 26% increase in the non-asylum shelter census. In April 22, the census was 45,189, and at the end of February, the non-asylum census was 57,000. Currently, for right now, fiscal 25, $2.4 billion is budgeted for non-asylum shelter costs, which drops to $1.9 billion in FY26. How much of the funding added in the preliminary plan relates to singles and adult families versus families with children?
I am not sure we have it broken out that way, but can certainly follow up. My colleagues may be able to contradict me. I will say it is for city funds. It's likely to be more for singles than for families, just because on families we claim state and federal revenue. So not necessarily a reflection of need, but a reflection of the technical budget split. I do want to address those census numbers that you read off, all of which are correct, but the census dropped really precipitously during COVID. That I think the income supports that the federal government was offering during COVID, right? So
Got people to stay in their homes.
They played a really meaningful role, and as those income supports have been rolled back, what we're seeing is higher demand for DHS shelters. We've been able to really continuously increase the number of exits that we are seeing out of the DHS shelter system, particularly subsidized exits. It's something that I'm very proud of, but the demand figures are also relatively strong. We remain below our pre-COVID numbers for our non-asylum DHS census, and we are working very hard to make sure that we are continuing to keep our exit numbers high.
Okay. Sort of along those lines, how much of the funding added is because of the increase in census, which is what you talked about, and how much is related to the increase in the cost of providing shelter?
I mean, I think both of those are a factor. We have somewhat more people in the system, as I say, below our pre-pandemic numbers, but we do have more people in the system than we did a couple of years ago. There's also cost increases associated with wage adjustments, with costs for things like insurance and food and other factors as well that we have to manage.
What's the total spent to date in FY25 on DHS's non-asylum shelter costs?
Going to look and see right now if we can split it out that way. If we can't, we will certainly follow up. But let us follow up with that number.
Okay. What is DHS's projection for the non-asylum shelter census? Now, you indicated that it's less than pre-pandemic, but what is the projection?
Sorry, the projection of what the census will be?
Yes, even, I know it's less than what it was previously, but it's still, you said it's still going up. Just a projection. I don't know projection until what, next year or?
Right. So our current census for the non-asylum clients is just over 56,000 individuals. Our goal is to keep moving that number down. I don't have a hard projection number on it because there are so many different interplaying factors there.
If it doesn't go down, what will your cost be, do you think, going into the future, FY26, for that population?
Again, a tough one to answer. A big driving factor in our DHS spending is the number of hotel rooms that we are in. We're, as I mentioned earlier, we're in over 18,000 hotel rooms. We have been in hotels since well before the beginning of the asylum crisis. Hotels are a very expensive way of providing shelters. So the more that we can do to site and open regular shelters, which we do, we have a pipeline. I've talked to all of you about regular shelters. The more we can do to open those new sites, the better we can do in cost containment.
Right. I think you talked about how you're prioritizing shelter exits, and you're proud of it, and you should be. But how do you keep people in their homes? Now, some of these innovative programs that you spoke about earlier would be some examples. Is that how you would answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of tools that we have to promote housing stability. The one-time rental assistance is a big one, and last year...
I'm very good at one-shots.
Yeah, thank you. As are we. We spent last year about $540 million on one-shots last year. Homebase is a piece of it. Homebase allows for a little bit more customization of what people need. The right to counsel is a piece of it. As I mentioned, about a third of the City FEPS vouchers are going to people who are in community. So making sure that we are promoting housing stability is absolutely something that is important to us.
Okay. What is the total capacity of Safe Haven and other low-barrier beds for unsheltered homeless currently? That's, of course, something that I feel very strong with. I was very supportive of the one on 83rd Street, and you haven't had a peep since.
Thank you.
So can you provide a breakdown of beds by type, Safe Haven, stabilization, other low barrier? I guess you can't talk about my one in East Harlem, but that's the one I like.
We have about 4,000 beds of the low barrier beds in total, with additional in the pipeline. I don't believe I have it split out by, the majority of those are Safe Havens. It's a fairly small number of stabilization beds, but we can follow up with you on the specifics.
And what are the vacancy rates and average length of stay? I know on 83rd Street it's about a year.
Vacancy rates are very low. We're able to fill those low barrier beds basically as soon as we open them. Length of stay across the system for all of our population types is just over a year.
I guessed it right?
You know what you're talking about, Councilmember.
Yes, I do. Okay, client service experience. An ongoing concern for many years has been a client service in centers, phone wait times. We heard about this earlier. The ability for clients to return missed calls from HRA and all the processing of application and the overall client experience of benefits. According to the PMMR, in the first fewer months of 25, first quarter, the average in-person wait time for clients was 84 minutes. The PMMR attributed this to an increase in foot traffic at HRA offices and a higher volume of applications. What's being done to address this? We heard about this earlier from Councilmember Joseph a little bit.
So the wait times for on-demand interviews are fairly brief, and I have them. Hold on. No, I have them here. We did see in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic some uptick in wait times at the in-person centers as people did transition back to, more people transition back to going in person. But we have the staff that we need. We are able to process cases, and what we are seeing is that the majority of people are applying online. And sorry, I'm thought I know I have this number someplace. The specific wait times on the cash and on demand.
Right. And how you're addressing
This
it.
is, but with respect to addressing it, I think all of the steps that we took to eliminate the backlogs have really stood us in good put us in a good place. We hired, going back to 2023, we've hired 1,000 people for our frontline programs. We've invested in technology. We've made a number of process changes so that we can, that we've been able to cut out some of the more challenging aspects of the process. And I think that has really made a difference. It has allowed us to really keep up with what we're seeing. Sorry, I'm still looking for those wait times. If I
Commissioner,
don't have them, we'll follow up.
We can follow up with specifics. I can't
Okay.
say on average, SNAP on-demand wait time is probably around 20 minutes or so. It's not long, and cash in the last couple of months has been around an hour at maximum. But as the commissioner
I
said,
did just find it. Yeah, it's January. It was 53 minutes for cash.
and we do have the callback function, so people don't need to stay on the phone for that period of time. But we do everything we can to reduce those. As
I just want to say, the chair knows this, I have a lot of people using your services living in my house right now, a whole bunch of them. And I have to say, it's really pretty good. I mean, I do have everybody's cell number, that helps. But I just want to say congratulations, because I know it's hard, but they're getting services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, if I could go ahead and get back to
Go
your
ahead.
questions, council member, on the shelter new need. So the shelter new need of 554 million was broken down as follows. Single adults was 364 million, families with children was 158 million, and adult families was 32 million. And our shelter cost for FY24, excluding asylum seekers, was 2.2 billion. And Chair, I can correct our new need for City for HEPS. So you are correct. 308 million was for City for HEPS, and the remaining 16.5 million was for our other legacy programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler?
Great, thank you so much. I'd like to continue on the threads of some of the items that Councilmember Brewer was just raising. And I want to just start by something that, to just kind of get some better clarification on. I recently heard you remark, Commissioner, that evictions are a lower driver of our shelter census. But I think that many people perhaps assumed that the eviction moratorium had been the primary factor in driving down the shelter census so significantly during COVID and the post-COVID period. That's not your analysis.
No. So pre-pandemic and pre-asylum crisis, right? So if we're trying to get to a better denominator here, eviction was, for families with children, which is where we have the best data, it was about 10% of the families with children entering the shelter system
Compared
did so
to DV being?
because of eviction. I think the two primary drivers for families with children, it's domestic violence, and then it is young families, primarily young women, who have never had a lease. They've always lived with other people, and a baby or a second baby is too much and pushes them for that household and pushes them into the shelter system, right? What we see is that overwhelmingly families with children entering the shelter system have not had a lease within the last 2 years, and anecdotal, that 2 years is the look back period that we have looking at people's housing history, but anecdotally, it goes even further back, and many people have never had a lease. Which is not to say that eviction isn't of concern to us. Eviction is absolutely of concern to us. Housing stability matters very much. It's why we continue to invest in programs like one-shots and right to counsel. But in terms of our ability to affect the shelter census, I don't think eviction is the right place to
And
focus.
just 10% of families entering the system directly resulting from eviction for the families coming in as a result of DV, or families who, out of economic need, I guess if you would describe it that way. I guess everyone's coming in with economic need, but lack of housing stability and economic need, young families. Can you put any percentages on those two populations?
DV, depending on which definition of domestic violence you use, because there are a variety, it can be up to 50% of the families with children in the DHS system. And then those, that characteristic of the young family entering, that isn't considered that in and of itself doesn't align with a reason for homelessness. It usually would get categorized in one of the, discord or overcrowding or something like that. But what I'm giving you is a more qualitative description of the families that we see.
And you mentioned just a moment ago that we're currently in 18,000 hotel rooms. In that post-pandemic, pre-asylum seeker crisis moment, what was the low point of hotel rooms that we were at sometime in 22? If anyone has that.
I don't know that we've sliced it that way, but it would have, I believe, been under 10,000, I would say.
So it's approximately, we've doubled the number of hotel rooms in use over the last couple of years.
Let us follow up with you. I don't want to go on the record with something that isn't accurate.
Fair. We'll follow up, but we're on the record. Okay, and then...
And I would add that at the end of 2020, we had no families with children in hotel rooms.
That's right. I remember that. And we also, which was a major accomplishment. And that, of course, is no longer the case.
Correct.
Right. So it was a 2-year period or so that we were, 2 to 3 year period that we had no families with children, no children hotel rooms?
It was really a matter of months.
Really?
I think yes. We started, the asylum seeker crisis started in April of 2022 was when we first started to see people coming in, and we fairly quickly had to pivot to hotels.
The growth in the single adult census, which seems to just continue to expand and expand and expand. I think we're at 21,000 or so single adults today. Is that right? Give or take?
Yes, when including asylum seekers. So the number of non-asylum single adults has been relatively stable.
For how long?
Going back several years. Again, we can get you more detailed data.
Okay. And you mentioned that we're at about 4,000 low barrier beds in the system today. And you mentioned that I think it was of $550 million in new needs on shelter costs, that 360, I think you said, was for single adults. Do you have that broken down between the traditional single adult system and low barrier beds? I assume that the low barrier beds are baked into that, the new safe haven beds that the mayor announced, or are those separate?
No, those are separate.
Oh, so that's totally separate. This is just for the traditional single adult system.
Yeah.
Correct.
Do you know the cost on the new safe haven beds that we're adding? And it's 900 that you're adding, is that right?
Yes.
And over what period of time?
That the time period will depend a little bit on the sites that we identify, right? As you all know, sometimes our sites are rehab projects, sometimes they are ground up new construction. Obviously, ground up new construction takes a longer period of time, so we'll start to see some of the new beds come online as early as this summer, but I won't have a full timeline until we've sited all of them, which we have not done yet.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, and just to answer your question, so the preliminary budget added $71.6 million in FY '25 and '26 for street outreach and sheltering, and then that increases in fiscal year '27 to 75.2 million, and then 77.1 million in FY '28.
And that covers the full 900 beds? That's the funding for it?
Correct.
Okay. And then, so that takes us from about 4,000 to 4,900, give or take. Commissioner or Administrator Carter, from your all's perspective, how many beds do we need? right? You say that we fill these beds quite immediately. They're generally quite successful for addressing the needs of most street homeless New Yorkers. I like to say that the one thing that unifies all street homeless New Yorkers is that they've been through the shelter system and decided not to go back, right? And so how we convince them to come back into these low barrier beds, safe haven beds, is critically important. And what do we think to actually be able to address street homelessness at scale in New York City? What do you think should be, in an ideal world, if you had a magic wand and Jacques Jihad didn't exist, how many safe haven beds or low barrier beds do we need?
I think the 4,900 that we have committed to is an excellent goal. I think we are going to continue to monitor, and I think getting to an ultimate number is really, I think the long-term play needs to be, how do we have more systems engaged in the planning, and so that we are doing less of the discharge to DHS, right? Whether it's discharge from incarceral systems, discharge from hospitals, how are we making sure that there are fewer people falling through that safety net? I'm not naive enough to say that it's never going to be never, but if we can do a better job with that upfront planning while continuing to focus on placing people into permanent housing, I am hopeful that 4,900 is a very good number.
I agree with you. I think that the failure in coordination across the different systems that these individuals cycle through, our carceral system, our hospital system, and our shelter system, is really disappointing. And I'm pleased that Dr. Katz is creating these bridge to home beds, which I think is a positive model. And a couple hundred beds is a good thing. But I think that the broader point is that there are tens of thousands of discharges from health and hospitals every year of people who have no homes, who are being sent back out on the street. And, I was doing a tour last week with BRC, and appreciate their partnership, and the transit police and the MTA on a couple stations in my district where we have just a number of entrenched homeless individuals who've been living in the station for years. And the police officers, I'm speaking to the chief of transit and a captain, and he says to me, my officers will be involved in an involuntary commitment. We bring somebody into the hospital because they're a danger to themselves or to the people around them. And 24, 36 hours later, 48 hours later, they're back in the station. And it's hard to convince the officers to continue to engage those individuals or to help find constructive solutions when they're just cycling in and out. So just to that, just on the hospital piece in particular, how are we strengthening those partnerships between the street outreach teams and our public hospital system to try and help fewer New Yorkers fall through those cracks?
So we work really closely with H&H. We're in very close contact with them. Our streets team, the DSS medical office. So that coordination happens on a really consistent basis. I think that was one of the things that Deputy Mayor Ann Williams-Isom really took the lead on, was making sure that coordination occurred. And while it's, we will certainly miss her, I think there's been very strong relationships and engagement that has been built on that we will continue to support. I think something that is important to recognize is that there are some number of people who will be taken to the hospital who, when whatever is substances that they might be using are out of their system, are no longer meet the qualifications for hospitalization, right? And that is absolutely an issue, and it is an issue that I don't think our system has good tools to address, but that's something that is incumbent on all of us to find some answers for. But I want to come back to this question of sort of where do people go and what should the long-term solution be? The long-term solution should be housing,
sure,
right? And we used to say that when we got somebody off the streets or subways and into a shelter, that check, we were done. And Administrator Carter and I have really been rethinking that and bringing our streets team into the conversations around housing, right? Really making sure that we are, that we're seeing all the way through the continuum. We have really good numbers, excuse me, on our supportive housing placements for those who had experienced unsheltered homelessness, and I think a lot of this is the ongoing partnership that we're going to need with HPD and with the state housing agencies to make sure that we continue to produce supportive housing as they have been. They are also terrific partners, so that the end goal is not more. I'm highly supportive of the Safe Haven model. I think it does a lot of good work, but ultimately, the goal should be, let's have the safe havens and then quickly connect people to permanent housing. And in that case, the 4,900 number should be a good number.
So I really appreciate everything you just said. And I'm on a parochial level. I'm proud that we opened a 150-bed safe haven in Greenpoint at 83 Apollo Street. I think it's the largest safe haven in Brooklyn, although maybe the one at Kingsborough is slightly bigger, but just about the largest safe haven in Brooklyn. We opened the largest supportive housing development in Brooklyn at 90 Sand Street in the heart of our district. And we want to help continue to identify sites in our community for those solutions, and I hope every council member joins me in that effort. But if I were to tell you what I hear from my constituents every day, they are angry that there are more street homeless New Yorkers suffering with mental illness on our blocks, on our commercial corridors, in our subway stations than ever. And they don't feel like the solutions that we are investing in are making a tangible difference in our neighborhoods. And they want compassionate solutions. They want effective solutions. And of course, hospital stays are the most expensive. So and of course, inherently temporary. But how we help those people upon exit of from the hospital when their substance use condition or whatever it may be wears off, or where they no longer are meet the criteria for hospitalization, is really important. And I don't think that we're doing a good enough job of connecting those people at that important interval to the low barrier transitional housing solutions that help. And, I think that, it's, from what I can see from the Breaking Ground Safe Haven on Apollo Street, the housing placement numbers have been impressive. And already, that site's open less than a year, and you've got good data to show that you're moving people into permanent housing, which of course is the goal. But this is a central issue in the mayoral campaign that you're hearing every candidate talk about in, frankly, increasingly more draconian terms, because I don't think the solutions that we've been advancing are demonstrating enough results for New Yorkers' day-to-day experience. And so for me, it comes back to when people are leaving that hospital, or do we have safe haven capacity as a low barrier solution? And the answer is today, we don't really, because, as you answered to Councilmember Brewer's questions, we're at capacity. Hopefully with this 18% increase in capacity over the next couple of years, it makes a difference and we have more capacity. But based on what it feels like the demand is versus the capacity that we have and the capacity we have planned, we're just not meeting the moment. And I get that you're not in a position where you can say there should be 10,000 beds, because that's going to put you in trouble. But I do think we need to have an honest conversation about what the capacity of those low barrier beds needs to be, so we can start to actually address these solutions more effectively at scale.
I appreciate that, council member, and I'm always happy to engage with you and with others on a range of solutions. But I do just want to take a step back. I understand the concerns of New Yorkers in general, the anxiety, and the perception issues that are out there, that there are more and more people. I think what people don't ever see is the instances where people are coming inside to shelter in many instances, or to safe havens, that they don't see the permanent housing placement. So I think both things can be true, that we are making progress, because we absolutely are, and that people's perceptions feel like we aren't. So I think, in addition to the problem solving around what can we do differently, I think there's also the how do we understand and how do we convey and communicate the instances where there are instances where people's lives have been changed, where somebody who was the person on the subway is now the person in housing, right, who has been able to connect to whatever form of treatment or stabilization, or maybe just the stabilization that comes with having a safe place to live. Those are happening every day. So we can talk about whether or not we want to do more and whether the scale is right, but the success stories are out there, absolutely.
And we want to help promote them. I just, so, and happy to work with you on that. I just think that, of course, it's not what people see, and we maybe need to do more to share information about it. But, I could tell you a story from every other week in my district of a person who is deeply struggling on the streets or in the subways, and who we continue to engage, but fail to actually connect to services or help and long-term solutions that is, I think, eroding confidence among too many of our colleagues. And I just want to help identify ways to actually get those people the help they need and long-term solutions.
We're happy to brainstorm with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. And with that, this portion of the hearing is concluded. Thank you all so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute break, and then we will begin our public testimony portion of this hearing.
All right, please have your seat. We are going to start momentarily. Once again, please have your seat. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I am now opening the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a governmental proceeding and that the quorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes, and I will be very strict with 2 minutes. We have a lot of people waiting to speak today, so please take time to kind of underscore what it is that you want to say, and just be aware that we will be submitting those to the record, so we will be looking at them. If you, when recognized, you're gonna have the 2 minutes. The preliminary budget plan for the DSS. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. With that, we'll call up our first panel. Eric Lee, Kristen Miller, Carol Siegel, Naima Dahir, and Kathy Batista. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kristen Miller, and I'm the Executive Director at Homeless Services United. I would like to thank the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today, and will be submitting a much more detailed written testimony. But for today's hearing, I will be highlighting some of the most crucial and urgent issues we face. HSU is a coalition of over 50 mission-driven homeless service providers in New York City. HSU advocates for the expansion of affordable housing and prevention services, and for immediate access to safe, decent, emergency, and transitional housing, outreach, and drop-in services for homeless New Yorkers. HSU promotes effective solutions to end the crisis of homelessness in New York City. The fiscal year 26 budget must take decisive action to rectify payment issues for shelter and homeless service providers. Our members are together owed hundreds of millions of dollars by the City of New York for work completed on city contracts, primarily with DHS. We are relieved for recent temporary cash flow due to actions the city took to address overdue payments. The backlog initiative that you brought up earlier moved hundreds of outstanding invoices pending at the Department of Homeless Services alone at the end of calendar year 24. However, providers still have months and for some years of catch-up in pending budget updates, and invoice approvals that are prohibiting them from being reimbursed for the services we have already performed and are again in a cash flow crisis. DHS talked today about some efforts that they are making, but I'm afraid it's too little, too late. You've been hearing me testify about this situation for months. Sadly, the problem has become dire. HSU worked with a sample of 12 DHS contracted providers to assess the outstanding budget actions. Out of this sample group, these 12 providers, just 12 of our members, have over $170 million in outstanding budget actions going back to fiscal year 19 to current. Some providers have stopped bidding on DHS contracts because the risk of doing further business with the city is simply too high. Other providers are now on a timeline for insolvency, for some as soon as 2 months. And with that, I just want to say that we urge you to continue to push for the payments. We have detailed more in our testimony on outreach and some of the barriers to reduce access to housing.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for submitting the testimony in writing. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ayala, members of the committee. My name is Carol Siegel, and I am the attorney in charge of criminal defense at the Center for Family Representation. On behalf of CFR, we are grateful for this opportunity to testify and for your support of our organization. CFR is the assigned indigent defense provider for parents being prosecuted by ACS in Manhattan, Queens, and now in Staten Island. We are also an assigned conflict provider in the Bronx. We represented more than 2,300 people in the last fiscal year, of whom 90% were Black, brown, or people of color. We ask for your support in urging the city to provide additional funding as follows. We are asking for $825,000 for the Right to Advocacy program, which assists parents during the ACS investigations and at administrative hearings to amend and seal state central registry reports. In fiscal year 2024, CFR prevented a court filing 86% of the time, helping 91% of the children involved avoid the foster system, and 97% of parents who worked with CFR during SCR hearings had their records amended and sealed. We're asking for $425,000 for our Home for Good program, which offers holistic support for parents and youth, providing wraparound, holistic legal social service support in areas such as housing, public benefits, criminal defense, and immigration. We are able to have a full picture of how all these different court systems and other systems impact our clients' lives. We are also requesting $150,000 in DOVE funding for clients who are survivors of domestic violence so that we can provide intensive social work services. The need for CFR services for New York families continues to outpace resources, especially in these critical areas. Thank you for your commitment to CFR and to ensuring that New Yorkers have access to the services they need to survive and to keep them together safely with their children and families. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala and members of the committee for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Volunteers of America Greater New York, or VOA-GNY. We are a 128-year-old anti-poverty organization serving more than 12,000 adults and children annually through our 70-plus programs, including affordable and supportive housing and shelter throughout New York City, Northern New Jersey, and Westchester. I will submit written testimony with more details, but I would like to use my time to focus on the fiscal challenges that VOA-GNY is facing with our city contracts. We've been providing shelter since 1991 when DHS first started contracting with nonprofits to do family shelter. We operate 5 transitional housing programs as well as 3 crisis shelters for families with children, serving over 670 families, as well as a single women's employment shelter, single men's shelter, as well as a safe haven, and our Housing First DHS pilot program, placing people from the street directly into supportive housing. As federal uncertainty grows, New York City must meet the moment and shore up our human services safety net. To restore the fiscal health of city-contracted nonprofit providers and to blunt the impact of federal cuts and delays. VOA-GNY is grateful for this committee's commitment to improving the procurement process, as well as for the city's efforts to try to pay our contracts. But to date, we are still owed approximately $40 million for city contracts dating as far back as FY17. Timely reimbursements are critical to maintaining our ability to continue to answer the city's call to stand up new programs and to maintain the flow of our development pipeline for affordable and supportive housing sites. To that end, MOX, DSS, and DHS need additional headcount to eliminate the backlog for pending budget amendments and modifications, new needs requests, Form 65A, as well as pending invoices. And just one final point, we have spent $1 million in interest, which is not reimbursable this fiscal year because of city contract delays, and we forecast $1.5 million next year if we're not able to get these payments on time. And we support Councilmember Brannon's Bill 514, which would make this interest reimbursable to our nonprofit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and members of the committee. My name is Naima Dahir, and I'm here on behalf of the Arab American Family Support Center with an urgent request. Community-based organizations like ours need immediate support to continue serving vulnerable New Yorkers. Just weeks into the new federal administration, harmful policies are already having devastating impacts. Our federally funded mental health and domestic violence programs face unprecedented shortfalls of 1.1 million due to funding freezes. Without intervention, these essential services, including counseling and crisis intervention, are at risk. At the same time, immigrant communities are in growing danger. Recent federal actions, including ramped up ICE enforcement and targeting of Muslim, Arab, Palestinian, Black, and South Asian communities, have shown fear. Families are withdrawing from public benefits, students are afraid to leave shelters, and mental health referrals at the Arab American Family Support Center has surged by 80% since inauguration date. We are responding by expanding our mental health and legal services, strengthening security, and training staff to ensure our spaces remain safe. But we need the city's support. We urge you to advocate for emergency city funding to help organizations like ours bridge federal funding gaps. Publicly reaffirm New York City's commitment to being a sanctuary city by ensuring that city's agencies do not cooperate with unjust federal immigration enforcement. Support legal protections and resources for immigrant communities facing increased enforcement threats. Allocate additional funding to CBOs providing mental health, anti-violence, and social services to at-risk families. Now is the time for bold action. Our communities are in crisis, and we cannot stand by as federal policies threaten their safety and stability. We ask for your partnership to ensure New York City remains a place for refuge and resilience. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to working together to protect the most vulnerable amongst us. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala, members of the Committee on General Welfare. My name is Kathy Batista, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Anthos Home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I have submitted a more detailed written testimony, but I want to take a few minutes to highlight our work and how our model is working and how we can help strengthen the city's efforts to move more New Yorkers into permanent housing. Anthos Home is an innovative nonprofit committed to helping people with housing vouchers to secure stable housing as quickly as possible. Vouchers are one of the most effective tools we have to address homelessness, yet families often spend a year or more searching for an apartment. These long wait times extend shelter stays and create unnecessary instability for families who are ready to move forward. Our model is designed to remove these roadblocks. We work directly with landlords and brokers to secure apartments, ensuring that families with vouchers have an immediate housing options. We also cover key costs that often delays move-in, such as repairs for inspections, moving costs, and application fees. And because finding an apartment is just the first step, we provide ongoing support for tenants and landlords at least for a year after placement. This includes help with paperwork, monthly check-ins, assistance with repairs, and interventions if payment issues arise. This approach is working. We have helped more than 250 individuals and families move into permanent housing, including over 100 young adults aging out of foster care through our partnership with ACS. Every single one has remained stably housed. And critically, we've also been able to bring new landlords into the program, expanding the housing stock available to voucher holders at a time when too many doors remain closed to them. Our working supplements the city efforts. New York has made tremendous progress in expanding the City Fest program. Last year alone, New York City helped over 14,000 households transition from shelter into permanent housing. But challenges remain: delays in vouchers approvals, difficulties finding willing landlords, and the need for more support services. By working together, we can address these barriers and make the voucher program even more effective. We urge the City Council to continue investing in and strengthening the voucher system, strengthening approvals, addressing inspection delays, and expanding landlord engagement. These steps will help to ensure more families can transition out of shelter and into more stable housing they deserve. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you all for your testimony. I will be limiting questions today unless it's absolutely necessary, but I just want to say thank you for your advocacy. We hear you, and we are on top of it. Don't worry. Thank you. Our next panel is Keith Carr, Nicholas Buis, and Greg Silverman. Silvera, sorry. I think. You may begin. Turn on, yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, Deputy Speaker. Nick Buse from the Food Bank for New York City. I'll be very brief. We'll have all the details in our written testimony about the assessment, but I just want to underline two big ideas here, which is that there are so many federal programs that we've been discussing and that the Commissioner and HRA-DSS staff has been discussing. There are immediate losses at food pantries and soup kitchens due to the suspension of federally funded programs. So we can go into all the details of the numbers, but those threats and those changes are happening in real time, which is why it's essential that the council and that the administration continue to push for investments in the Community Food Connection Program for $100 million. Food pantries and soup kitchens are the last line of defense against hunger for people in our city. And we need to ensure that those programs are strong in the face of cuts at the federal level. Thank you.
Oh, should I start him over?
You know my time.
Is he ceding his time to me?
There you go. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, General Welfare Committee Chair Ayala, for having us here today and holding this hearing. My name is Greg Silverman. I run the West Side Campaign Against Hunger. For 46 years, we've been on the front lines, handing out food all over the city. This year, 110,000 New Yorkers in need. We gave out about 3 million pounds of that in the form of fresh produce. It's what we're focused on. We're focused on dignity and choice. And choice was what we created long ago in the first pantry, a choice model pantry in the nation. We believe choice is much larger than that now, though. It's not just apples or bananas, but of the location of service, the delivery models, and how you spend your time in getting food. And food pantries, as we all know, need more direct support right now, more culturally appropriate, nutritious food with proper staffing and operations. I also, outside of West Side Campaign Against Hunger, have helped found the Roundtable, which is a network of 9 other frontline anti-hunger organizations that together give out over 69 million meals a year. And by working together, we've been able to drive down costs to get more food to community members in need. Not necessarily food through pantries, but through any network possible where there's great community organizations. That's why we think CFC 100% agree it needs to be $100 million. We know that in the past year, the levels, as you said, were like 60.1 million. It dropped to 25, and then we did a lot of advocacy. We brought it back up, and now are we really going to go through that same process again when we know the need is catastrophic? And so we're going to do anything we can to help support that, and we're going to push that forward, and we want to make sure that $100 million goes for baseline of CFC.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and members of the committee. Thank you again for holding this important hearing. My name is Keith Carr. I'm the Senior Policy and Government Relations Manager at City Harvest. City Harvest is the first and largest food rescue organization in the city. We service more than 400 soup kitchens and food pantries all across all 5 boroughs, and we've been doing so for the last 43 years, but this year is, as we all know, is a little bit different. It's not business as usual, and it hasn't really been the same since 2019. Since 2019, we've been seeing over 1 million additional pantry visits per week. That's not a month, but per week throughout our network. And compared to data from 2019, Also, we've seen a 10% increase in the number of New Yorkers experiencing food insecurity. We're also seeing twice as many families with children visiting our pantries and twice as many employed New Yorkers, like people who work every single day, standing in line to get emergency food. And I hate that term emergency because this isn't an emergency, it's a crisis. So in response to the growing demand, City Harvest has increased the amount of food that we distribute by nearly 30% to our network of food pantries, and bring us to a total of more than 81 million pounds of nutritious produce that we deliver each and every day as our trucks crisscross the city. For 20 hours a day, our trucks are on the road delivering food and produce to folks like the West Side Campaign Against Hunger and our entire network. So as Nick said, we have a couple of key policy asks that we love. And we'd love to see the council take into account and really push for in the 2026 budget. We're looking for, as Nick said, to increase the Community Food Connections program, not to 50 million. Thank you for amplifying the importance of the program, but as our network everyone in our network can come and say that that's not enough. We really want 100 million and get it at least as close to 100 million as possible. Also, we're looking, please, combat older adult hunger by investing $57 million in congregate meals at older adult centers and restoring 100 million plus and cuts to New York NYC Aging's overall budget. I'm almost finished. Support community-led food insecurity by creating a food justice fund, and this was outlined in the mayor's 10-year food policy plan, and restore access to healthy grocery incentives program. The Groceries to Go program was successful, so please continue to fund that. And apply the food security lens to housing stability and affordable childcare. Everyone in the city knows that rent eats first, and the number one reason why most people are food insecure is because they're trying to pay their rent. And this is an affordability crisis, it's not an emergency food. There's plenty of food, people just can't afford to feed themselves and their families. So we look forward to working with you, and you've been a fantastic partner.
No, thank you, and I agree. I see the lines even around the corner from where I live. I mean, it gets longer and longer, and it's been like that, ever since past the pandemic, and we're so many years down the line already, and the fact that we haven't seen a decrease is very alarming, and now with the threat of federal cuts. That adds a lot more emphasis into what we as a city could be doing and should be doing to ensure that all families have access to high quality foods.
When I first started at City Harvest, we were doing about 23 million pounds a year, and now, as I said, we're doing 81 million.
Yeah.
And that's good economy, bad economy. I mean, people, it's not about emergency, it's not about people working or not working, it's really just can they afford the food that's in the grocery store.
Yeah, no, and it's really, we've been able to improve the quality of the food, but now we're having to ration it because we just don't have enough to keep up with the demand. So I see it every single day. But thank you all. I know of all of the great work that you're doing, and couldn't have better partners in this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel is Jade Vasquez, Reverend Terry Troya, Agnes Kim, and Juan Diaz. You may begin.
Thank you.
Whichever corner.
Good afternoon. My name is the Reverend Terry Troya. I'm President and CEO of Project Hospitality in Staten Island. In September of 2022, we took on 2 new family shelters on Staten Island, and after an initial advance of 2 months in each shelter, we saw no additional funding until a few months ago, more than 2 years. We carried these, almost 2 years. We carried these shelters and an additional family shelter for nearly 2 years without reimbursement. In May of 2024, New York City owed us $16.2 million for services rendered. I met with Deputy Mayor Williams Isom, who directed us to meet ongoing with Mr. Vincent Pullo, CFO of Department of Social Services. These meetings have been ongoing weekly since May of 2024. Mr. Pullo has been incredibly gracious and his staff incredibly helpful. And 9 months later, we are now owed only $4.5 million. We are grateful for the intervention of both the Deputy Mayor and Mr. Pullo. But that said, the impact of living through 2 years of very late payments and no payments at all, particularly for the new family shelters we opened on Staten Island, have had a profound effect on our agency. We can't pay our bills. We have huge bills, and our budget is about $50 million, and most of that is city contract dollars. We've taken and used $7 million in a line of credit. We're applying now for a $10 million line of credit. We've spent $50,000 in loan interest for 2024, and we expect to pay a minimum of $100,000 interest by the end of June of this year. What happens when we can't pay payroll? And how much loan money can we take out before we're denied loans? And then what happens? We need for the City Council to do a comprehensive analysis of the situation of late payments and for the City Council to implement legislation to correct the late payment situation and take on the responsibility of paying interest rates on these loans that nonprofits have to bear in order to keep our doors open. Thank you for understanding this grave situation that impacts our ability to save lives and serve homeless people in the borough of Staten Island.
Hello, my name is Agnes Kim, and I'm here today on behalf of the Family Homelessness Coalition. Thank you to the chair and the committee for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to deliver testimony. Family Homelessness Coalition, or FHC, works to prevent family homelessness, improve the well-being of children and families in shelter, and support the long-term stability of families with children who leave shelter. In New York, the number of children experiencing homelessness has more than doubled since 2022, translating to nearly 1 in 3 of New York's homeless population being children. This humanitarian emergency is also coming at a time when federal support to fight homelessness is under threat, making it more important than ever that this year's adopted budget urgently address this crisis with resources. The current landscape impacts both people experiencing homelessness and the organizations that work to help them, including the members of FHC. Our organizations are directly impacted by real and proposed federal funding cuts to their programs. In addition to support and resources, we call for greatly increased efforts to expedite owed payments to homeless and social service providers. If funds can be delivered expeditiously, providers can better withstand this existential threat that they're facing. FHC strongly urges the following in the upcoming budget. In order to improve eviction prevention and aftercare, we call to increase the budget for Homebase by $37.9 million, as well as establish a dedicated funding stream strictly for aftercare services. To expedite housing placements, we urge the city to implement the City FEPS expansion and reforms passed into law in 2023 and reduce barriers in City FEPS administration. To improve conditions in shelter, we urge the city to increase the pay of shelter staff to establish parity with comparable settings, and the city should also commit to a capital needs assessment of the entire shelter portfolio. To improve education continuity, we call to stop the implementation of shelter stay limits for new arrival families with children and to increase the percent of families at DHS places in shelter in the same borough as where their children attend school. Finally, to improve intake processes into shelter, we call to reduce the housing history requirement for intake from 2 years to 1 year, allow self-attestation after a denial, and to commit to appointment times for intake interviews. On behalf of FHC, thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala and members of the General Welfare Committee for the opportunity to testify today. I am Jade Vasquez, Director of Policy and Research at WIN, the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing to families with children in New York City and nationwide. We serve nearly 7,000 people nightly, including 3,800 children. As the federal government threatens significant cuts to housing and social welfare programs, it's vital that our city allocate more resources for programs that support low-income New Yorkers, such as rental assistance, cash assistance, and legal aid. These programs are even more critical now given the impending cuts to federal departments and benefits like HUD, Section 8, and SNAP, as well as the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts that are already underway. In January, WIN released Project HOPE, which offers legislative and administrative recommendations to protect low-income, homeless, and immigrant New Yorkers from the draconian policies of Project 2025. Specifically, we urge the city to, 1, allocate an additional $263 million to City FEPS to assist 10,000 households at risk of losing their Section 8 voucher. 2, invest $10 million in direct cash transfer programs for high-risk populations, including families and youth experiencing housing instability, like last year's $1.5 million investment in the Bridge Project. And 3, increase funding for immigration legal services to $80 million, supporting consultations, pro se assistance, and full representation, and direct these funds to experienced nonprofit providers. We commend the City Council for passing City FEPS reforms in 2023, which, if implemented, would have helped 92,000 New Yorkers access the City FEPS voucher and saved over $730 million annually. While we are disappointed by Mayor Adams' refusal to implement these laws, we will continue to fight alongside this council to ensure homeless and housing insecure New Yorkers have the resources they need to become financially stable and provide a better future for their families. Additionally, the city must invest $40 million to fully implement Local Law 35, which requires clinical mental health professionals in family shelters. Mental health care is vital for families experiencing homelessness and helps improve long-term health and employment outcomes. The budget must address payment issues for shelter providers, and although initiatives like the Backlog Initiative help, delayed payments continue to threaten providers like WIN, making it difficult to operate effectively and negatively impacts our staff, vendors, and clients. We urge the city to restore funding for DSS and mock staffing to reduce contracting and reimbursement delays and ensure timely distribution of public assistance. Finally, given the uncertainty of federal funding, it is critical that New York City invest in our social safety net. As the wealthiest city in the world, we must ensure that low-income New Yorkers and nonprofit providers receive the resources necessary to help struggling families obtain financial stability and achieve our collective mission of ending homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ayala, for holding today's budget hearing. My name is Juan Diaz, and I am a Policy and Advocacy Associate at Citizens Committee for Children, a multi-issue children's advocacy organization. CCC is a steering committee member of the Hub Family Homelessness Coalition. A recently released Robin Hood and Columbia University report highlighted that in 2023, child poverty in New York City rose to 26%, the highest since 2017, which is nearly double the national poverty level. Additionally, in 2024, there were more than 12,000 residential evictions. The rising cost of living and escalating housing crisis make it even more urgent for the city to invest in services and supports for low-income children and families. CCC urges you to support the following investments. Restore $325 million in rental assistance funding and consider enhancing funding to support thousands of households experiencing rental arrears and housing court eviction proceedings. Additionally, support the implementation and funding of City FEPS expansion. With the ever-increasing demand of home-based services, we ask you to prioritize home-based services by providing an additional $37.9 million in funding to support community-based organizations who administer homeless prevention programs. Expand FairFish to 200% of the federal poverty level and baseline $54.2 million to ensure that all low-income families have access to public transportation. Guaranteed income is a vehicle of economic stability and poverty reduction. Therefore, we recommend additional funding to support this type of programs, including the Speaker Adams' $5 million proposal to expand the city's guaranteed income pilot program to expectant mothers. Increase funding for the Community Food Connections Program to $100 million and baseline funding to meet the growing demand for food assistance across New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Written testimony will be submitted with more details and recommendations.
Thank you. I just have one question for the first panelist. Is the city compensating you in any way for the cost of the interest on those loans?
No, not at all.
So that's something that the agency has to absorb?
Yes. And you do that by raising money in the community, but people would prefer to give money to our food pantry program. And
that's right. That's money that could be used for actual delivery of service. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next panel is Judith Rosenfeld, Sabina Saleh, Annette Darizi, and Christina Abatista. Do we happen to have a second Sabina? I have two.
It's the same person.
Okay.
Sorry. Tried to get rid of repeats, but.
Okay, you may begin.
Good morning. Thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Judith Rosenfeld, and I am the Vice President of Special Projects at Breaking Ground. As New York City's largest supportive housing provider, Breaking Ground serves over 13,000 vulnerable New Yorkers each year. We operate 29 transitional and permanent residences with over 5,500 units of housing across New York City. And we have more than 2,000 units of housing in the pipeline. We also operate the street outreach programs and serve over 14,000 street homeless New Yorkers last year, which led to 1,200 placements into housing. As of today, Breaking Ground is owed $41 million by the Department of Homeless Services. This includes $17 million pending repayments from invoices submitted to Passport. Other unclaimed expenses totaling $24 million cannot be entered in the system until those invoices are cleared. During 2024, we paid $890,000 in interest expense on our lines of credit and continue to pay $90,000 per month in 2025, and that's not reimbursed. Our operating cash and available lines of credit will be fully exhausted by the end of April, and at that point, we will not be able to make payroll. This delay isn't just a financial setback, it's a crisis that threatens the very foundation of our work and the safety of thousands of New Yorkers. A lack of funding now also means a drastic reduction in future projects, limiting the housing solutions the city so urgently needs. I thank you so much for listening today and the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sabina Saleh, and I'm the Vice President of Behavioral Health for Project Renewal. For over 55 years, Project Renewal has provided shelter, housing, healthcare, and employment services to New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. We are grateful to the City Council for supporting our programs. As you know, the intersection of the experience of homelessness and mental health challenges impacts far too many New Yorkers and has posed significant challenges for our city. Behavioral health issues are one of the leading causes of homelessness among single adults, and lack of housing makes access to behavioral health care services unattainable. Diagnoses go unaddressed, and stable housing drifts further out of reach. The cycle continues. Project Renewal works to disrupt this cycle by offering accessible behavioral health care to New Yorkers facing homelessness. We have built a network of services that seeks to bridge the gap between providers and hard-to-serve patients. We do this by embedding behavioral health professionals throughout our facilities. Nurse practitioners, psychiatrists, and occupational therapists are on site at our shelters, transitional housing, and supportive housing to reduce barriers to care. We also connect unhoused New Yorkers with behavioral health care through our Support and Connection Center, a partnership with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. The program is an alternative to arrest and detention. Police and EMS can bring a New Yorker experiencing a mental health crisis to the Support and Connection Center for stabilization and access to other behavioral health resources. This network has only extended so far and can only serve people already in our system or experiencing an acute crisis. It leaves out thousands of people, but with the right attention and investment, we can expand our network to meet people in need right where they are. For many of them, that means in public spaces. We have successfully provided New Yorkers primary care with our mobile medical vans. We are eager to apply this same strategy to expand access to behavioral health care. That is, almost done. That is why we are requesting a $200,000 investment from the City Council to initiate the city's first ever mobile behavioral health van. We believe this is a critical evolution in mental health intervention. It'll allow people in need of services to receive care right where they are. Seeing a behavioral health van parked in a strategic location, stepping right off the sidewalk, receiving a session with a mental health professional, and being prescribed treatment, even including medication, right on the spot. This can reach so many people who slip through the cracks of the support system, and continued investment in these proven programs and supportive models that PRI offers is critical addressing the city's ongoing mental health crisis, and we're really grateful for the Council's continued partnership. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala and members of the committee. My name is Christina Abatista, and I'm the Policy Analyst at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving around 2,500 single adults each year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Nonprofits contracted by the city to provide essential services to our residents most in need are not being paid on time. The fiscal year 2026 budget must take action to resolve payment issues for contracted nonprofits. The lack of normalcy with payments from the city makes it challenging to pay staff, vendors, and run programs for the people we serve. Alongside procedural inefficiencies, short staffing within city agencies also contributes to delays in payment. To remedy this, the City Council must require interest be paid on late payments under city contracts with nonprofits through Introduction 514, drastically reform its procurement and payment process with additional staff, updated technology, and a streamlined process that eliminates burdens and barriers, ensure the fiscal year 2026 budget includes sufficient funding to restore and expand staffing at DHS, DSS, and MOCS to eliminate pervasive contracting and reimbursement delays to nonprofit providers. We urge the City Council to reduce barriers in the administration of city FEPs to expedite placement in permanent housing. Concrete timelines and guidelines, increased accountability and responsiveness, and streamlined processes are essential in addressing the persistent barriers within the administration of city FEPs. To combat these barriers, the City Council must expedite city FEPs applications by committing to a 15-day maximum turnaround from finding an apartment to approval, which mirrors the private sector application timeline, to ensure that voucher holders can retain permanent housing prospects, and require the creation of an accessible voucher holder checklist that clearly communicates all the necessary paperwork to the recipient to decrease the chances of incomplete or incorrect applications. Thank you for your time, and there's more information in my written testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and the members of the Committee on General Welfare. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the critical importance of homelessness prevention. My name is Annie Terizzi, and I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Partnership to End Homelessness, a homelessness prevention organization nonprofit. Today, New York City faces a homelessness crisis of unprecedented scale. More than 4,000 New Yorkers are experiencing street homelessness, and nearly 85,000 people are in the municipal shelter system. Meanwhile, approximately 800,000 people, including 1 in 5 city children, are in rental arrears and at risk of experiencing homelessness, representing 90% of the city's homelessness narrative. Despite this overwhelming need, prevention receives only a small portion of public spending on homelessness. While the average rent arrears per household is approximately $3,500, the cost to shelter a family is roughly $100,000. Addressing the rental arrears citywide would cost under $1.2 billion, a fraction of what the city has spent on emergency shelter expansion. If prevention were prioritized, thousands of New Yorkers could have stayed housed, and the shelter system would have been better equipped to respond to emergencies. Additionally, the city budget does not clearly distinguish how much is allocated specifically for rental arrears assistance versus housing vouchers or shelter placements across the bucket of homelessness prevention. We recommend the council require clearer budget definitions. To effectively address homelessness, we must invest in solutions that prevent it. We urge the council to prioritize prevention funding in this year's budget. Prevention is the most cost-effective and humanitarian way to address homelessness, keeping more New Yorkers in their homes, strengthening communities, and improving the well-being of the city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I have a question for Judith. I can't even understand my own handwriting. Sorry. Chicken scratch. Has the administration shared with you what the cause of the delay is in the processing of payments?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because the commissioner mentioned, sometimes it's an invoice or,
All our contracts are registered, so.
And what is the longest amount of time that you've had to?
Some of these ones before have been years, like for the past 3 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
But I'll definitely get you confirmation.
I appreciate that. And Sabina, the Support and Connect program, I know it's in my district, but and it took a really long time to get that one up and running, but there was supposed to be a second one, and then in former council member Richie Torres's district, that I think it was stalled because of the pandemic. Did it never open?
Originally, there were 2 centers, one I'm not sure if this...
Yeah, that's in the Bronx.
Yep, the Bronx. There was one in the Bronx as well, but it actually closed, I believe, sometime last fiscal year. They're not actually under contract with PRI. It was another organization.
Oh. Okay.
So we're the only center within the city at the moment, within your district.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Thank you all for your testimony. The next panel is Daniris Espinal, Gabriela Sandoval Requeña, Nadia Swanson, Diana Ramos, Aditi Bataria, and Lauren Schuster. Yeah, you may begin.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Ayala, for holding this important hearing today. My name is Nadia Swanson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Director of TA and Advocacy at the Ali Forney Center, the world's largest and most comprehensive program serving LGBTQ unhoused youth. We serve about 2,200 youth a year. In 2024, we welcomed 351 new youth, a quarter of which came from outside of the U.S., and 20% did not have legal citizenship. The mayor's plan for asylum seekers, released in March 2023, left 16 to 24-year-olds completely out and took away the critical access DYCD programs rely on within DHS. Our programs are heavily underfunded. We rely heavily on referring youth to DHS, especially March's House, while they wait an average of 6 months to be placed in our housing programs. This allows them to have the capacity to work with their care teams for permanent housing. Our waitlists have doubled in 2024, and this will only become more dire of a situation as we have a large increase of trans youth coming to New York City from other states to seek safety and services, with no additional financial support, and now the transphobic violence of our federal government, we have the real threat of losing federal contracts. Trans youth would leave Randall's Island Herc because they didn't feel safe, and the 2 new trans-Pacific hotel sites don't meet the full need. So they returned to our 24/7 drop-in where the city doesn't allow beds. I've spoken to March's House directly, and they expressed being open to accepting youth seeking asylum again, but were bound by the mayor's orders, especially because of unutilized beds that they have. For the last year, I've been getting the runaround, even though everyone agrees that something should be done. I've advocated at city council hearings. I've spoke directly to the mayor, who set up a meeting with Commissioner Parks, who afterwards, her team said that they could not change anything because the HERC provider said that they are being safe and not transphobic. The mayor's office of asylum seekers, where they sent us next, was empathetic and tried to help, but was ultimately unsuccessful. Until this directive is reversed for everyone, we need an exception to be made for LGBTQ New Yorkers, especially youth seeking asylum, to have a connection to March's House and the future trans DHS shelter. Additionally, we've had issues with DHS shelters stating that they can't risk, quote, liability. I'm almost done. For example, one DHS shelter denied a trans man to a men's shelter because of, quote, liability, and another denied a trans man who uses a cane because the shelter is not ADA compliant, even though the youth stated that they can use stairs. Thank you for our testimony, and I can answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and Council Central staff. Good to see you here. Thank you for holding this important, long and important hearing and for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny Housing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval Requena, and I am the Director of Policy and Communications at New Destiny. New Destiny is the only organization in New York that is focused 100% on permanent housing solutions for domestic violence survivors. We implemented the first federally funded rapid rehousing program for survivors in New York City, and we also operate the largest stock of supportive housing for domestic violence survivors in New York. We're also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition. We do this work because domestic violence is the #1 cause of family homelessness in New York City. In fact, domestic violence pushes double the number of families into shelter than evictions. And access to safe and affordable homes often determines whether survivors leave their abuser and stay alive. The federal government is threatening to cut federal funding for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, which provides critical programs for survivors and New Yorkers in general. Since 2018, New Destiny has received HUD funding to help hundreds of survivors find a safe, affordable home, and in many cases, we also provide temporary rental assistance to them for up to 2 years. But our program and hundreds of others like it in New York City are at risk of disappearing. Additionally, funding for Section 8 is being threatened. So this year, more than ever, we need our city to step up and protect survivors. We're submitting extended testimony, so I'll summarize our 2 priorities. First is enhancing city FEPS. And second is increasing funding for the city's flexible funding program for domestic violence survivors to $6 million. This initiative was rolled out last year as part of the existing Home Plus program, but due to underfunding, it hasn't had the impact that it should. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Ayala and committee, for allowing me to speak on the preliminary budget. My name is Daniris Espinal, a domestic violence survivor and a proud member of New Destiny Survivors Voices Project. Domestic violence affects countless individuals, and one of the most significant barriers to escaping these abusive situations is financial insecurity. Survivors experience psychological warfare through isolation, fears, and threats. They often grapple with the terrifying prospect of homelessness and wondering, what if the shelters are full, where would I go? The shame of lacking resources, navigating a language barrier, or facing immigration issues can paralyze a person who desperately needs to flee an abusive relationship. Alarmingly, 75% of domestic violence-related homicides occur upon separation, making the moment a survivor chooses to leave their abuser the most perilous time of all. Last year, the microgrant program received a mere $1.2 million funding when it should be allocated $6 million to truly meet the needs of survivors. This essential program has provided life-changing services such as housing assistance, case management, safety planning, and counseling. It covers critical living expenses, including rent, food, and children's needs. However, the current funding levels fall short of supporting dedicated program staff, leading to high turnover rates and diminishing the quality of care provided. This instability detrimentally impacts both the implementation of services and the number of survivors that we can assist. The flex funding is designed to be a low barrier for those who have faced unimaginable challenges. Increasing this funding could genuinely save lives, offering hope and security to those striving to break the cycle of abuse. Let us prioritize the resources necessary to empower survivors and foster their healing journey. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Ramos. I'm with Safety Net Activists, part of the Safety Net Project. And I'm here to talk about my personal experiences, but also to say how important it is that we fully fund city FAPs, including funding that for the expansion laws that we're fighting to get implemented, because we know these cuts are going to be horrible. Whether or not they're as bad as we think they are, they're still going to impact all of us, impact people on Section 8 and benefits, and people are going to lose their housing. They're going to lose whatever little safety net that they have managed to encompass, which is going to increase evictions and homelessness. And we need, obviously, a lot of funding for city FAPs. I can't give you numbers, everybody else did. But also, we need to make sure DSS is hiring the staff and training them properly to absolutely cover all these increases in applications. That will happen. Not if it happens, it will happen. Not to mention those of us like myself who are currently getting city FAPs and SNAP benefits. I've had issues. I've been here before, and I've talked to you about how I was, for some reason, my SNAP benefits, whatever, wasn't renewed because it was sitting on a supervisor's desk. Not cool. I'm a diabetic. That's not cool. So obviously we need more staffing to not only take care of these influx of applications, but those of us who are renewing, we are not getting answers. I know DSS likes to live in Delulu land and think that their calling in is lessened. It hasn't. I called in 2.5 months ago to ask about my city FAPs, and I waited 5 hours and got hung up on. So, they need to start staffing that better. But thank you for giving me a chance to testify.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and the members of the General Welfare Committee. My name is Aditi Bhattacharya. I use she and her pronouns. I am the Director of Client Services at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, AVP. For 44 years, AVP has served LGBTQ and HIV-affected adult survivors of violence citywide with counseling, advocacy, and legal support. Alongside, we have organized and rallied the voices of allies, including City Council members such as yourselves, to end all forms of violence against all LGBTQ New Yorkers. I'm here today to ask that the General Welfare Committee prioritize the needs of queer and trans LGBTQ New Yorkers as a whole, as a uniquely and multiply marginalized population in desperate need of support, especially now, to keep afloat and to feel safe. LGBTQ New Yorkers are poorer than their cisgendered peers. Transgender and bisexual New Yorkers, especially folks of color, face exponentially higher levels of sexualized violence, pernicious hate violence, than their cisgendered heterosexual peers. LGBTQ New Yorkers are disproportionately dependent on industries that do not promise either income security or health security. They have little to survive on. Many have no family that they can feel safe with. They are alone, and now their identities are open game to be reviled, canceled, and rendered invisible by federal order. AVP's hotline calls have spiked by 20% just in January and February alone compared to last year. Our clients need identity-affirming therapy, safe and affordable housing, support with benefits navigation with minimal risk of misgendering, confusion, or other forms of erasure, what my colleague next to me actually spoke an example. They need to feel trust in reporting their experiences of hate and stalking without their experience being minimized or ignored. They need to feel safe talking about how they cope with poverty and grief without the terror of being forcefully institutionalized. My team, our counselors and advocates, and our legal colleagues in AVP offer exactly this kind of support. I'll be done soon. We are the only state-recognized LGBTQ-specific rape crisis center that delivers these services effectively and expansively. We are the only queer-specific agency funded by the HRA since 2003 to offer non-res supports to LGBTQ New Yorkers. There is literally nobody else like us in New York City that shepherd our community through crisis upon crisis just to be safe and actually to stay alive. I have personally walked a caller last week. Contacting the hotline, I walked them off the ledge of suicidality because they are afraid to step out and walk their little dog because they get homophobic epithets at them from a neighbor upstairs. It makes their dog bark. And when their dog barks, then the neighbor threatens not only to hurt them, but to kill their dog. They have reported this to the police, and the police have effectively said that they need more identifiable hate violence before they can step in and take any kind of action. These stories are getting worse, and we at AVP are doing everything we can valiantly to protect our survivor siblings in the LGBTQ community. But we need dedicated and dependable city support to sustain our work. I respectfully ask you at the committee to work with us and to promote HRA to support our life-saving work. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala, members of the committee, and staff of the General Welfare Committee for what has become a very, very long day. I am Lauren Schuster, the Vice President of Government Affairs at Urban Resource Institute. I will submit more detailed testimony later on. URI is the largest provider of domestic violence shelter services in the country and a leading provider of temporary housing for families experiencing homelessness. We have recently begun work on our first permanent supportive housing development to help maintain an unbroken continuum of care for our residents and participants. We are grateful for the Council's ongoing support of our sector, our residents, and our participants. Given the uncertainty and the challenges presented by the current political moment, we hope to work together with the Council to ensure that the FY26 city budget addresses the following issues. Our contracts must be paid on time. URI is currently owed more than $20 million from the City of New York for shelter services dating back as far as FY23. We have made some incredible progress working closely with DSS, and as you heard Commissioner Park talk about the complexity of the funding issues that we face, but increased funding from MOX and DSS will help us to achieve this goal. Direct cash assistance for gender-based violence survivors with no strings attached has had a transformative impact on survivor safety. We are grateful for the flexible funding and advocate to increase it to $6 million. While nearly every category of major violent crime has decreased, domestic violence, homicides, and felony assaults have increased or remained stubbornly flat, particularly in the Bronx and parts of Brooklyn, with a disproportionate impact on Black and Hispanic women. We request the Council's support in securing additional funding for youth and community-based violence prevention and healthy relationship education, investment in programs that help survivors address economic abuse, and for accountability programming for people who have caused harm to help interrupt the cycles of generational violence that continue to fuel community-based violence. We thank you for your leadership and partnership and look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, I want to just say thank you for coming to lend voice to, the injustices that we're seeing being committed on everyday New Yorkers, and for the survivors. I often tell my story I tell everything. I'm an open book. But when I first ran for office, it was very difficult for me to do that because I felt like I was kind of exposing myself a little bit, and it's a very jarring kind of experience. But I remember standing at the train station, and a young woman just randomly running up to me. She was going on the train, and she was like, "Oh my God, it's you!" And I guess she had recognized me from one of the pamphlets. And she says, "I just wanted to thank you because I'm also a domestic violence survivor, and I was really touched by your story, and I'm so happy that you're sharing that publicly." And I think we underestimate how many lives we touch when we share these stories, because we've been conditioned since we were little, right, that these things are very private and they stay in the household. But what that does is that it creates a pocket where people are just kind of like, evaporated into, and they're not allowed that freedom of choice. They're not supported. And so I really want, I hope that you know how impactful just being here and giving testimony is, and how many people, citywide, in all of the work that you all are doing, are listening and are happy to have somebody come and speak truth to, to the reality that we're living today. So thank you very much for your service, and thank you for coming in to testify. The next panel is Lisa Rivera, Mangetti Clifford, Shervon Small, Tiffany Liston, and Mary Fox. You may begin. Make sure the mic is on. I think it's off. Thank you. Yeah, there you go.
That helps, right? Okay. Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Rivera. I'm the President and CEO of the New York Legal Assistance Group, also known as NYLAG. Last year, we worked with approximately 130,000 individuals in pursuit of justice, and as you know, the need in our communities is only growing, both in volume and in urgency. While this hearing is an important opportunity to speak about NYLAG's work regarding the agencies in your purview today, we must also acknowledge the broad web of intersecting budgetary funding needs we see from all aspects of our organization, including, but not limited to, getting paid on time. None of the work that we do with New Yorkers exists in a silo, whether around shelter and benefits or healthcare and housing access. Our clients' interaction with any of the agencies in your purview that we heard from today depend on countless other aspects in their lives and legal needs. For this reason, our testimony is going to include a broader view of our ask to serve New Yorkers in need of our services. On the access to benefit front, we unfortunately have seen little to no progress for our clients applying for public assistance or SNAP benefits. They still encounter problems completing their applications and recertifications because of systems either failing to function or being altogether inaccessible. And processing delays and more frequent wrongful denials still persist. It is a common theme year after year. The staffing and training needs at HRA and DSS alike remain at a crisis point, and New Yorkers already struggling to get by are the ones who pay the price for this. This is a challenging landscape to navigate, even with New Yorkers who have the benefit of a legal advocate in their corner. The purpose and goal of our partnership is to ensure they don't have to fight dysfunctional systems alone to get what they need to live a dignified life. It's not hard to imagine how much more challenging this becomes when someone is also contending with the stress and instability of intimate partner violence, ongoing immigration matters, or low wages. So in addition to drastically improving experiences in New York City's general welfare agencies, we're also imploring you to support our related requests for FY26, which include increased funding for legal services for low-income New Yorkers, legal services for veterans, the Immigrant Health Initiative, Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, low-wage worker support, and legal services for low-income immigrants. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to our continued work together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and members of the General Welfare Committee. My name is Munayedi Clifford, and I'm the attorney in charge of the citywide housing practice at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here with you today. In addition to my remarks, we will be submitting written testimony on behalf of Legal Aid covering the points I discussed. I will also note that the legal services providers, many of whom are seated here, submitted joint testimony covering our concerns about the contracting issues with the city, as well as concerns about the Right to Counsel program. The Legal Aid Society is the largest and oldest provider of free legal services in New York City, offering civil, criminal, and juvenile rights representation to low-income New Yorkers. Our work spans housing, immigration, workers' rights, family law, public benefits, and more, ensuring that vulnerable communities receive the legal protection that they need. We have been a provider in New York City's Right to Counsel program since its inception in 2017. This program has been critical in preventing evictions and keeping New Yorkers in their homes. Yet currently, funding only covers 40% of the eligible cases, leaving thousands of vulnerable tenants without legal representation in eviction proceedings. This gap undermines the very purpose of the Right to Counsel law. Preserving essential legal, we thank the Council for its long-standing support of civil legal services and criminal defense programs. The Legal Aid Society is on the front lines of defending New Yorkers' rights. Without sustained funding, thousands could go without representation. This is an especially terrible time for immigrants, many of whom are facing increased legal vulnerabilities, housing instability, and systemic barriers to justice. Cutting funding now would only worsen the crisis for immigrant families and other marginalized communities. We urge the City Council to support parity funding to ensure sustainability of our programs. We urge the City Council to support reforms to the contract registration process and payment processes to avoid delays that hinder our ability to serve our clients. We will continue to update the Council throughout the budget process to ensure funding meets the urgent needs of the communities we serve. We ask that your leadership in preserving and strengthening the access to justice for all New Yorkers. Finally, we appreciate your time and commitment to ensuring that New York City's most vulnerable residents, including tenants and immigrants, continue to have legal protection and advocacy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and the Committee on General Welfare, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Tiffany Liston, and I am the Executive Director of Mobilization for Justice. For over 60 years, Mobilization for Justice has provided free civil legal services to New Yorkers who are low income, disenfranchised, or have disabilities. We also conduct community education, advocate for policy, and bring impact litigation. Every year, we handle approximately 14,000 cases from across the city, across every borough, in the broad areas of housing, disability and aging rights, economic justice, and children's rights. Through our services, we prevent homelessness, help seniors and people with disabilities live independently, stabilize families, support immigrants and children with mental health disabilities, and address racial disparities. We're speaking here today in the midst of several crises: surging homelessness, skyrocketing cost of living, marginalization of the vulnerable, and a city struggling to meet the needs of its existing residents, let alone those of our newest neighbors who come here seeking safety, stability, and opportunity. And we're tackling these issues in the face of the federal administration's openly hostile, who's openly hostile to our ideals of public service and the public good. So the nonprofit community in New York City also is facing severe delays in contract payments, which you've already heard, and also hiring obstacles amidst the challenges of parity pay for public service work. It has been a tough year, especially for our clients. No one wants to find themselves embroiled in a complex system that requires a lawyer they simply cannot afford, yet far too many do. At Mobilization for Justice, we seek to be their advocate and their ally, and often this work is life-saving. But doing so requires resources, and I'm here today to strongly urge the Council to build and buttress those resources. Just quickly, I'm here asking you to support the initiatives of Legal Services for the Working Poor, which you'll hear my colleagues speak about, family advocacy and guardianship support, Immigrant Opportunity Initiative, Legal Services for Low-Income Immigrants, Low-Wage Worker Support, and the new Protect New York City Families Initiative. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your continued support and working with you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala. Members of the committee. My name is Siobhan Small, and I serve as the Executive Director of Legal Services NYC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the important work that LSNY does every day in keeping families housed, combating poverty, ensuring financial and community stability, and assisting New Yorkers in securing the necessities of life. Legal Services NYC is the largest provider of free civil legal services in the country. Without our services and the services of my colleagues on the podium here today, poverty deepens, homelessness rises, and New York City becomes a more unstable place for everyone. New York City stands at a crossroads, and we need to choose to stand up for civil society and for our friends and neighbors in need. LSNY and our partner organizations provide essential services to people in need by, for example, reducing homelessness and increasing economic security. We save this city enormous amounts of money that will be all the more necessary should federal funding be threatened more broadly. Consider this. LSNY's eviction defense and public benefits practices saved the city over $300 million last year by preventing evictions and keeping families out of shelters, and by ensuring access to benefits that stabilize households. For every dollar spent on civil legal services, New York City sees a return of nearly 10 to 1 in reduced shelter costs, preserved housing, and increased economic participation. Funding is crucial here, but so is a smooth and functioning contract process. As you've heard many times today, and as the body is well aware, the city remains extremely delayed in paying nonprofits who have provided contracted and crucial services to low-income New Yorkers, requiring nonprofits, including LSNY, to regularly borrow just to remain afloat, when city agencies fall sometimes 10 months or more behind in processing payments. No nonprofit can survive under these circumstances. Our staff deserve to be paid and deserve to be paid on time for the work that they do for the city. These delays also weaken the safety net and put vital services at risk. The consequences of a failing nonprofit sector would be devastating. As the City Council considers budget and policy decisions, I urge this committee to continue investing in civil legal services. Think of us not just as an expense, but as a crucial tool for keeping New Yorkers housed, employed, and safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Ayala, Committee on General Welfare, and to the City Council for the long-standing support for legal services of the Working Poor Coalition. My name is Mary Fox, and I'm the Associate Director of Housing Conservation Coordinators, one of 5 members of the Legal Services of the Working Poor Coalition that also includes Campbell Legal Services, Mobilization for Justice, Northern Manhattan Improvement Corp., and Take Root Justice. The coalition was created with the support of Council nearly 20 years ago to address civil legal needs of working poor whose income is slightly higher than the poorest New Yorkers, thus rendering them ineligible for free legal services from many organizations. Working poor services are critical in allowing working New Yorkers to maintain financial independence and preserving economic stability in communities across the city. In fiscal 25, the initiative was funded at $3.45 million, which each of the 5 coalition members receiving $455,000. In fiscal year 26, Legal Services of the Working Poor Coalition is respectfully requesting $600,000 allocation, which would include a full restoration of the $455,000 allocated in 25. This support will allow us to provide critical legal services and allow providers to deepen their impact in the practice areas of immigration, workers' rights, benefits, and economic justice. Additionally, the impacts of cuts and actions on the federal level significantly threaten the social safety net for the working poor. We continue to see working poor who can barely make ends meet, thus have no disposable income to pay for an attorney, and they face catastrophic consequences as a result of their civil legal problems. Common problems include not being paid for their work, freezing of a bank account because of a collection lawsuit they didn't know about, being denied public benefits which they are entitled. Consequences of these legal issues can lead to other problems, including increased risk of eviction. These working New Yorkers can end up spiraling downward into the ranks of the poor if they do not have access to lawyers to assist them. We represent New Yorkers in all 5 boroughs, and we respectfully request funding during these critical times. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your service. I'm very familiar with all of the different organizations, and you guys do really fantastic work. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next panel is Carrie Ann Pauls, Bill Bryan, Dan Alvarez, and Jack Boyle. You may begin. Yeah.
My name is Jack Boyle, and I work as a staff attorney at the Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem in our Right to Counsel housing practice. I'm testifying today on behalf of the NDS Staff Union. We have 2 basic asks for the City Council today. First, tell HRA to stop threatening to fire Right to Counsel attorneys and staff. And second, ensure that we're paid at parity with city and state employees. HRA recently moved all providers onto a contract system where we're threatened with significant budget cuts unless we take on more cases every single month than we ever have since Right to Counsel began. HRA now does not give us any credit for the many complicated years-long rollover cases that our attorneys have to litigate to fully protect tenants. And HRA does not account for the substantial advocacy work that is required to get the public benefits that are necessary to resolve a case. And HRA did not provide additional funding to hire more staff to process the higher caseload. Instead, HRA produced a flat demand for a set number of cases that we have to take on every single month, no matter what. As a result, caseloads for our attorneys have exploded over the last year. Many are carrying 30% or more cases than they have in previous years, and we do not have 30% more free time during the workday to complete these assignments. Due in part to the significant delays at HRA with issuing benefits like CityFEPS, cases today actually take substantially longer to resolve than they have in the past. HRA has directly threatened several offices with budget cuts, and it was only through extensive advocacy that those cuts were in the end reversed. We understand that we're at risk again of these cuts in June, and as staff who would be affected by these cuts, we implore the Council to advocate with HRA to stop these threats so that we can actually focus on our job, which is defending affordable housing in the community. Second, we're asking that the Council ensure pay parity between legal services workers and city and state employees. Currently, some of our members are so severely underpaid as to income qualify and require our services in housing court to protect their homes. It is psychologically overwhelming for our staff to show up every day to stop evictions when the funders of our work are placing those same staff at direct risk of eviction themselves by failing to pay a living wage. We're paid substantially less and receive fewer benefits than our counterparts who work directly in the city and state governments. There's simply no justification for this gap, and the Council should advocate for it to end. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bill Bryan. I'm the Director of the Civil Justice Practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. Thank you to the committee and Chair Ayala for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of legal services programs like ours. BDS represents more than 23,000 people each year whose lives are impacted by the criminal, family, and immigration legal systems. Our civil practice works to minimize the consequences of this system involvement and provides legal and social work support to ensure our clients keep their jobs, stay in their homes, and acquire essential benefits and services. In these hearings, we often focus on impactful individual stories highlighting the extreme challenges our clients face and the complex litigation our staff engage in to resolve them. But I also want to focus on examples where brief advice or early intervention can resolve or avoid a legal issue, as it's here that the counsel funding we rely on truly has an impact, allowing us to intervene when answering today's legal questions can avoid tomorrow's legal problems. For example, working with clients of our family practice, we routinely avoid public benefits issues and non-payment proceedings for families whose children are temporarily removed from their care by ensuring rental assistance and housing voucher budgets remain unaffected by changes in household size. Without intervention, children are often removed from budgets, resulting in rent not being paid and eventually in non-payment proceedings being filed, often before the family is even aware that there's an issue. So in one version of this story, we have a best case scenario being connected with a housing attorney through a right to counsel program who can hopefully identify the cause of the reduction, work with DSS to get arrears paid, and discontinue the case to avoid eviction. But in another, we can preemptively avoid a need for housing representation by ensuring the family is aware of their right to keep their children on their budget and advocating with HRA to resolve erroneous reductions. So we're grateful to Speaker Adams and the Council for the Speaker's Initiative funding that allows us the flexibility to provide this type of preventative legal assistance, and we ask that this funding be renewed. The written testimony that I'll submit will provide further details on the program initiative and discretionary funding requests that we're making to ensure we can continue to do this work. So we thank the committee for the opportunity today and for your continued support of our clients, their families, and the communities we all represent.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carrie Ann Pauls, and I'm the Interim Executive Director at Take Root Justice. I'd just like to say thank you so much, Deputy Speaker Ayala. It's incredible to be here and to really feel heard and witness how you are listening to all of the folks from the nonprofit sector here testifying before you. So it's really a pleasure. I appreciate it. Take Root provides legal participatory research and policy support to strengthen the work of grassroots and community-based groups to dismantle racial, economic, and social oppression. We're proud members of the LEAP Coalition, the Legal Services for the Working Poor Coalition, the SILEC IOY Coalition, and many others across the city. And we are experiencing the same contracting delays as others, and I really want to amplify all that's been said here today around those. I'm also here to raise before the council issues that we'd like to bring up to meet this moment and build on our partnerships to serve members, especially immigrant New Yorkers across the city. First, the council initiatives administered by DSS HRA, such as legal services for the working poor, like my colleague spoke of, and low-wage worker support, need to be enhanced both to meet the increased need for services and to address the ever-rising cost of living and cost of operations for nonprofits. Both initiatives fund essential legal services work for immigrant New Yorkers and communities most at risk during these times of increased oppression coming from the federal administration. I'm also here to ask for continued oversight and partnership to push the administration as it proceeds with the request for proposals for the baseline Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, also administered through DSS HRA. In its current draft, the RFP fails to recognize the real needs of immigrant communities. And I'll be attaching our formal request for proposal protest letter with my written testimony that details a full list of the issues. But today I'd like to highlight a few of our major concerns. First, the total proposed baseline IOI funding and resulting case rate are woefully insufficient to meet the need of services. It's been flattened, it hasn't increased. And in fact, the way the RFP is structured decreases the case rate for providers. Additionally, the IOI RFP scope of services has been cut, eliminating crucial components of the program such as trainings and outreach, brief services, and the flexibility for providers to provide holistic services. All of these terms have been incredibly important in the past and are increasingly important today. And the administration needs to completely reform the way it's structured the IOI RFP. And so anyway, thank you so much again for your oversight. Thank you much for hearing us and your attention to these pressing matters.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I am a Black trans 20-year-old youth advocate at Youth Represent. I've come to share my personal experience that I'm still going through in the homeless youth community, as well as speak about the lack of funding in the city budget for homeless youth. I've been in the shelter system for 2 years, and some of the consistent rising problems is housing, or not having enough help in a system that could provide much more with support and resources to the youth living in it. Throughout the time I've been in the shelter system, I've seen a lot of young people not be able to receive proper assistance for medical care. I've seen young people that don't get proper wholesome meals, including myself, because there is not enough money given from the city to do more than stretch out cans of spaghetti and meatballs or ramen. Unfortunately, a lot of young people don't receive public assistance, and it's like a never-ending roller coaster with the improper care from people that work in the facilities we the youth get placed into. There's a few things I think the city's budget should go to, and it's all to help the youth that are living in these environments. Oftentimes, we are overlooked, and it's time someone speaks up. We need mental health care. We need more spaces for queer youth like the Ali Forney Center. We need better food options and 3 full meals a day. We need good hygiene products. We need job readiness programs. We need programs where youth can explore outlets and network on various career paths. We need places that offer free clothes for those who don't have any. We need people to come into these environments that work here to be properly trained in caring and providing for youth with resources. Lastly, we need a city who cares, not just about crime, but also about the youth, as it is a known fact that the NYPD gets more money funded towards their budget than the youth, who are incarcerated, homeless, and of the LGBTQ community. This year, I'm looking forward to continuing to advocate for the Youth Justice and Opportunities Act and the Right to Remain Silent Act. As I close this out, I'd like to give a shout out to programs like Youth Represent, Exalt, and Freedom Agenda for giving me the space to become a youth advocate and express myself freely. Thank you.
That was so nice. You did so good. Were you nervous? Yes. You didn't come off as being nervous. It was really good. It was really good. And again, as I've said before, I really love when young people come to testify. I love when people share their, personal experiences, because you are expressing something that is impacting so many people that look like you, that sound like you, that are going through the same thing. And I'm so happy that you came today to testify. If you need anything, yeah, we're here. Thank you to this panel, and thank you for the work that you do. We will be fighting, for restorations and enhancements where possible. Specifically, the Right to Counsel program, is one that, this body has championed throughout the years. It's a tremendously important tool to keep folks housed, especially, in light of the fact that we are now seeing the biggest, housing crisis of our generation. And so, thank you all for coming. We'll continue to talk. Okay. The next panel is Hillary Wilson, Omarex Rosa, Marlene Polanco, Shania Hones. Sorry. Hold on, I think we're missing somebody. Just want to make sure. Hillary? Hillary Wilson? Okay. Omarex? Marlene? And Shania. Okay, all right. Marcus Jackson? Come on up. The price is right for you today. You may begin, whichever corner.
Thank you, Chair Ayala and members of the General Welfare Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marlene Polanco, and I am the Infant Toddler Specialist at the Chinese American Planning Council, the nation's largest Asian American social service organization. CPC operates 6 early childhood centers through contracts with the New York City Department of Education, serving over 310 children ages 0 to 4. These families rely on services like ours to ensure their children receive the developmental support they need, while allowing parents to work and provide for their family's basic needs. This is a sentiment shared by many in our community. It is crucial that we address the issues surrounding the accessibility affordability, and the flexibility of childcare. As someone who works with childcare providers and families, and as a mother myself, I understand the struggles of securing high-quality childcare. I've witnessed firsthand how expensive childcare can be, stretching the budgets of working-class families. High-quality daycare centers are also often located far from where families need them the most. And many reputable centers have long waiting lists, making it even harder for parents to find a spot. It doesn't have to be this way. Our city has the power to make the necessary investments to ensure that all families, regardless of class or immigration status, have access to the care they deserve. We urge the city to pass universal child care so that every child can access quality, comprehensive care. Thank you for your time and for the opportunities to speak on issues that deeply impact our community.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Jackson, and I'm testifying on behalf of Encore Community Services. I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to testify today about the urgent need for increased funding to support our city's older adults. Encore provides more than 750,000 meals to New Yorkers annually through our home delivered meals system and our older adult centers. However, the city's current funding only supports a single meal per day. This forces older adults to ration out their one meals, try to make it stretch as long as possible until they receive the next meal the following day. This is even more imperative over the weekends when that one meal has to last now 2 to 3 days, which is just a serious issue. We urge the City Council to increase meal funding to provide 3 meals daily for elderly people in need. Furthermore, the city's reimbursement rates must reflect the actual cost of food in operations, particularly for the weekends. In addition, we have, to chronic underfunding, the city's delayed payments to nonprofit providers like Encore are jeopardizing our ability to serve older New Yorkers effectively. The prolonged reimbursement process forces us to make difficult financial decisions, including exploring expensive lines of credit to bridge loans to cover basic operating costs. Outstanding payments to Encore alone total in the millions of dollars, and as you heard earlier today, there are a plethora of other organizations that are also facing similar issues with delayed payments and reimbursement. We strongly urge the council to take action. Accelerating these payments will allow us to focus on our core mission and direct more resources towards direct services as opposed to trying to compensate for the lack that we have. New York City's older adult centers are aging alongside with their members. At Encore, we struggle with outstanding infrastructure, including malfunctioning elevators and deteriorating HVAC systems, which leaves us with unacceptable conditions for facilities that serve as emergency cooling centers for older adults in times of extreme heat waves and etc. In conclusion, I would just like to add that the older adults that we serve have built this city, and they deserve to age with dignity and security. Increased meal funding, timely city payments, capital investments, and expand case management programs are essential to ensuring their well-being. I wanted to thank the council today for your time and allowing us to share these issues and concerns with you today.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Chania Holness, and I am the Senior Coordinator of Policy and Advocacy at Children's Health Fund. Today, I will be speaking about the importance of continued and increased funding for programming that critically supports schools and parents in ensuring that students are well-positioned to thrive in schools, like our New York City Council-funded program, Healthy and Ready to Learn, or HRL. HRL was developed by Children's Health Fund in 2014 as part of our mission of supporting kids so they can thrive. The program is designed to help schools identify and address health barriers rooted in social, racial, and economic inequities that impact student learning. When students have their health needs met, meaning when they can see the board, hear their teacher, focus on schoolwork, and so on, they are more likely to learn and succeed in school, ultimately translating into a greater likelihood of a productive and happy life. HRL started with a strong focus on screening and responding to these health barriers to learning, and while we continue to address these health barriers, we have evolved to include supporting trauma-sensitive school and home environments to better address the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic and surrounding social issues like racism and violence. Through our current model, we leverage findings from our flagship school, PS 49 in the Bronx, in Councilwoman Diana Ayala's district, to inform materials and trainings that we conduct with educators, administrators, and parents citywide and through our Resource and Training Center, RTC. Launched in 2017, RTC is an online platform that enables Children's Health Fund to scale our impact to reach students throughout New York City through an online library of infographics, fact sheets, interactive learning images, and others. Regarding our impact, since 2017, nearly 52,000 users have accessed our RTC. And in fiscal year 2024, the RTC had nearly 8,000 users, and we've reached nearly 2,000 individuals through our workshops and trainings. Our impact is clear, and the demand for our programming continues to increase. To meet the growing need in our most vulnerable communities, our FY26 goals include expanding to more workshops, enhancing early childhood programming, and developing tailored support for immigrant families. To end, I'll say that for these reasons, Children's Health Fund urges the New York City Council and the mayor to include funding to secure critical investments for early childhood learning, mental health program, and our Healthy and Ready to Learn initiative. These actions will expand access for thousands more students throughout the city, giving them the best chance in succeeding in school and life. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ayala and esteemed members of the Committee on General Welfare. My name is Omarix Rosa, and I serve as a Director of Housing Justice at the Harlem Community Justice Center, an initiative of the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. At the Center for Justice Innovation, we recognize the array of factors that contribute to community safety, from mental health issues, addiction, lack of economic opportunity, or more. Our programs seek to address these issues. Housing plays a critical role in this. If we want to build safe, healthy communities and a fair, humane justice system, we need to fight for housing justice. We thank this council for their partnership thus far and look forward to continue progress in the upcoming fiscal year. The center operates 2 housing resource centers, one in Harlem and the other one in Red Hook. Our housing resource centers help tenants, supporting them in documenting and tracking their repair needs, as well as assessing and navigating the court system when needed to hold NYCHA and other landlords accountable. Over the past year, our client volume has increased significantly. Even just being open 3 days a week, last year, we had 3,151 client visits, including working with 181 households on one-shot deals and many more on SNAP and other HRA benefit issues. So many of the people we work with come in wheelchairs or walkers and really cannot make the trip downtown to 111 Center Street. We've actually done over 500 virtual court filings and answers through VCAN, our virtual court access network, in response to that need, and have even been getting accommodations granted for virtual appearances in our space. ACJC is slowly returning to the one-stop shop it once was, and our great partner HRA would be a huge piece of the picture to restore it to that critical support. They have historically been and continue to be a great partner that has helped with the goal of providing community members with safe, stable housing and eviction prevention. One mission at the center that we have is to build community safety. Partnerships with government and other community-based organizations and community members is community safety. Economic justice is community safety. Housing justice is community safety. We have to look at the challenges our communities face in a holistic way. It is impossible to build safety or reduce the use of jail without housing justice. We need to prioritize fundamental needs we cannot achieve lofty ideals such as equity, freedom, healthy, resilient, and thriving communities. Our justice system plays an important role in this, and it is the center's role to make sure that this system is accessible, equitable, and understandable. We look forward to continuing to fight for housing justice in the upcoming fiscal year and appreciate the council's partnership in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Marix, what do you anticipate that the site is going to become like operational 5 days a week anytime soon?
We are hoping.
Your mic.
That's something that we are hoping and that we are fighting for. And we're working together with OCA and also with our partner agencies as well.
Okay. What is the holdup?
There's repair issues that have to be done.
Okay. All right. Well, yes. I'll follow up on some of those because I think we funded some. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Our final in-person panel is Jeremiah Sedona, Dennis, Brian, I don't know, I can't, not, yes, thank you for that. And Sharon Brown. You may begin.
Actually, did the opposite. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I know, long day. Thank you, Council Chair Ayala, and also esteemed committee members. So my name is Dana Dennis. I am a senior organizer at the Riders Alliance. We're a grassroots group made up of subway and bus riders from all across New York City. And I am sitting before you today to advocate for the expansion of the Fair Fares program. This is something that I come before you year after year to discuss. The program itself is vital for the well-being of countless New Yorkers, right, who rely on our city's transit system. It's something that I personally have been working on for a decade. It is the most important thing I probably have ever worked on in my life. Fair Fares is a program that I can tangibly see impact my community. I see it across the city. I see it go into the hands of riders, and it changes lives. Being able to have the discount, being able to have access to programs, appointments, school, being able to search for work, it is something that folks feel, and especially when you're living and facing what it feels like in the survival mode, right, in poverty, which unfortunately way too many New Yorkers are facing. We pride ourselves on, being the richest city in the world, but we also need to know that there are many New Yorkers who don't feel that impact. A lot of us are just working 2 and 3 jobs. We have 2 and 3 roommates, and we're barely being able to keep a roof over our heads. So I'm representing those New Yorkers today as I speak to you. And it's pivotal, right? Every year we come to talk about Fair Fares, and it really isn't a program that we have found that the council struggles to support. Often, council members come out and support Fair Fares. Actually, it was in your first year, Councilmember Ayala, as a council member, that you were immediately a champion. And we have seen that with many folks, including the speaker herself, right, Speaker Adams. But we want to encourage everyone, and sorry, I'll wrap it up, one more time to just come out on behalf of this program. We're at 145%. The ask this year, as it has been for the last couple of years, is really to get us to that 200,000 mark. My other colleagues here are going to speak to that, but we're talking about having currently up to 400,000 riders enrolled, and that 200% would get us another 400,000 riders. Everyone in this room knows someone who's making $29,000 who's struggling. But if you increase Fair Fares to 200% of the federal poverty line, that's what it's going to be, a single individual at $29,000 who can then get it. So imagine what it feels like to make less than $29,000 and still be trying to get a discount for your transit fare. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right. Esteemed members of the City Council, good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Gonzalez. I live in the Bronx. I was born in the Bronx. I live in this city my entire life. I obtained the subway countless times to get to where I need to go, and it was the subway that got me here today. Now, in my 20 years, I've grown to love the transit system. The subway, this transit system, it's the lifeblood of our city. How can New York City exist without it? I took the subway to get here, as I said, but there are many and millions even who take the subway to get to work and to school. There are many more who travel via the subway to, say, their medical appointments. Hey, some of them are trying to get to a job interview, for example. And Listen, I am unemployed. I'm currently looking for a job. As you may know, sometimes you get a job interview offer, you're asked to go to another part of the city to show off your skills. A job interview is already nerve-wracking, a make-or-break moment for your future career. So sometimes, unfortunately, people who get a job interview can't make it. Some of them may not have enough money, $5.80, to spend on a trip there and a trip back home. As a person looking for work, I don't want that fear to be in my mind. So I'm glad to know that fair fares exists. And I literally have fair fares, I told you. This is my fair fares on me card, right? And I live in the Bronx. I had to take the bus to get to the subway. I imagine you've seen some scenes of people who are skipping the turnstiles, who are walking to the other doors, not paying their fair share. Some of them might not bother paying the fare, and some of them, well, some of them can't pay because they don't have enough money. They might not know about fair fares, or maybe they're not even eligible, and that's why I'm here with my fellow colleagues to urge the City Council to, instead of providing fair fares to individuals meeting 145% of the federal poverty limit, increase it to 200% of the FPL, right? Now, fare evasion is a major problem that plagues the MTA. I'm sure you've seen the news about that lately, but you don't solve a problem by cutting off a snake's head, you solve a problem from the roots. And I think the root of the problem is that they won't pay because they can't. I think that fair fares is an excellent way to help reduce that fare evasion. And I hope that you folks will agree with me and with the rest of us on that point. Thank you, esteemed council members.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Fritsch, Associate Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. I want to start by sincerely thanking the Council, you, Deputy Speaker, Speaker Adams, for your steadfast commitment to the Fair Fares program. The expansion of fair fares to 145% of the federal poverty level was an important step in the right direction, as was the recent expansion to Omni, but we share your frustration with the slow pace of implementation over this past year. We also believe that at its current level, it's just not enough. The working poor, the backbone of our city, deserve more support from us. PCAC analysis found that expanding fair fares to 200% of FPL would expand eligibility to over 415,000 more residents who are currently struggling. This includes 160,000 regular commuters, including full-time minimum wage employees who are incredibly likely to be transit dependent, but currently earn too much to qualify for fair fares. Deputy Speaker, you asked earlier about the cost of the program. Our colleagues at the Community Service Society estimate that the expansion would cost between $36 and $40 million annually. But at its current rate, New York City is still the least generous of the major U.S. cities offering public transit discounts for low-income residents, despite having one of the highest costs of living and highest poverty rates. Nearly all other cities use 200% as their income limit, and most also offer discounts on their commuter rail systems, which New York City currently does not do. It's time we change that too, so people who live in subway deserts but are close to the Long Island Railroad or Metro North can use fair fares benefits on whichever system is most convenient to them. We want to thank Senator Comrie for leading the charge on this in the Senate. It was recently included in the Senate One House budget last week. They've been great advocates for this as well. Transit is the lifeblood of our city, and equitable access to affordable transportation equals economic mobility and opportunity. Thank you for continuing to champion fair fares.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I begin, remember Israel, defend Israel, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go. Okay, I agree with the fair fares, but I believe that we also need to go further than just giving people things that sometimes are considered handouts. Although they need it, we also want to get people into doing things for themselves. We want to fund home ownership. We want people to go from the street directly into houses, not into shelters where they're in there and it's come to a crisis point. So we have a crisis right now in California, New York, everywhere. We see over the years it has come to a critical point. What has been done has not been working. We need to do something different. If you tell people they are sick, mental health tells people you are ill. The Bible says you are well. The people who follow the Bible direction do well. The people you tell they can't do something, they don't do it. Fund home ownership, fund vehicle ownership, fund businesses for the homeless, not programs telling them they're messed up, but programs that engage their talents and skills. If we want things to get better and not just sit and complain about what's going wrong, tell people, what are your skills? Let's find out those and let's make it a business. Let's fund business ownership training. If the person has the talent, the skill, but doesn't know how to handle the business side, they can get training for that. We can get them directly on the business training. Instead of just on the job training, we need to do something new, on business or in business training, and fund buying business clubs and fund buying stocks and bonds, and get for the last thing I'll say, fund the veterans and military housing. They should not be homeless. Pay them as if they were on duty when they were on the street.
Thank you so much, Sharon. It's nice to see you. Thank you all for your testimony today. If we have inadvertently missed someone that had the intentions of testifying, who we did not get to, you have an opportunity to go to the Sergeant at Arms and fill out a form. Seeing none, then we will move to the online portion of this hearing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Our next panel consists of, I'll just call it out and then we'll start with the first. Stephen Grimaldi, Joel Berg, Jennifer Hinojosa, Jimmy Mager, Natalie Interiano, Lily Shapiro, and Adiza Akoli, in that order. Stephen Grimaldi.
You may begin, please.
Hold on, Steve, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Ayala. Nice to see you and all of your esteemed peers. My name is Stephen Grimaldi. As was mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of the New York Common Pantry. I'm here today to discuss the critical issue of food insecurity in New York City. Like my peers spoke earlier about some of the core issues as it relates to CFC. And federal cuts. The statistics in our city speak for themselves. 1.3 million households, nearly 3 million people in New York City are struggling to make ends meet, according to the True Cost of Living report. 3 out of 4 New York City residents say the cost of food is rising faster than their income. And the Robin Hood report just released a report that said 1 in 3 New Yorkers has used a food pantry in the past 3 years. Last year, the New York Common Pantry served more than 11 million meals. We assisted nearly 730,000 guests, and we expanded our mobile programs. We now have 350 partners across the city. Of those, over 280 are food distribution sites. We and organizations like us and those in the roundtable battle daily to feed the millions of New Yorkers who are food insecure and struggling, but we cannot do it alone. We are grateful for the City Council and it has funded crucial food security initiatives in the past, but now your expanded support is more urgent than before. Just in the last 2 weeks, with the recent Department of Agriculture termination of the Local Food Purchase Assistant Cooperative Agreement, the end of the EFSP, which is a program we have been funded for over 20 years, has taken away over $2 million in support in the coming year for the New York Common Pantry alone. Potential cuts to the Farm Bill appropriations that cover safety net programs such as SNAP, WIC, and CSFP. The City Council must fill the funding gap to support the organizations feeding food insecure New York City residents.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
You can wrap up.
This begins with providing food pantries with direct support to provide healthy, nutritious food with proper staffing and operations. The proposed 2026 funding for the Community Food Connection is $20.9 million. This is woefully inadequate to feed the high volume of hungry neighbors in need. For example, if CSFP gets cut, 36,000 seniors who now receive food through this program will need to come to food pantries, increasing their burden. We respectively request that the baseline funding for CFC be increased to $100 million. Finally, we appeal to the mayor and the city council to provide this much needed funding that will allow us to continue meeting this intractable and growing need throughout the city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Joel Berg.
You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's late in the day, so I'll be brief about 3 points. One, first of all, thanks for your incredible leadership continuing on these issues, but I hope we don't normalize just how crazy the testimony's been over and over and over again about payments that have been late years. Millions of dollars to struggling nonprofits. The federal government, as evil as it's been lately, when you're in their system, they pay the next day. You electronically bill. Let's not normalize this. Bunch of mayors have promised to fix this. A bunch of comptrollers have threatened to promise to fix this. Can we just make people's pay as government employees contingent upon them paying nonprofits? They wouldn't go 2 or 3 years without being paid. We shouldn't. So let's not normalize this too. I hope everyone understands that the safety net is still by far the most important thing in terms of fighting hunger. The Food Bank and City Harvest and Pantries and Kitchens do incredible work filling in the gaps, but I hope we understand that the federal safety net programs equal 17 times the dollar amount of food distributed by every charity in New York in America. So number one, it's good that HRA's had some progress on on-time delivery of benefits, but it should be 100%. The 30-day requirement for processing benefits goes back to 1977, before email, before web. It is just insane that we continue not to give people benefits within the 30 days required by federal law. And lastly, I hope the council continues to fund the New York City Benefits Initiative and the request from Hunger Free America and others to fund SNAP and WIC and summer EBT outreach. Every dollar we spend of city funds helps fill $60 worth of groceries into grocery carts. So it continues to be the single most cost-effective way the council can help us fight hunger. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Hinojosa.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chairperson Ayala, and to all the members of the General Welfare Committee for the opportunity to submit this written testimony. My name is Jennifer Hinojosa. I'm a policy analyst at the Community Service Society, a long-time nonprofit dedicated to improving the lives of low-income New Yorkers through research, advocacy, and direct services. I would like to present very quickly some highlights from our 2024 Housing and Economic Security Survey, which was conducted in the fall of 2024, related to barriers to accessing public benefits. We found that nearly 3 out of 5 benefit recipients, which is about 57%, face significant challenges when applying for and receiving benefits. The most commonly cited obstacles included the application process was too slow or the processing times were too long. Confusion about eligibility and paperwork requirements, difficulty accessing physical office locations, and lastly, challenges navigating digital applications in online form. I would also like to note that accessing a physical location was a major challenge for our seniors. And while households that were unable to afford high-speed internet more likely struggle with online portions of the process. I'm going to skip our benefits cliff. We do have that in my testimony section, and I would like to go straight to the role of food pantries. We know that food pantries are a critical lifeline for New Yorkers facing food insecurity. The preliminary fiscal year 26 budget includes concerning reductions to essential food security programs such as the Community Food Connection and Groceries to Go. So we strongly urge the council to please increase funding to $100 million for the Community Food Connection, restore fiscal year 25 city council initiatives that remain unfunded in a preliminary fiscal year 26 budget, such as the $8.26 million for food pantries, $2.13 million for access to health, food, and nutritional
Thank you.
education.
Your time has expired.
You may have a few seconds.
Yes,
Sorry.
you can wrap.
Okay. 1.5 for the Food Access and Benefits Initiatives, HRA. And in conclusion, the city budget comes at an inflection point. We can choose to invest heavily in our safety net programs, such as expanding benefits, improving delivery experience, and increasing access to assistance for all, or we can ignore the urgency of the moment and stand by helplessly as billions of dollars in federal spending cuts inflict unimaginable suffering to our fellow residents. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share findings, and thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Magar?
You may begin.
Good afternoon and happy St. Patrick's Day. My name is Jimmy Marr. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm Senior Policy Director for Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim assistance organization. Each year, we help 250,000 New Yorkers who've experienced violence and abuse. I've submitted my full written testimony, so we'll focus on a few points. First, as you've heard, nonprofits continue to face late contracting issues, which have detrimental effects on the communities that you all serve. The city must hold each agency accountable to pay invoices on time. Additionally, MOX needs to be adequately funded. Given the mounting concerns emanating from Washington, we must get the city's house in order. Second, we urge the council to restore and expand initiative and discretionary funding that organizations like Safe Horizon rely on each year. Specifically, we are asking the council to invest in the DOVE initiative, the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, SAVE initiative, and other initiatives contracted through HRA DSS. Currently, 180 organizations use DOVE funding to address domestic violence in the community, and Safe Horizon oversees and administers this entire project. DOVE directs funds to the organizations rooted in community that provide necessary and life-saving supports to survivors. This is especially critical for survivors who are undocumented and or LGBTQI+, who may fear seeking help from government systems under this current administration. Third, funding for immigration legal services and wraparound services. The mayor has prioritized assisting migrants with completing asylum applications, but nonprofit civil legal providers with expertise in complex immigration cases have not seen equitable investments in our services, namely more comprehensive legal screenings and long-term representation and assistance. This work is especially vital as violent anti-immigrant policies are issued by the federal government. When we don't invest in programming, we leave immigrant New Yorkers vulnerable to trafficking, exploitation, and violence, which leaves us all safe. We urge the council to enhance funding for immigration civil legal providers. And additionally, Safe Horizon is seeking new speakers initiative funding for our street work project, our runaway homeless youth program, since we've experienced an increase in the number of undocumented and migrant young people seeking our support and our assistance. Lastly, we sit on the steering committee of the Family Homelessness Coalition, or FHC. We encourage the council and the administration to work together to implement the FHC's recommendations. Given the current federal landscape, we urge the city to do everything to empower organizations and programs working to end homelessness, poverty, and violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Interiano?
You may begin.
There you go. Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Antriano. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Care for the Homeless. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. Care for the Homeless has 40 years of experience providing mental and behavioral health care services exclusively to people experiencing homelessness in New York City. We operate 23 FQHCs in all 5 boroughs. We also provide shelter services to operate 2 shelters for single adult women, 2 shelters for single adult men, 1 safe haven, and there's 1 more safe haven that's going to be opening up in the next few months. All of our shelters have on-site health centers for the residents in the community. In point in time, we serve about 860 residents in our shelters. We're currently contracted with DHS to perform the previously mentioned residential services. As of today, March 17th, Care for the Homeless is owed $5 million in city contracts dating back to FY22. The amount owed is about 10% of our total residential services budget for the year. This backlog payment is a significant ongoing issue that we've been dealing with for several years. The fiscal year 26 budget must take decisive action to rectify payment issues for shelter providers. We're relieved by some of the action the city took to address overdue payments, like the Raise and Backlog initiative. While these efforts do provide some temporary relief, we have years of catch-up that prohibits us from being reimbursed for services that have already been performed. The lack of stability when it comes to payments puts organizations like ours at risk. It makes it very difficult to pay staff, pay vendors, and to run our programs and to expand our programs. Alongside the procedural issues, short staffing with city agencies has contributed to delays in payment and also to supportive services. Both DHS and HRA have decreased significantly in staffing since 2019, and they've not been able to recruit and retain staff at a rate that meets the demand that we're currently needing at the moment. We urge City Council to ensure that the fiscal year 26 budget includes sufficient funding to restore and expand headcount at DHS, DSS, and MOX to eliminate these pervasive issues. We also urge the City Council to work with direct service providers to make street outreach a more effective tool to address homelessness. Our written testimony will include some detailed recommendations that we need enhanced collaboration and data integration, expansions in housing and shelter options, improvements to supportive housing, and a better coordinated mental health emergency response system. Lastly, we urge the City Council to reduce barriers in voucher administration to expedite placement in permanent housing, including streamlining and processes for qualifying for utilizing the City FAPS voucher. Our written testimony will also include some more details about that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Lily Shapiro?
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Lily Shapiro, and I am Policy Counsel in the Fortune Society's David Rothenberg Center for Public Policy. Thank you for the opportunity to submit written testimony and testify today about the need for greater investments in and access to supportive housing through the passage of Intro 1100 and increased funding for the Justice Involved Supportive Housing Program. Fortune serves over 13,000 individuals annually, and every night we house over 800 people in our emergency, transitional, and permanent supportive housing. And we have seen firsthand how comprehensive community-based interventions change lives, break cycles of incarceration, and create safer communities. And we all know that supportive housing is a proven solution to homelessness, mental health challenges, and justice system involvement. But thousands of New Yorkers who are on Rikers for lack of housing, leaving Rikers, and returning home from prison each year are blocked from accessing the city's largest supportive housing program, NYC 1515, due to restrictive eligibility requirements. It unnecessarily follows the federal definition of chronic homelessness, which disqualifies people who have been incarcerated for more than 90 days by resetting their homelessness status. And we must do better because 33% of people entering our jails are unhoused at the time of admission. 21% have a serious mental health diagnosis and remain on Rikers twice as long as the overall average length of stay, well over 90 days. Anyone serving a prison sentence upstate has been incarcerated for at least 1 year. And every year since 2015, 41 to 54% of people coming back to the city from prison have been discharged directly into our city shelters. Intro 1100 offers a clear solution by expanding eligibility for city-funded supportive housing to people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, had justice system involvement in the past 12 months and have a diagnosed SMI or SUD. And we know that expanding supportive housing eligibility to this group will have a tremendous impact on the people served and also enhance collective public safety and reduce the burden on our shelters. It's also crucial that the city fulfill its commitment to bring online 380 more units of JISH housing with sufficient service rate funding. In FY25, for which we're grateful, the council provided $6.4 million in discretionary funds to increase service rates for the 120 operational units, of which Fortune operates half, but this doesn't solve the problem of bringing online the additional 380 units to reach the promised number of 500 in the points of agreement. Therefore, we're requesting $4.8 million annually be allocated to DOH-MH's budget in a line item to reissue the 2019 RFP with higher service rate funding. For the city to fulfill its legal and moral obligation to close Rikers by 2027, it must invest in solutions like JISH that promote desistance and stability, and we must pass Intro 1100 to open up more access to supportive housing to more New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, for your leadership and commitment to making our city a place where all New Yorkers, regardless of their past, can build a stable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Adiz Akoli?
You may begin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adeze Okoli. I am representing Rethink Food. Deputy Speaker Ayala, members of the New York City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Since our inception in 2017, Rethink Food has been dedicated to transforming our food system into one that is fairer and more sustainable. Our goal is simple yet very profound, ensuring that every New Yorker has access to dignified, nutritious meals that reflect their cultural backgrounds. Despite there being enough food available, it often fails to reach those who need it most. In Rethink, we step in to bridge this gap, using every philanthropic dollar that we receive to build sustainable programs that make everyday life more affordable. Through our network of restaurants and our sustainable community kitchen, Rethink Food has already delivered more than 30 million high-quality meals that celebrate diversity and the various cultures of our city. We've also injected over $135 million into local economies, supported 230 community-based organizations, and partnered with over 145 local restaurants. Our approach hinges on partnerships, not just between nonprofits and restaurants, but also between the New York City Council, mayoral administration, and agencies. I applaud the council's advocacy efforts to secure funding and support city agency budgets, crucial in meeting the rising food demand in shelters. I urge further enhancement of initiatives like food pantries funding and access to healthy food programs, which expands SNAP benefits usage and nutritional education. Commissioner Park's leadership at DHS in particular has been instrumental. Thanks to our collaboration with City Hall, Rethink Food has provided nearly 18 million meals to migrant shelters and is expanding to include programs like Women in Need, WIN, New York City. As federal funding faces potential cuts, I implore the Council and Administration to safeguard DHS and HRA funding for SNAP and essential food assistance programs. Let's continue to invest in innovative programs, technology, and staffing to enrich menu choices for shelter guests. Thank you so much for your time and attention to these critical issues, and together we can create a more equitable and nourishing future for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Leon Johnson.
You may begin.
Hello, Chair Ayala. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Currently, right now, and I'm gonna put it back. I'm in your boss's district, Adrian's district, doing business in the district. Near the Big Expressway, but around here, I'm putting it back. I know I can't show the screen like that. Around here, there'd be a lot of good migrants in the city of New York, be selling fruits, mangoes, and all stuff like that in the city, and they need to be protected under this Trump administration. And I know the city council is doing their best to protect these guys and gals. They sell the stuff on the Benwick Expressway, but it's cold out right now, so they're not out here, but they be out here a lot, especially in the summertime. So the city council need to start protecting them. At the same time, since this is the general welfare, Center for Welfare and Social Services, I'm calling on the city council to protect the funding for the street vendor project to make sure that these guys and gals get the services that they need while the speaker is running for mayor. And at the same time, we need to make sure that the resources get protected too. With the Worker Justice Project, their funding need to be protected too. At the same time, the city council needs to put money into these two nonprofits to make sure that these guys and gals who are good migrants trying to survive in the city, trying to do the right thing in the city, they're not committing crimes. Of course, riding an e-bike on the street is a crime. Could be seen as on a sidewalk can be seen as a crime, or selling mangoes on in a plaza can be seen as a crime, but it's not a violent crime. Let's make that clear. The city council need to make sure that their funding can be protected in this city council budget for FY26. These two nonprofits, because I have a big feeling that the speaker of the city council is weaponizing the finance chair to threaten those two nonprofits to support her for mayor. And if they don't support her, then they're going to be defunded in the city council. Like I said, I make sure, I make sure in the ethics and the oversight.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
If she lowers the funding, I will go to a DOI and report Adrian Bill Adams for lowering the funding because she weaponized the city council to threaten those nonprofits. So thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Thank you, Christopher. Emma Bazir.
You may begin.
Okay. Jeanette Estima.
You may begin.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Ayala, thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeanette Estima, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy for City Meals on Wheels. We're grateful to the Council for its support of our Emergency Meals Program, which provides food to homebound older New Yorkers during local and citywide emergencies. In FY24, with your support, City Meals delivered nearly 273,000 emergency meals across all 5 boroughs. But there is an underlying persistent emergency experienced by home-delivered meals recipients, 60% of whom are food insecure, despite the one meal they receive. It is simply not enough, and their access to food is very limited due to mobility challenges and financial barriers, with 65% of them living on $15,000 a year or less. The city's home delivered meals program is a critical part of its anti-hunger infrastructure, but it's not enough to truly address food insecurity. This will require expanding the program and the creation of new programs that bring food directly to homebound older adults. And that's why City Meals has piloted several new programs that provide more food in new ways. The Breakfast Box is essentially a second meal program, currently serving 2,000 people across the city, which we hope to double next year. And our mobile grocery program brings monthly bags of food directly to homebound older adults. You mentioned earlier the lack of food pantries in the Bronx and the lack of a food infrastructure in that area. And, this is one of the reasons why these pilot programs are so critical, as they are able to do what currently the infrastructure is not there to do. So we respectfully request a renewal of the $500,000 that we received for emergency meals last year, and we ask for an additional $200,000 to support these innovative pilot programs. And finally, we urge the Council to pass Intro 770, which would require the city's home delivered meals program to provide one meal 365 days a year, estimated to cost about $20.7 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Cinciaro.
You may begin.
Hello, Deputy Speaker Ayala and committee members. Thank you so much for sticking with us on this long day. I'm Jason Cinciaro, VP of Policy from GMHC, Gay Men's Health Crisis, founded in 1982 as the world's first HIV and AIDS services organization. It's been a long day, so I'll get straight to the 2 points that I have. The first is not something that is directly under the City Council's control, but nonetheless is something I think is critically important for you all to know, because it will affect folks who are receiving HASA housing subsidies. For quite some time, GMHC has heard from clients who received 30-day notices that their HASA housing subsidy was going to come to an end because a Social Security insurance cost of living adjustment, COLA increase, caused their income to rise above the income ceiling. This has been happening more frequently because of the increases in SSI COLAs that came due to higher inflation. We have been working with the Ending the Epidemic Coalition to advocate for Albany to include in the forthcoming budget HIV housing for New York, which would not only expand a 30% rent cap to people living with HIV outside of New York City, but would also address this core problem by raising the income ceiling to receive HASA housing subsidies to 200% of the FPL. GMHC individually actually thinks it should be 250% of the FPL. Unfortunately, the HIV housing for New York policy only made it into the Senate one-house bill, and we have significant concerns that it will yet again not end up in the final budget, which means we will have even more clients who lose their housing subsidy and subsequently their housing. Anything that the council can do to help advocate that the HIV housing for New York policy be included in the final New York State budget, we certainly would appreciate. The second is related to the threats from the federal government. I just want to share that the 400 or so supportive housing units that GMHC provides are all paid for through HOPWA pass-through funds through HUD COC in New York City. So should HUD be cut and HOPWA be cut, many of our clients in housing could potentially lose that housing. And of course, you've heard already about the proposed cuts to SNAP benefits, which would also be devastating to our clients. We look forward to continuing working with you to address these issues and welcome any questions you may have. Thanks again so much for your support.
Thank you so much. We are making one final call for Zoom registrants who have not yet spoken. Amy Blumzak.
You may begin.
Alex Stein. Debbie Priya Chatterjee. Matthew Joskwiak. Brent Gallenberger. Alexina Cather. Okay. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom and I will call on you in the order of hands raised. Okay. Seeing no one else, I would like to know that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of the hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, this hearing is concluded.